Sheldon, this is an audio test. Can you hear me?
She is, yeah. We've got,
I hear you. Thanks, Sean.
Hi, Sheldon, this is an audio test.
Well, yeah, this is.
Hello, morning.
call the meeting to order. Where'd Mike go?
He's
He's here.
coffee.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, you're not that far. Okay, good. Please bear with me because my computer's not starting up, but I have the agenda on my tablet, so we're good. I got it here. So we'll call the meeting to order for Tuesday, January 13th. I have in attendance, I have Councillor Broadhead, Killick, Hughes, and Mackay in chambers with me. I've got Councillor Bermansky online. Is Councillor Jolly online? Yeah.
I am, yeah.
Okay, how come I can't see her? Is it just?
I'm having video issues.
Okay, are you gonna resolve that? Because I will be able to see if you have questions.
That's cool.
I'll see what I can do, yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody's here, so I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
I can do it, but I was waiting for him. I was waiting for him.
That the July 11, 20,
Mike's gonna do it. Mike.
that the July 11, 2023 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Well, that's the only one he's gonna get unanimous support on, so.
For those minutes. For those minutes.
Okay.
We do have an appointment. Why don't I have it on my minutes here? I know it's there. We have Kevin it's Kevin, right?
Yes.
There you are, sitting over there now. Where are you? From Glass, he has asked for a little bit more than 5, so we'll be pretty lenient to this committee. But we are trying to stay on a tight schedule. We have a huge agenda today, so let's keep it as close to 5 as you can. And then we do have opportunity for questions. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. Thanks very much, everyone. And good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Kevin Asham. I'm a newly minted vice president. That's why I'm a little shiny today of the Big Lake Environment Support Society, also known as BLESS. And when not volunteering for BLESS, I work in the chemical industry where I've worked for the past 33 years. And we're here today to advise of BLESS's ongoing concerns with the Area Structure Plan West. BLESS's mandate is to ensure the preservation of the character and ecological integrity of Big Lake and its surroundings, and to work with all levels of government to assist in its preservation and management. So we have 3 areas of concern that we'd like to bring to your attention. First is the area south of Meadowview Drive. So that's that area A on the diagram there. And it's now designated as employment lands, that area, that little pink strip there. And you'll be familiar with this area as it affords very pleasant views looking south along Meadowview Drive, as you can see there. And it's a pleasant way to drive along the city and enter the city. We believe it's undesirable to have these wetlands and vistas disturbed. We recommend the city use this area for constructed wetlands as part of its stormwater management program. And this maintains a natural aspect to this area, and it results in little to no net disruption of a taxable land base. It's just a matter of locating stormwater management ponds where they make sense, and it's also the lowest area, so it makes sense to do it there. Second area of concern is a 60-acre parcel known as the Cooklands, and that's east of the future Leclerc Way, which you can see on the right chart there in pink, and it's that area is directly adjacent to Ray Given Drive, and we would prefer this area not be designated as employment lands and be redesignated to compatible context-sensitive uses in this area, being that it's so close to Lois Hole Provincial Park. Mr. Cook, the owner of the parcel, confirms his support for BLESS's alternate proposal that the city change the land use designations on the parcels south of the river in both the city municipal development plan and the West Area Structure Plan to match what affected landowners, general public, local nearby residents, and park users have stated they'd like to be developed there. The third area of concern is a 90-acre parcel of provincially owned lands, newly designated as employment lands, located west of the future Leclerc Way. So again, the right-hand chart, you can see that little pink dip there. That's the provincial lands. BLESS prefers these lands be included within Lois Hole Provincial Park and designated as such. In fact, the Lois Hole Centennial Provincial Park Management Plan issued in February 2019 already has these lands designated for natural areas and an education facility. And so we don't think we should be withdrawing lands already designated for a provincial park for use in industrial development. We also, let me go back one. Oh, it's okay. We also recommend that the city consult with Rohit Land Development, who are developing the Starling neighborhood in Northwest Edmonton. And you'll see on the chart here, they're installing next year a roundabout along 137th Avenue. So that's this area right here. So we would suggest that in order to connect to 137th Avenue, that the city build that Leclerc Way extension directly south, so that it intersects 137th Avenue perpendicularly as item D chart on the left, as opposed to going in a southwest direction as shown in item C. So by going straight south, you're keeping more lands contiguous with Lois Hole Provincial Park, and you're saving a lot of, hiking trails and natural areas and things like that are very heavily used. Like if you've all been there, you can see that parking lot and there's people walking through there, and it's a connector with that Starling neighborhood. So it's being used by people in Edmonton as well. So I'd like to mention as well that these new land use designations significantly changed in February 2023. And those changes have yet to be posted on the area structure plan website. This revised plan with its significant changes must be presented to the public at an open house prior to going to council for first reading. I'd like to remind everyone how lucky St. Albert is to have a provincial park and such an amazing ecological asset so close to our city. I mean, it was literally a lifesaver during COVID. You saw how heavily it was used. That has tremendous value. And St. Albertans place an ever greater appreciation and value for these ecological assets. And not every city is as fortunate as us. And we must remember who this park is named after. The late Honorable Lois Hole, Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, and St. Albert's most beloved citizen. Many of you would have met Mrs. Hole. Maybe you were inspired by her commitment to public service. Maybe you got one of her famous hugs. And maybe her model contributed to your point of view in terms of wanting to serve the public here today. Mrs. Hole had an innate sense of what was right and important for all people from all points of view.
Kevin, we're at 5 minutes now, so if you.
Okay, last thing, I would ask that you consider what Lois Hole would think would be the best actions to follow to protect this park, her legacy, and the legacy of all of us here today. Thanks very much.
I'll start with just thanking you, of course, and the rest of the blessed board, but nice of you to step up and take on the role. Appreciate it. It is important group in St. Albert. I was going to say legacy group, but it's been around since I can remember as a child. Dr. Fairfield was my doctor, so I remember being here. I'll open it up for questions, and then I probably will have a few myself. So does anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Wes.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Interesting. When you had your discussion with Mr. Cook, the owner of the land, what was his desire for that land?
I didn't have direct discussions with him. Some people here did today, but I think something along the lines of perhaps seniors housing, something like that would be very context sensitive. As opposed to, what we see along the east side of Ray Gibbon Drive there, like, warehousing and sort of industrial use. So something with a little lighter footprint and
Okay, fair enough. I think he's always wanted it to be residential.
Cook?
Yeah.
Not industrial, right? Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Kevin is also on our environmental advisory committee, so he's got a long history of community service, which I really appreciate on behalf of council. Kevin, I think the biggest question or a couple of questions. So the land area the west of the proposed Leclerc, where it would back onto Lois Hole Park and connect that little chunk there on item C. It is already assigned, I believe, provincially by the government to be future part of Lois Hole Park.
Yes, so that's in their management plan.
Yeah.
So that's already designated as the natural area and an education facility.
Right.
And Bless has been quite active lobbying the province, pushing them to make good on their plan to have an education facility there. Yeah.
So the question is, why is there, and I've always heard of as being a future part of Lois Hole Park. Why is there still a kind of a disconnect between, after many years of looking at this ASP, between what we show from a city perspective to what a higher order of government would show on their plans? Why? I mean, that's been a long-standing question mark. Have you had discussions with our planning team to say why is that, or?
We would welcome discussions with the planning team. We would be happy to broker a meeting between the planning team and the provincial parks in order to get everyone on the same page and ensure that area remains an ecological asset and an education facility so that people from all of Redmond and all over the region can come in and enjoy the park.
It would seem to me that road would be a natural break between whatever the Cook Lands is eventually developed as, whether it be residential or light industrial.
Yeah.
But then the other side of it would be a natural
with that
break of moving towards.
with an education facility. And so, like, for example, if the city could sort of get on board, so to speak, and start advocating with the province saying, hey guys, we promised this education facility. This is really important for our city. And that would just, help deliver. I'm not sure what the amount of money involved in is, maybe like $5 or $6 million or something like that for an education facility was what I heard being tossed around. But I mean, to a lot of us, it just looks like a big slough, but when you look at it in detail, there is some very unique ecological communities there that are very unique and very beautiful. And we need to protect them, and keeping them in the park will protect
So that leads me to my next question then is, I have walked through that land.
Yeah.
Prior to mosquitoes. And I would not advise it now. But like, to me, that is very swampy land, and without, I'm not sure how it could be even built on and I'm speaking specifically the piece to the west of whatever the Leclerc alignment is. It's pretty swampy in there. So has anybody ever discussed with you, could it ever be actually developed on? Like,
there are portions there that could support an education facility, either close to the existing parking lot or directly west of future Leclerc Way. In there, there's some open areas as well that are present. So obviously you want to maintain as minimal footprint as possible for an education facility, but there's abundant space there for that.
okay, so just move on to the next question then. The piece of land south of Meadowview is probably equally seen as a big opportunity to protect land around a big lake currently identified as employment lands, which would be industrial or light industrial type kind of warehousing or That's a direct like path for all the birds coming in on their migratory routes. Are there other reasons why Les would see that as being key to be protected?
Yeah, so, well, like, here's a picture of it. So that, you can see that blue car, that's Meadowview Drive there. So the area affected is going to be those wetlands and that white spruce forest, which is really an extension of Grey Nuns Forest, which the city has, spent a lot of money on to protect. So this can be, that's basically connected to that white spruce forest. So, it's valuable in the sense that it preserves the groundwater integrity around Big Lake. It's a critically important flyway for migratory birds. In fact, Big Lake is designated an important bird area. It's also a Ducks Unlimited site of excellence. So it's got a number of international and national designations that underline its importance to wildlife. I would think you'll also have challenges in terms of looking at 100-year flood events, things like that. That water level can get very high in there, and it's variable. It's always changing. That's just the nature of wetlands. So. And finally, it just looks nice. Like that's one of the prettiest views in St. Albert, when you're driving along there, all seasons of the year, you're driving along there and you're looking out at Big Lake. It's gorgeous. You don't want to mess with that. I was going to show another picture, but I didn't have much of two coyotes playing in that same field, looking out there. So, what kind of a price do we put on things like that, those kind of things. We have lots of land. It's just a matter of being strategic of what we do with it. So that's why we're saying, it makes sense to maybe have constructed wetlands there. And that way you're not changing the net taxable land base. I mean, I work in industry. I get, the need for industrial development jobs and all that kind of stuff. And it's just a matter of context.
And that's that grove of trees that you've got there. That's one of the last remaining still contiguous, all the moose that everybody's so proud about.
Yeah. They walk
from one side of the highway to the door.
Yeah, they'll go in there for cover, and then they connect from there into Grey Nuns Park. So that's a connection point. And they'll chav in there and stuff like that. So with that going, that pretty much cuts off that you would see in Grey Nuns Park.
Kevin, it's it's a thin chunk of land, but it's kind of a long, thin chunk. Is there any thoughts of Councillor Mackay had once asked about kind of road alignment going through there? And that there's a pipeline, I think, and a pump station, and how the road could potentially be aligned so that there would, like, that part of Meadowview is going to have to be improved and double twinned, I guess, like it is on the other side. Has Wes looked at any kind of alternative road alignment through there? Is that land to be preserved, or?
Well, Tony might have a comment. I know one of the things Tony's mentioned too is any development north of that Meadowview Drive be facing inward and not facing the Meadowview Drive. So it would be sort of internalized that way. That would help for sure.
So there'd be no access on it. Yeah, I'm not even sure that I can't remember back to when we first looked at this in the spring, but I don't think that.
Can I just mention that even the previous councillor, Ray Watkins, who was the guy that did have a lot of land development experience, when this came up previously, when we originally made a pitch for there not being industrial on the south side of Meadowview, he said one of the things maybe to look at is a possible realigning slightly of Meadowview Drive. And if you aligned it marginally towards the lake, then you're reducing the impact of deleting the industrial on that side. You're actually, if you're widening that road, you widen it to the south. So you're acquiring land, but actually gaining industrial land on the north side of the road without causing and we actually, I did make had a meeting with a couple of your planners 2 years ago now, where I raised that as a possibility that should be looked at. So that is something to look at. It might be, but that would only occur at the time of doing the subdivision plans. You wouldn't need to show that on the area structure plan. It would be the sort of thing that you would build into the design of the stormwater facilities that we know have got to be built in there. So just part of that detail is done.
Yeah. Okay. So that would come later
Yeah, I was gonna say,
after ASP.
what is this coming at the area structure plan time? Like, we've got the NDP, we're not talking MDP today.
Yep.
And even the land use bylaw conversation isn't changing any districts. We're creating new ones.
Yeah.
The area
Amalgamating.
plan just outlines the concepts overall.
Yeah.
It doesn't specify the exact alignment, exact width of environmental.
But it will
like that.
put colors on a map, right, of what goes where. So that this conversation. That's the area structure plan coming? I can't remember. And late fall. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And has the Environmental Advisory Committee had these conversations or just Bless?
No.
Okay. Probably a good opportunity to think there. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Any of,
Just one really quick.
yeah,
I
go.
know you got it. Kevin, when you were talking about the other ask about Rohit, that's the first one. I mean, the other ones have come before us before, but that is a new one. The one where you were looking at maybe the realignment of their roundabout on 137th Avenue. And I'm just looking, I think again, that goes just maybe follows with our conversation that might come later, but as we get down, the challenge, I guess, have you already spoken with anybody from Rohit and Edmonton Planning in relation to that? Because looking at the alignment currently, I mean, that's all they could go with, because I mean, that's where that little piece is, even though you've got it identified in item C, that little green line area, that's still, even on the provincial maps, that's still not shown as provincial land. It's shown only as, high level kind of proposed. So I mean, I guess, have you had any conversations with Rohit about that?
We only heard about it last week, and it actually came up at a City of Edmonton committee meeting.
Yeah.
At the end of July, and that's when we first realized that they're now proposing to build the roundabout.
Yeah.
And it was the fact that they've added the roundabout and they're going to be building that possibly next year, that gives the opportunity to put the jog in the road away from what is shown in item C.
Yeah.
So we haven't had that conversations. We are going to have conversations actually with Councillor Knack and so.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, right now, I mean, they're only going off of really high level, what's plans, but are they're kind of like what we just had in that conversation. So I guess earlier is better, although I can see why they prefer item C over item B in the sense of.
Rohit are just going to be building what's on both of those things. They're going to be building the road coming in from the south.
Yeah.
And they did get approval for that from the committee of the City of Edmonton.
Yeah, but anything north of 137th is into private land and then into St. Albert. So.
Rohit aren't involved in, once it comes north. We are suggesting that when Rohit builds the stuff that they're going to build south, that it creates the opportunity to put that jog that shows on item B.
Yeah. But it wouldn't be Rohit that would be building the road that's pulls off of the parking lot and up into 137.
They won't be building anything north of 137, but Rohit, the developer of Starling, will be doing all of the, have you got that previous?
Yeah.
Slide.
Because I mean, the whole idea of that Leclerc extension up into 137th Avenue is so we can close the intersection at 137 and Ray Gibbon.
That's questionable. What Rohit are gonna be doing is actually increasing that intersection with Ray Gibbon. So the whole idea of closing that intersection eventually, we really question that. And the local residents and everybody question the whole idea that that intersection of Ray Gibbon and 137th Avenue will eventually have to be closed. In fact, they are improving it now, increasing it rather than moving towards closing it.
Yeah.
And the only reason it might need to be closed maybe 20 or 30 years from now is if Ray Gibbon Drive is built to be a freeway.
Right.
And again, we are questioning that. We would say that we've seen no data suggesting that Ray Gibbon Drive has to be a freeway.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a whole other conversation, Tony.
Yeah.
What I'm just saying is, I mean, that was, I mean, I'm just saying that was the plan, right? Was the closure of 137 at that area. And there's arguments on the other side of that as well in relation to that. And so, but I mean, I can see why the alignment in C was the proposed alignment. So anyways, I was just wondering if you have had those conversations, because I mean, obviously, I mean, that's outside of, I mean, I would imagine potentially our planning departments had some initial involvement or awareness of it, but it might not have either. Like, I mean, we do have a trial project that's looking at integrated planning in and around some of these areas. But I don't know whether they've looked at this particular one, but that was just my comment.
I think all this conversation needs to be revisited when we have the area structure plan in front of us, for sure. Is that coming to committee at all? Or just going straight to council? Okay. All right, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks very
I
much.
know you were here last week, but I think this was probably a better forum to do this. Yeah, it was better.
Just a final ask to you is if we make sure, maybe you've already done it, I haven't checked my email this morning, but would be to ensure we got an email copy of the presentation. So we have.
I'll copy everyone on this and the verbal one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Next on our agenda is approval of the minutes from the June 13th meeting.
The other one.
Pardon?
The other one.
The other one?
The other, can I, Madam Mayor, can I raise my hand and do that? The standing committee,
Permission.
yeah, I have Councillor Killick's permission. That standing committee of the whole meeting minutes of June 13th, 2023 be adopted as presented.
All right, call for the vote on that one. Yes, and yes, that's carried unanimously. Now we are on to the Art Development Advisory Committee. So is Sherry joining us? First, there she is. Okay.
And Emily.
Hi, nice to see you both. Soon as Kevin is out of there, we'll sit in the guest spot. Yeah.
Get my.
There was a copy of our
The report, yeah, it's in our package, so we've seen, yeah. Yeah, I'm good, yeah. I had to restart it again, so I couldn't get onto the Wi-Fi. It's my cure-all for everything, just restart, reboot.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, it's okay. I just didn't put my down, so I failed to staple. Yes, so. Great.
Okay, sit down, okay, want to, probably more comfortable sitting.
Sure. Thank you. Well, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
I'm Sherry Taggart, current chair, Emily Baker, current vice chair, former chair, Art Development Advisory Committee. This is quite a lengthy report, just we've wrapped up quite a few things in the 2022 year and have quite a few things on the go for 2023. So Emily will start off with what we've completed thus far.
So thank you for having us, and we're going to take you through sort of a quick overview of everything that was achieved in 2022. I know that the timing is tight, so we'll try to go lightning fast. So if we want to throw our minds back to 2022, which seems like a long time ago, one of the first big successes that happened within the arts community was the return of the Mayor's Celebration for the Arts, which was hosted on April 7th, 2022. It's a lovely evening, and it hadn't been hosted for quite a number of years due to the pandemic. And so part of the Arts Development Advisory Committee role was to sort of provide some new guidelines and consultation on the policy. And it was nice to see the celebration return, including award winners for Arts Champion, Emerging Artist, Established Artist, Excellence in Arts Teaching, a Youth Artist, and a Lifetime Achievements Cultural Wall of Fame Award going to Carol Wojtamiak. Other achievements that were concluded in 2022 was the awarding of the Youth Artist Legacy Award, which is an annual award that goes towards supporting youth arts activities that help further their career goals. And so the city has a grant which is awarded to youth, and 3 youth were awarded grants last year, including to attend the Nathan Cow Arts School, attending the Canadian Country Music Week and the Fierce 5 Summer Dance Intensive, with a total value of funding awarded to youth being $1,400 to support those programs and career initiatives. A member of the Arts Development Advisory Committee also sat in on the Poet Laureate Selection Committee as a voting member to help choose a new Poet Laureate who has been wildly busy this year, which is lovely to see. And one of the things that we helped consult on last year was Walk Walk Dance, which came to the Children's Festival. And so that was a big highlight. It's a public art piece that was designed by Daily Tous les Jours, and I'm sure that everyone here had some time to play on it last year. And so ADAC made a recommendation to council to pull $38,000 from the city's public art reserve to support that project, with an additional $10,000 coming from the St. Albert Children's Festival operating budget for a total value of $48,000. And we were able to keep it for a couple of months. And so not only was it here to delight during Children's Festival, it stayed until the end of July with over 10.8 million notes being played in that time. So if you feel like having a little bit of smile and color, you can check out the pictures in the annual report because they are delightful.
I have a picture of all the regional mayors, because we had a giant presentation out back, and so I got them all to run through it. I should send it to you guys.
Yes, that would be great. We started doing public art walking tours, and then last year I ended there on 2 of my tours so that we could just play because it's fun. And then we've had quite a number of things on the go / most partially achieved already in 2023. If Sherry would like to take us away.
Yes, thank you, Emily. If anyone attended the International Children's Festival, you would have seen the large inflatable structure, not a bouncy castle, but equally as enticing. So Daedalum Luminarium was brought to the International Children's Festival. $30,000 was withdrawn from the art reserve and went towards having that on site for not only the Children's Festival hours, but also extending that several evenings so that the greater public could enjoy that as well. Excuse me. I'm not sure who got to visit that space, but the light was absolutely amazing.
It was about
300 degrees.
Yeah, so we don't have the final numbers on what the cost was because there was some air conditioning brought in at different times to assist with that because it was quite toasty. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mike's suggestion was to cut a hole in it, but
Probably not the best.
I kind of tried to explain that to Councillor Kelly, but he.
Generally frowned upon to cut holes in artwork.
Yeah. Currently, the jury is currently being proposed for the Fowler Athletic Park temporary mural. What this mural does is allows artists of different backgrounds that work with different mediums to actually present their art in a mural-like application. So there is a current 4-foot by 137-foot wall that is supporting structure.
Yeah, it's a
retaining wall. Thanks. I'm a little muddled, sorry. But both the Recreation and Parks and the city's visual art departments have come together and looked at this as a great location for some public art display. There was a lot of consideration as to what could actually go onto this wall. And it was decided that a vinyl application would be a great way to allow different artists of different mediums to have something visual on this wall that would not impede with the actual use of these track. So the jury is going to be discussing this summer what is going to be put up there. It will be a 5-year temporary installation that can change as we see fit or as that vinyl wears. And there will be a lot of end user input on the jury. Hopefully with an end artist that has a strong connection to St. Albert.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we talked about a lot with this project is wanting to make it accessible to a lot of different artists. And so when we say it's a vinyl wrap, it means you can take a photograph of any artwork. And as long as the resolution is good enough, you can blow it up to be that 4-foot by 100-foot structure. So it could be a photograph of any kind of work rather than having to be simply a muralist. And the wall is so close to the track that you had about like an inch of clearance before it starts to impede on that user space. The committee also talked about wanting to include St. Albert artists, and making it a vinyl wrap and a photograph means that anyone in our community could put their work forward in a public call for submission. The call did close at the end of June, and there was over 65 artists who submitted their work for consideration for that space, which is really great because it means it's our first experiment with the type of work that's in this variety. Edmonton and lots of other communities have done vinyl wraps or billboards or things of that size, but it's really open and accessible, and it was an easy submission to do. And the city made sure that it was very straightforward for artists to apply and put their work forward for this space. So the jury should be meeting soon, and they'll have some selections and recommendations for what that piece will look like. And I think a goal is to have it installed and ready for the public sometime near the end of summer, or early in the fall this year.
Can I ask a question on that one? Elizabeth wants to answer this, but when we went through the process of selecting the art that's in the roundabout in St. Albert, we had to defend our decision to not make it specific for St. Albert residents, that it was open to all, and we could have applications from the globe. And my answer was always, well, you wouldn't want St. Albert artists to be limited. So we would want them to apply globally. So now I feel like there's a bit of a change of direction, that we're giving preference to St. Albert and not. So I'm just wondering why, I guess. I mean, I don't know if maybe Elizabeth wants to jump in on that one. Because honestly, I spent a lot of time defending the fact that we weren't giving preferential treatment to St. Albert artists, and now I'm seeing something different. So you guys want to answer that if you feel comfortable? Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of conversations on that. And I think one of the things that came up quite often is that with public art, there can be a diversity of approaches that suit different projects. And so with large scale, like high budget public artworks, you probably might not have the pool of expertise to get a lot of selection for large public pieces within a singular community. And any artists who work here on that scale and in that structure will also want to have opportunities elsewhere. And so the budget for Fowler is something that was a lot smaller. It was meant to be kind of a temporary piece that could be sort of this, a little bit of an experiment to run a piece in this direction. And because we'd heard so much feedback of why aren't there more St. Albert artists shown in public work in St. Albert, this sounded like a good opportunity to be able to have both, of having pieces that might be those large scale, high budget pieces that need a larger pool of art applicants to apply to be able to get exactly what you'd like to see in the community. But also having more accessible projects that are designed to be open to a much broader base of artists, because not all artists have skill sets to do large building size murals or massive bronze pieces, or sort of those large scale installations. And so it felt like a really good fit to be able to bring in more of a focus on local artists, because the way the project was designed was to be accessible to a much broader base of artists. And then you kind of are able to balance out some of the projects that we have quite a number of from artists who don't live in the community and start adding in some more artists who do, and being able to just say yes as our general answer.
You answered that very well.
Thank you.
I could probably replicate that in an email because I'll probably.
And
Keep going.
the thing about it being temporary is with those vinyl wraps, like they do fade. Outdoors in Alberta is very harsh towards anything that's outside. And so when the life cycle of this piece wraps up, so in 5 years we can reassess, and then there's an opportunity to again award another commission or contract to another artist and revitalize that space. So it can kind of be constantly changing and marking not only this beautiful space, this wonderful running track, but students or people who use the track will remember over time, oh, I remember when it was XYZ artist and it looked like this, and now my kids are running there and it's somebody totally new. And it can kind of change and develop and adapt with the community as we change too.
Just a question. I'm having a hard time visualizing what this might look like if you have a photograph of, let's say, a carving that's, a traditional kind of a portrait size photograph. How do you stretch it out into a massive long landscape?
It would have to be, if you're talking about a carving, it would have to be, the original carving would have to be in that general shape. So you wouldn't be able to take something that's like a hard vertical and stretch it out. It would look really distorted. It would look really strange. But if you have a carving, just for example, that's something sort of long and horizontal, you'd be able to photograph that and print it to scale. So we're not talking about distorting images and stretching them to fit. It's about creating artworks that are in that shape already and then being able to document them. So we've heard from, say, quilters and felters who were commenting on the social media posts, being like, oh, I have a quilt that would photograph perfectly for this, or our paintings or whatever it happens to be.
Okay, yeah.
You laying on your side.
It would need to get through the jury process, composed of arts professionals and track space users.
It's good. I was just trying to mentally envision it.
Yeah, but now we're stuck with that vision of you laying on.
Only for 5 hours.
That would be my position on the track.
Good comeback.
Then next is pertaining to discussions had with the recovery task force, doing some form of art commemoration for the pandemic. As you can see, Emily is much more eloquent in speaking than I am. But this is still all in discussion. I know there was discussion pertaining to this prior to my actual sitting on this committee. It was discussed the possibility of a bench or a table, picnic area. Budgets were ranging anywhere from 25 to 75,000 for this project and installation, and nothing has really been solidified. We're looking at different locations throughout the city, whether this project is temporary or permanent. We're looking at accessibility. We want to allow as many residents as possible to enjoy whatever this item happens to be. There's been discussion about this being more than just an installation piece of art, something that you can engage with, something that people can come in isolation or as a group and meet people from the community, a place of gathering. So this is still a lot of discussion pertaining to what is going to happen with this piece. And that's something that we're hoping to develop a lot further this upcoming year. Is there anything you want to conclude about that? So sorry.
Timing is everything kind of thing, but is this still a relevant project for the committee to be investigating? Do you think? Has the committee even discussed like the time has passed?
Yeah, good question, because we have, there was some installation pieces in the foyer pertaining to the pandemic. But I think there is still a relevant, we are going to feel the effects of the pandemic for years. And we're hoping to commemorate that difficult time and show a positive moving forward and how the community has come together. So I think there still is a relevant aspect to this. There has been some discussions about what we can do, and the direction that we are looking at, I think, is a really interesting one that has some longevity. Yeah. Any other questions about that one?
I was thinking the same thing. It's like, if you go onto Google and Google public art COVID, there's thousands of communities that have done this already. They were quick to it. And so I'll be interested to see what you come up with. And one thing I thought when I was reading the report is we have yet to develop Millennium Park. And Millennium Park is meant to be a very big gathering space for all of St. Albert. And so as we go through the process of designing Millennium, there is probably a great opportunity to incorporate this piece of art there.
Yeah, and so a lot of our conversations around this, I think, centered around that COVID reminded us that we need a space to gather and a space to feel and a space to grieve. And whether that's because of the pandemic or just ongoing life, it's important to have those kind of spaces. And that's where a lot of the conversation has kind of gone to, is kind of creating a space where people can go and feel and be able to kind of connect with loss or celebration, or to be able to have a physical artwork that kind of helps to care for the community in turn. And whether there's some options for that as well. I think that will always be relevant. Yeah.
Moving on to, and it was touched on with Bless, the Great Nuns White Spruce Park. I know some of you were present June 24th when the second grand opening occurred. It was a great day of celebration with different entertainment, planting of trees, a great way to engage with that space. But as you all know, this has the 4 integrated art pieces throughout the Great Nuns White Spruce Park, the lookout, the outdoor classroom, the play area, and then the pyrography that was burnt onto the underside of the very accessible structure out there. That grand opening has since passed. It was a great day for it, really warm, engaged with many of the public. And we look forward to the use of that space over the years where planting trials can be initiated, and that space will just continue to flourish. Any questions pertaining to that? So thank you for allowing that kind of initiative to take place within the city. The Diversity and Inclusion Project is still an ongoing discussion. Funds in the amount of 89,000 have been already set aside. from the reserve fund and are sitting in operations. And this conversation, it will just continue as we sort of wrap up some of the 2023 initiatives that are currently on the go. And we will hopefully have more of an update next annual report. Other business, I will pass this back to Emily to discuss.
As the Arts Development Advisory Committee, we've been really, really lucky to be able to work really closely with a lot of the city staff. And so we wanted to include sort of our thanks for their expertise and guidance to Danny Rice, Dana Murray, Elizabeth Wilkie, Tamsin Brooks, Kathleen Bell, and Andrea Gammond, as well as Councillor Bremanski, who've been a wonderful resource for all of our conversations and really expert in guiding everything that we're able to do. And then lastly, we continue sort of our tradition that started right at the beginning of ADAC of having guest speakers to get to know the arts community. So both visual artists, performing artists, musicians, and friends of the art and so on that came to make presentations and sort of get to know what we're doing. So with the presentation being made about halfway through 2023, a lot of our goals for 2023 were in the 2023 summary. But as always, ADAC wants to continue to be a vibrant part of the arts community, attending events and festivals and getting to know and advocating for arts and a lot of arts activity and vibrancy within St. Albert's.
I have a question that I was going to ask before you did the close.
Yes.
But that was on diversity and inclusion.
Yes.
In our naming policy, we had a lot of good debate and a lot of good support from administration to come up with a or current definition of that, and that diversity, equity, and inclusion. Has the Arts Committee given any thought to kind of modernizing that particular term and scope to include the equity portion of discussions? And it's a complex subject. I'm not the expert to speak to it, but
Yes.
if you look in the naming policy, there's a really good definition and lots of really good examples of what equity means.
Mm-hmm. And there's definitely, we had this really wonderful session where someone came to do a diversity, equity, and inclusion presentation. And then we talked about how those principles could be brought into public art spaces. And so it's absolutely something that we were talking about. And I think this is a bit of like a older like placeholder name for this project. So we can adjust that to go forward. But it was absolutely something we were talking and thinking through of how to create something that could really celebrate those principles and values in a public art space.
Okay, great, thanks. Glad to hear that.
Any other questions for the committee? Councillor Jolly, do you have any questions?
No, thank you. That was great.
You're good, okay. Well, thanks, guys. I guess my only question for you is do you still see value in your time to come and work on this committee?
Yeah, absolutely.
In nods, okay, good. That's kind of something that I always want to make sure that we're not putting you to work for no reason at all, right? So this is still, you know, a fairly baby committee in our council governance structure. And so I'm glad this report was fantastic and the work you guys are doing is fantastic as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to present to you.
This is great. Yeah, because Councilor Bremanski gets to see you guys at work all the time, but the rest of us don't. So this is great. Yeah. Okay,
Great. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Are we going now to procedure bylaw? Because I feel like that's it.
Speaking of arts,
Motion, yeah.
Madam Mayor, before we debate the motion, can I ask a question to administration?
Yeah, Elizabeth, is she gone? Elizabeth? Just in case we need her.
I was actually, it's a question for Marta.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Maybe it's for me.
Administration, so back.
So the priorities as listed in the backgrounder and the priorities that listed in the report. In the backgrounder, there's specific. My question is, are they in alignment with the bylaw that put together the arts committee? Because now we're talking about adjudicating, we're talking about giving talking about the arts fund and making recommendations to council how this money is spent. Is that consistent with the bylaw? Because I saw a difference between what was in the backgrounder and what was in the written report.
Okay.
Yeah, so certainly a lot of the authority of the Arts Advisory Committee are in the bylaw. For example, they are allowed to make recommendations to council on withdrawal of money from the public art reserve and for the use of that money. They are able to appoint adjudicators, but they currently are not. They don't have the authority to be the adjudicators. So if that was their intention, they would need to, during the course of their work over the year, make a recommendation to council to amend the bylaw first to give them that authority before they would be able to do that work. So I think it's in alignment in the sense that it's part of their work, but the advice from administration, if they wanted to actually be the adjudicators, would be to approve an amendment to the bylaw first.
Okay, so specifically, recommendation number 4, then act as adjudicators for assessing and approving grant applications. How does that play out?
So that's from the bylaw.
That's in the bylaw.
That's in the bylaw?
Yeah, that's in the bylaw. Oh, I thought sorry, I misunderstood. I thought.
No, and 2 was I just didn't see 4 and 2 and what was in the report recommendations on page 27 of our report. I mean, just a lot more general. There are goals for 2023 and then just a question, if you're saying it's all good, then fair enough.
Yeah, and the standard practice is to review the bylaw. Like the committee bylaw that forms the committee every time they make any sort of recommendation to make sure it's consistent within what they're authorized to do. So that work always happens. And I think I did misunderstand. If they're asking to be jurors to adjudicate art, that's not in the bylaw, but would need a bylaw. But for grants, they're already, that was just a recent change though, Councillor Broadhead.
Okay.
As part of that civic granting policy amendment, all of the council committee bylaws were also amended in an omnibus amendment. So that's maybe why that one's sticking out at you, because it's just new.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
You want to make a motion?
Or Councillor Bermansky can make it. I'd be more than happy to make it, but.
Shelley, do you want to make it?
I can make it, sure, whatever. I don't want to step on Wes's toes if he's up.
No, it's your committee. Go ahead.
Okay. That the Arts Development Advisory Committee Annual Report for 2022 provided as an attachment to the July 11th, 2023 agenda report titled Arts Development Advisory Committee 2022 Annual Report be received as information. And number 2, that the Standing Committee of Whole recommend to Council that the Arts Development Advisory Committee's proposed 2023 priorities as set out in the 2022 annual report be approved.
Awesome, thanks. Any opening comments?
The only comment I did have is, just maybe to answer Councillor Broadhead's, question there. I think the committee stands very, very, tight on policy. And just for example, the committee is supposed to judge a jury or decide a jury. So, I mean, that's what we're just making sure that all those things are happening. And there was just one other question that Mayor Heron had, that the selecting outside artists, there were submissions from all the region, but the only thing that it showed in the policy was that the jury should be predominantly St. Albert based citizens, representing the community. So we have a very diverse group that represents all sides of the community. So I think everything's covered 100%. We're pretty thorough on that. So
awesome. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. Emily's in favor and Shelley's in favor, so that is unanimous. Okay, now we can go to the procedure bylaw.
So I'll just make the remarks. I didn't prepare a PowerPoint. So I'm going to just take you through the proposed changes to the procedure bylaw. As is written in the agenda report, Administration kind of noticed a few just areas of improvement since the new procedure bylaw was put into place. So I'm bringing those recommended changes forward today. I'm going to take you through the changes and the rationale. And then if you have any questions, feel free to jump in or leave them till the end, and then be happy to answer them. So the first change I made, or I'm recommending, I should watch how I speak. The first change I'm recommending is to section 24 of the procedure bylaw, which is the section that outlines what standing committee of the whole and committee of the whole may do. And specifically the section that I'm recommending a change to is the section about what direction may be given to the CAO to do things prior to taking those things to council. So I think that there's been a practice of, or an intent to give administration direction prior to taking things to council. So instead of taking things to council and then back and forth, just to give standing committee of the whole a bit more authority to direct on a broad range of things. It's limited right now just to making amendments to motions and reports and bylaws, but it would be better if it seems like the practice is expanding to want to direct administration to make changes, designs and concept plans. So we've just built that into section 24. The next section that I make a recommendation to change is to section 31. This is just something that should have been in the procedure bylaw initially. It's the section that talks about what motions committee of the whole can make. It is always subject to section 24. So that's how it's interpreted. So this just makes it clear that the items in section 31 are subject always to what is allowed in section 24.
So Margaret, section 24 would relate to some of the discussions that we've had around Millennium Park.
Yes.
And
Millennium
trying to
Park.
give additional
Yes.
guidance, humanities, Oakmont Trail, all of that input. This would formalize that
Yes.
that ability to give guidance to.
That's correct. Instead of administration being in a position of having to take that to council for approval and then work on it after, it would just kind of make it more efficient.
Yeah.
And it is something that seems to have evolved naturally. So we're just trying to capture it so we can just make sure it's in here.
Okay, great.
But if I could just be clear, it's not about specific design.
No,
That's right. It's still that sort of holistic direction.
High level guidance.
exactly.
Direction of whole committee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
So to continue on, the next,
How, when it's guidance of all of committee, as Carrie has said, which I agree with, by the way. How do we get to that consensus? Like, do we have to vote on?
yes, they would be passing a motion. So as long as by majority or so usually simple majority for most motions. If the motion passes, then that is direction that the CAO can take. Do something and take it to council for approval. Always those things would be something that has to go to council for ultimate approval regardless. But this is kind of eliminating the step of having to go to council on a consent agenda to make sure it's okay and then back to administration.
Right. So we're not asking the CAO to kind of take notes and.
No, no,
Right.
read mine, no.
Which Mr. Fletcher has been very good at. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that this would still be guided through a formal.
Exactly. So section 31, that's why I tied section 20 and 31 together for you, because section 31 is the one that talks about what motions may be made. So you may make all the motions in 31 at SCOW or COW, and they're tied directly to 24, which is the authority of what SCOW.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. On the next section I'm recommending to add is a new section 31.1, which is a section that would allow standing committee of the whole to approve their minutes instead of those minutes having to flow to council. Right now, it doesn't say since COW can't do that, and the practice has evolved. So we would just like to have it in there covered on and matches practice. Yeah. The next section that I'm going to take you to is section 59. So here, this is the section about removing items off of consent agenda. If they're on a consent agenda, that is
as right. Any counselor can do that. So here we're just making a recommendation to change the section so that at the time of removals of something from the consent agenda, the council member gives the rationale for the removal. This is mostly just to give administration, to have the right people in the room, whether it's to answer the questions or to, if they don't need to be there because it's just for voting purposes, like it's just to help us kind of plan. And it would just help with administration.
So basically you could just say, I'm just here to ask questions. I'm pulling for questions or I'm pulling it for voting. So there's really only two.
Essentially, yes, yeah, yeah.
Or amendments. Or you could pull it for amendments.
Yeah, but you're probably gonna have questions even if you have amendments.
Yeah.
And you may or may not have amendments depending on the questions.
Yeah,
Like,
and you say at the time of, are you talking at the beginning of the council meeting or when?
Whenever the person's inclined and they know they want to remove it from consent, sometimes it's an email like 3 days in advance, sometimes it's at the beginning of the meeting, and anytime.
But sooner the better.
Sooner the better, and that gives us more time to prepare, especially if there are questions. And we know what they are in advance, then yes, you'll have a more fulsome response. But even if it's at the beginning of the meeting, we just are so inclined, I'm gonna have some questions. Then at least then we know it's for questions instead of just to vote. Yeah.
It helps me too.
Yeah. So the next section that I'm proposing.
Oh, sorry, Shelley, go ahead.
Hi, Marta. I just have one question. If someone pulls something from consent and they're saying for voting purpose, and that's how they're describing it, is that eliminating their ability to ask questions?
No, it's not eliminating the ability to ask questions at the time. It might mean that the person who is best suited to answer the question is not there yet and we'll have to wait a couple minutes for them to come to the meeting, as opposed to them already being there. But no, you can still ask the question. It wouldn't prevent it.
Okay.
Because I think if I could just add, as a general rule, the directors are by and large online for council meetings. It's that additional level of expertise, right? Have folks stacked. We know that there's going to be something coming. If not, those folks may not be available for that detailed level.
Okay, thank you.
So the next section I'm proposing to make.
Can we split? You can split the consent agenda. So if you just want to vote against one piece of the consent, can we just split it?
Well, no, you have to, everything that's on consent is just going on. It is without any opposition or without anything. So if something wants to be voted against on a consent agenda, it has to be pulled.
Okay.
So the next question I'm recommending some changes to is section 119. So in sub 1 and sub 2, I'm adding in some wording so that council members will be able to make notices of motion at the end of standing committee of the whole meetings, as well as council meetings. Right now, you can only read in your notice of motion at the end of a regular council meeting. But this would allow the ability to read them in also at the end of a regular standing committee of the whole meeting.
And that maybe is tied into your next amendment. Just then start the timing in relation for administrations.
It would, so if it was today and you hadn't yet emailed it in, because there's also the ability to email in a notice of motion, which starts the clock too, but yes, that would start the time.
Okay.
So also in section 119, we're proposing a change to 119 sub 6, which is that if a counselor has made a notice of motion and they have said, I want this notice of motion to be heard on this date specifically, just to explain the reason for that date. So I want these traffic bylaw amendments heard on this day because the traffic bylaw is all going on that day and it makes sense. That helps administration, but it also helps if there's the waiver of the time requirement, then that kind of helps everybody understand the reason for that date. So we put it in there.
You just jump in.
Yeah, go ahead. And then I had thoughts on this too.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking though, I mean, so.
It doesn't necessarily mean a shorter time frame. It could be a longer time.
Yeah.
Yes,
It could be 2 months down the road.
correct. Yep.
Yeah.
No rush. Yeah.
I mean, as long as you knew that something was coming on, like the photo radar contract or something like that, we could just wait until that was brought forward when that matter came. Okay.
And it helps, I think, at agenda planning, just to have the rationale for all those types of specific dates, if they're specified. This is only applicable if the date for notice of motion to be heard is specified.
So from an administrative housekeeping matter, I mean, it would be then key for not only council to know what's timing of when these things are coming, but also there a plan to have kind of motions tied to these things? Like, is there a way to, I'm just trying to think, how do we make sure that these things don't get lost? Or
Well,
it would just go on the legislative calendar?
So the cap list has all of the upcoming,
Yeah.
anything that has yet to be kind of brought forward. So that's probably the best way to track it.
Yeah.
Yeah. For you.
Yeah, I just don't want to, I mean, this will, I don't want to become so, excuse me, you used loosey goosey in the sense of that there's all these motions out there and we're just timing and something got lost, something didn't, so.
We will never lose it.
I'll never get lost.
But I think where this particularly germane is when there's a compelling reason to peg a specific date, that
Yeah.
may be soon, you know, and I think that's already happens and there's generally discussion to figure it out. But if there's here's why this date is important and I think it's to go on that full stop, right? It's not a debate from administration. At the end of the day, it's you who will decide when that date is. It just helps, I think, the rationale.
And the other side of that coin is if there's a notice of motion without a date, it just goes 21 days to the next agenda. And that's
Generally, that works.
Generally, that's how it works, unless agenda planning does it. Yeah.
And I like this because it gives the agenda planning the flexibility to maybe put it 28 days later and it just solidifies that authority. So I was worried that
That was gonna be my follow-up question, because I mean, obviously, when you're in agenda planning, you could actually then a counselor makes a notice of motion, but doesn't tie it or align it to something, but then because that information is not available yet. But at agenda planning, you can say, well, this is coming in the third quarter and potentially can we move it to there versus having to be
21 days later is a
Yeah.
16-hour meeting. Can we put it?
Yeah, like it would allow a little bit more
I'm wondering if,
management of it.
you know, the webpage that we go to submit notices of motion, can we put another input section that says, do you require this by a certain date?
I don't know. I assume yes, but we can ask IT.
Yeah.
The standard of practice, though, is 21 days later, it's debated, right? Okay, so if agenda committee decides, you know what, this is better heard 3 months on.
Yeah.
I'm assuming there's a conversation with the counselor that made the
I
motion.
generally will call that council.
No, we're just gonna move all yours, keep on moving down the road. Yeah, I hear you.
The one that has 21 days, because how it's being interpreted now, it doesn't allow us to make a motion at a council meeting and then debate it 3 weeks later. So
It's fixed up.
is that being?
That's what I was asking.
Drafted at the bottom for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally would like to be able to say that something came up this meeting, we debate it 3 weeks later without having that interference of having.
Yeah, and without requiring the waiver, because
Correct.
That's why I asked.
Okay, okay, so it's one of the alternatives.
it's the first one.
Okay, so that's what I would like.
So the next thing, there's only a few more recommended changes. In Schedule A, which is the agenda planning process, I'm recommending a change. So just about this specifying a date for a notice of motion, this just clarifies that if a date has been specified by a counselor for a notice of motion, that agenda planning can't move it unilaterally. It will be that date as specified by the counselor. So that's the amendment to Section 3 in Schedule A. And then in the public hearing schedule, I'm recommending a change to talk about what happens with documents that are, so normally for public hearing, there's a written submission date. And any of those written submissions that are received by that date, they're part of the agenda package. And if someone misses that date, they can come speak, make a verbal presentation. We've encountered in the interim a situation where someone came to give a verbal presentation, but during the course of the presentation, they either had a PowerPoint or gave a document, handed it out to council, and we didn't have clarity in the procedure bylaw about what to do with those documents. So I would just like clarity in here that if that happens, we are required then as legislative services to collect those documents and make sure they're part of the record for the public hearing after the close of the public hearing. So that's the change to Schedule E. And then lastly, the last change I'm recommending to Schedule F, which is the schedule about public presentations. This pertains to if someone wants to speak to an item that's not on an agenda. We would just like to require that in addition to providing their name and topic of discussion to legislative services before they make their presentation, they also give us the outline and the purpose of their presentation so that at agenda planning, that information can be known. So for planning purposes, when it should be heard, et cetera. So I'm recommending that change to Schedule F. And then Councillor Hughes, for your question about the 20 days, 21 days, that's the first alternative there. To change the waiver, the date, the notice of motion date requirement from 21 days to 20. This wording is not correct. We're not amending procedure bylaw, we're amending the amending bylaw. So we have the correct wording here in ledge services, but it's there. I just thought maybe that might come up too. So it happened in there for you. And that's it. So please ask any more questions and I'm happy to answer them.
So with the public presentations, how detailed are we looking at for an outline? Because that's kind of a vague thing. Like an outline could just basically be like,
Just to give us a sense, so usually our staff just talk or email with the person. So right now we just know the topic, and if the topic is very broad, we don't know what they're going to say or who we should have there. So just so we know, like, who should be there from admin to answer any potential questions, and to maybe help plan where it should go on which agenda, depending on what's all being discussed at the time. Just right now we have the topic, and a lot of the times it's like, I want to talk about ASPs. Well, it's very general. So this would at least give staff the ability to ask a little bit of more probing questions. So we have a bit more information.
But I think it's a couple of 3 sentences, right?
Yeah, summary is what you're kind of looking at.
Simply, I'm here to talk about LGBTQ+. Okay, what? I want to advocate, right, for, additional, it lets us know, is it a pro con, what the details are.
Right. Should we plan any sort of other arrangements as a result?
it's like an abstract.
Yes, well, just
Like in that way, like just, you're looking just for like skeletal, I guess you're saying, just so the way the corrections flow.
But
I understand.
clarity in relation to contact information, are you asking that services?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not saying that when somebody, I mean, in the past, I know that when people have presented at public presentations, they've had provide name and their address, which I don't. Like,
Yeah,
I think
I don't
it's, I don't like that from a
privacy perspective.
Well, I think.
But I think it's important that we have it, but it could be from a legislature,
Services to have.
Yeah.
But I would like, honestly, I would like residency. But I don't need to know if they live in Sturgeon County, or sorry, Sturgeon Heights, Braeside or Grandin, but I would like to know if they live in St. Albert. Nolan asked every.
Used to, yeah.
But he didn't say you couldn't speak. You're completely welcome, but I think it should be required to say where you live.
At the beginning of the presentation.
Whether you're speaking to something that's not on the agenda or you are, either way, I think that would be, as if you've got somebody from Calgary coming to complain about our Pride crosswalk, like, or Alabama or something like that. I think given today's divisiveness, I think the residency would be good information for council to know.
Yes.
Could that
I
be
guess
done
it's
as,
a lie, but.
could that be done as part of the registration process, right?
Like, I don't.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, yeah.
Confirm you're a St. Albert resident, that information.
I don't get that when you send me the list of people who's registered. I don't see.
No, we don't, well, we ask for their contact information. We could ask if they're a resident of St. Albert. And provide that information.
Yeah, and then it was removed, and so we didn't anymore, but we could actually ask if they're a resident of the city of St. Albert.
You ask that in public hearings?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're in the big public hearing on the development that Boudreaux Developments, it just does make a difference in your decision making as councillor. If they live adjacent, or if they live in the city, or if they live in Calgary. And
It's not required. It's not required for somebody to say, but it's certainly, I think, a very relevant question for councillors to ask of the presenter. Are you a resident of the neighborhood, or how far away are you from?
I think so. If it's in the procedure bylaw, gives us the team to insist.
But you're not gonna ask, like, excuse me, if you're just using a name, Bladen from ICF, like, you're not gonna ask him to say, well, I live in St. Albert, or I live.
No.
But it wasn't in our bylaw, so I couldn't,
Yeah,
right?
no, I know, but you wouldn't ask somebody representing a resident or anything else in a professional capacity, you wouldn't ask.
They're representing the applicant.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. No.
So the other thing I'm wondering, and you might have covered before or not, but since you've reviewed this, the fine tooth comb, Marta, you'd remember better than I would. For the public hearings, if someone's coming to speak, I think there was something in there where you have to say like your connection to it, or we didn't end up including that.
No, so the MGA says that anybody can come speak at a public hearing if they have a connection or they're affected by the subject matter, I think is the wording. So I had in the past said it would be nice if we required the presenters to say, this is how I'm impacted by this. And we didn't end up having it in there. So I think it's just available to counselors at all times to ask, like, how are you specifically impacted by this? Because I do think it's a relevant, information to know that I do live in this neighborhood and here's why it impacts me versus, well, I'm in Edmonton and it'll increase my drive time from here to here. Well, maybe that's not as relevant to the decision, right?
Right, because like what I'm wondering is like, let's say you're not part of the community, like in St. Albert, but you're like a friend of the developer and you're coming to speak on it and you don't, and as counsel, you have to get that's really your connection to it. So I'm just thinking, like, if you say I'm a resident in St. Albert, it's like, okay, that pretty much answers it in some ways. Like you don't have to go into great detail about, what you had for breakfast, but what their motivation is behind it. I guess, is there anything in there where that precludes us from asking that? I just think when we have a contentious public hearing, which many of us have gone through before,
there's nothing that precludes you from asking that.
Okay.
There's nothing that forces them to answer it.
No. And so we are talking about public hearings now, and there's also
should be for everything.
Well, that's separate and apart from I just want to make sure everybody's clear. So there's public hearings process, and then also just the speaking to an item on an agenda or an item not on an agenda on a regular council or committee of the whole meeting.
So could we have, I know you're talking, you're going to have you can have a question about residency for people speaking. Could we also have just not preventing people from doing it, but just at least informing us whether or not you are a resident when you register as well? You know what I'm saying for a public hearing?
But wouldn't that be a contact information? Wouldn't that be in the contact information?
I guess I'm asking, is it being covered? Because I'm just thinking when they come to speak, I can't remember.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the contact information would identify it. You're not going to allow them to give you a PO box number,
No,
But contact information, Cheryl, is
it's not.
phone number, email, right? Probably. Yeah, so but you could have a
okay.
little,
All right.
are you a St. Albert resident, check this box or something, I'm making
Sorry,
it up, but right?
Right. Yeah.
But often we don't actually, sorry if I may, quite often we don't get phone calls, it's emails that come to us, and then we have a template email that we send back. And so we could add that to the template email. It's just, are you a resident?
Yeah.
How are you affected? Are you a resident of the city of St. Albert, depending on what council chooses? Perfect. Yeah.
Do you need that added to the
Yeah,
bylaw?
do you need more clarity on that, Marta? Because contact information.
So it wouldn't, the public hearing process is, you kind of want to let everybody speak who says they're impacted. So if somebody refuses to provide their contact information, even though it's in the bylaw, I don't think my advice would be, well, they can't speak. So I think it would be almost a little bit more flexible if we could just on the legislative services side, follow up with the contact information and ask for it. And then you will know before the public hearing starts, we would send it to all the counselors. So you will know who's a resident, who's not, or who refused to provide that information before the public hearing starts, for the people who registered in advance. For people who just walk in or log in during the meeting, we wouldn't know because we haven't had time to do for the items first outside of the public hearing context, items about registering to speak and coming to speak. That's a different situation because it's not a public hearing, it's your meeting. So you can let anybody speak and have them conduct themselves in the way you like. So I would say for those ones, for items on the agenda or not on the agenda, we could put in to the schedule, you should say your place of residency, your name and place of residency prior to the start of your presentation.
Right.
I don't even know your place of residence, just if you are a resident.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to know that you're 11 Woodlands Road. I just want to know that you're, whether you are or are not a member
Place
of
of
the.
residency, because Sturgeon County might.
Municipality of residence.
Yeah.
Manitoba, right?
The municipality of
Yeah.
residents.
Yeah, municipality presence should be fine.
Madam Clerk, I got a question under 9. I know you didn't revise it, but given what happened in Leduc, if you're withholding something from the agenda package because it's hate speech, discriminatory language or defamatory, what are we saying? You can come do that in person?
This is a for public hearings.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're with,
Page you on?
well, that would be
39, is it or no?
69.
You're in that itself, right?
What page was?
69.
Well, 38 of the pack, 69 of the package, 38, 69 of the package.
Okay. yeah.
So you got it there. So we're withholding them. We reach out to them saying, can't put it in there because it's hate speech, discriminatory or defamatory, but you can come say those things publicly.
Well, that situation hasn't arisen. However, if it did, I think from the administrative side, we have like security arrangements prepared in the event that person who wasn't allowed to submit the written submission chose to come in person. There's also, I did review the procedure bylaw with an eye to that situation.
Okay.
And so that is a different situation entirely because they have like an open mic concept and people can just come. They don't have to say their name. They don't have to say what they're speaking on in advance. It's kind of a bit of a free for all, which we don't have. But we do have, we've always had a clause, we have a clause that the chair can cut somebody off if they're being disrespectful, and then they can call security in to remove them if it comes to that, or we can kick them out of a Zoom meeting.
So do we have a,
Fine.
yeah,
We do have it. It's in the body of.
We're gonna have a signal like.
I just, when I was reading it, it just,
Yes.
we're not going to let you put it in written form, but you're more than welcome, come speak it verbally.
Yes.
We can just be prepared as much as we
Okay.
can be, but we wouldn't know that they're coming unless they told us.
Right. Yeah.
This is, we know that they tried to submit this in writing, so at least we can act accordingly. We just don't know who might show up. It's a public hearing.
Good.
I think
Just get
many
that cut there.
municipalities have reviewed their procedure bylaw since last Monday, including Leduc. They've gotten rid of it. Marta, they got rid of their free for all.
Yeah.
And they were having free for all through their whole firefighter issues, and the mayor could not convince this council to change.
Moral advice.
And after that incident with the two speakers, they changed it finally. Other questions? Because are you done, Marta?
I am done my presentation.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to draft something for the items on an agenda amendment that I presume somebody would want to make to.
Take a 2-minute break and let her do that.
But I got a couple of this.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't in the public hearings. There was section 48. Oh, I gotta go with that. It's really not part of your things, but I just noticed something. It says that attendance by administration, the chief administrative officer and the clerk must be present at the meeting. Should we put in a chief administrative officer or designate?
No, because in the MGA, it talks about every time there's a reference to the CAO, it means CAO or designate.
Okay, perfect.
Good, but it's.
We're gonna make you come to every meeting, no matter how sick you are.
Back from my vacation.
Another thing I was thinking is this is a hell of a long bylaw. And so it's on the same page. Section 43 talks about the deputy mayor. Each councillor acts as deputy mayor based on the rotation assigned at the org meeting. We need to have that. 53, sorry. We need to have that. I was thinking maybe the definition of deputy mayor should be under definitions and then just get rid of this. Because we already talk about at the org meeting that we assign deputy mayor schedule. Like it's super repetitive. I'm just trying to cut this baby down because she's a beast.
You think those 2 lines are going to do it?
That was I was just thinking, wow.
But and I actually don't need to go into all of them,
Yeah,
but
but sure.
I feel like deputy mayor should be a definition, not a.
Yes, we could. I mean, I don't think it really shortens it that much.
No.
I think we still have to talk about just in one sentence, like we do, that the deputy mayor role, what their role is. I would honestly prefer to leave it
Okay.
as is. I could craft a motion to take it out and add a definition and.
There's no real role of deputy mayor anywhere in this bylaw,
No, it's
right?
to act.
It just says that you act as deputy mayor every 2 months, but it already says that under the org session, that we assign deputy mayor
Yeah,
on a 2-month rotation basis. So it said twice.
well, and this does talk about you have to have your org meeting and you have to set that schedule.
Mhm.
So it felt like it didn't need to be there. It's up to you guys. I really don't care, but 65, section 65, matter is introduced by the CAO or member of administration, not more than 5 minutes in length. We don't really give the staff a 5-minute timeline, because if there's a big meaty issue, I don't care if it's 15 minutes, we need a good presentation from staff. I don't know where that came from and I've never seen it.
Didn't know that was there otherwise.
She read the procedure, not just the changes
Explain
today.
stormwater. You have
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, you got 5 minutes.
You're gonna know.
So we just wanted to delete that, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, I think the process would still be it's introduced by CAO or member of administration assigned to present,
Yeah,
period.
timeline, yeah.
And then
Time
remove
limit.
the other portion, because
Yeah, just delete the last part of that. Okay.
otherwise just because we were asking questions.
And then the last thing I had, and it's nothing to do with the bylaw, it goes back to what happened on Leduc. Conduct of the public is section 78. Where he says you can't applaud, you can't boo, you can't cheer. Can we get that? Oh, yeah, can we get that printed and put in chambers? This is the basic expectations of code of conduct. Yeah, put it at a couple places, maybe at the door, the far side, on the back of my head.
On the back of your head.
Like I'm above my head in the wall.
The back of your head.
That too.
Yeah, because I honestly hate.
No, it's fair enough. Yeah,
Because
no.
it does allow for booing. It goes both ways, right? And it just makes somebody who's speaking in opposition of where everybody's either getting booed or applauded to feel that they it intimidates them to speak. So,
Spontaneous.
Ken,
So you open Pandora's box.
yeah, I'm sorry.
So 49, so are the duties of the chair at committee meetings different than the duties of a chair at a council meeting? So, I mean, do we have a separate description as to committee of the whole and Scott, when we changed it to committee?
No, so the definition of council meetings,
Yeah.
when I drafted this, it includes committee meetings.
Yeah, should we be more, because I mean, it just says the mayor when president will chair all council meetings unless. So would it,
think it's-
by in council meetings, do you include committee of the whole meetings and scowls and all that? Okay.
But it says there somewhere under SCAL that the mayor chairs. Unless.
Or.
I don't know if it does, because we
No,
haven't
that's- I
updated
was-
the
I was-
bylaw.
I was thinking of,
Council
you
meeting.
know,
I'm just saying, I mean, I know that in the past, when we had other separate committees, I mean, you had different members of council do it in the past and in the
the mayor
past.
shall chair committee of the whole and standing committee of the whole. Unless otherwise, that's section
Yeah.
21.
But I'm just saying, I mean, I guess it's something we can talk at the org meeting, whether or not you want to continue to do that, because we used to just have rotating through the
Deputy
deputy mayor. You-
Or when we had standing committee on finance, we decided chair for
Each one.
the whole year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought,
Well, so right now it is the mayor's the chair of,
yeah, or she could delegate it to another member if she so chose.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it says unless she's delegated responsibility to the member. So that opportunity always presents
Which Mike
itself.
has to do in September.
Yeah.
I already let him know.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm glad you told me, because I can zoom in.
Hey, no one to contest you.
Any more questions?
The agenda.
Charlie, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Councilor Maskey's, no, doesn't have her hand up, so you had one?
No, I would like that alternate motion for the 20 days. And
Okay.
I don't really care about putting the deputy mayor in there and mentioning it. I mean, it's only saving 2
No,
lines.
yeah.
So just so you don't have to go start crafting something for nothing, Marta.
But there's another one you were crafting, right?
Well, so I have, so that's before we take a recess, if I could just confirm, so the waiver, the 20 days, we'll change that. Change the public presentations part in 2 spots to make sure that people have to state their municipality of residence and their name when they begin speaking. So items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. And then from section 65(a), delete that part that talks about the time limit for admin presentations. So those are the 4 that I have that I'm in the middle of drafting. Is that everything? Sure. Yep.
I think so.
I just need to ask clarification, right? Do you want me to ask clarification around time or wait till we actually?
Nope.
What do you want to know?
Just in the, what's the difference between 21 and 20 days?
If it's 20 days, then you can give a notice motion today and debate it 3 weeks from now.
Oh, so you're,
If it's
just a calendar
20,
thing.
it's a calendar thing because it's being interpreted at this point that it's 21 between, not 21 after.
Not starting.
So if we do 20, then it would allow, but if we did a motion today, we could debate it in 3 weeks. If we did 21, it basically would be 4 weeks if it was presented to council motion today. So it just doing the 20 allows us to make a motion today and debate it in 3 weeks' time.
Okay,
That's all.
I'm just,
Otherwise it'd make it to 4
When the
or
clock-
more.
Otherwise you have to do a waiver.
otherwise we got, yeah, I mean, it just fills in, okay.
And then that's just the administration that we don't do in my.
Clock doesn't start today, it starts.
Yeah, and
Basically,
tomorrow.
it start tomorrow.
Yeah.
We don't do the 20.
Okay, fair enough. I got you.
Anyone else have anything else that we want Marta to draft? Okay, let's take,
5 minutes?
Just 3 minutes. I have most of them drafted.
Five.
I know, we want.
actually, we'll take 10, bio break.
10,
Yeah.
10.
Okay.
One motion.
Yeah.
It's gonna.
So I'm just gonna draft these real
I have the fun.
Squeeze. Yeah, I figured I'd get them all stuff right. So they just sit there and expand and.
All right, do we have like 4 different motions?
Have them all together and then to recommend that the bylaws amended be given 3 readings. So separately or all together?
Do you want to do all of them?
I'll do all of them.
Okay.
And if you guys want to split something, you just tell me.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, want me to read it?
Sure. We don't have to. First one is for the notice of motion waiver period.
Okay.
Second one is for the public presentations not on the agenda. Third one is for public presentations on the agenda. And 65A is the last one to remove that time limit.
That seems simple enough. Okay, the bylaw.
Mayor, just so you know, there's just a spelling error in 9.1. It says no instead of not.
Oh, not on the agenda.
No on the agenda, not, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Oh, cool. Okay, that bylaw 11/2023 be amended in the following manner. Adding a new subsection 6 as follows, deleting the word 21 in section 119(9) and replacing it with the word 20. Adding a new section 9.1 as follows, section 9 of Schedule F, public presentations is amended by deleting subsection 9A, replacing it with the following, the mayor will invite the presenter to state the name, municipality, the residents, and to make their presentation on the topic, not on the, and make their presentation on the topic, not on the agenda. Adding a new section 9.2 as follows, section 7 of Schedule F, public presentations amended by deleting subsection 7C, replacing it with the following. The mayor may invite any interested member of the public gallery to speak on to the agenda item. The speaker will provide their name and municipality of residence. And adding a new section 9.3 as follows, section 65A is amended by deleting the phrase, which shall not be more than 5 minutes in length unless a time extension is granted by the chair.
Okay. Or accepted, anyone have any questions of the administration or the mover? Go ahead.
I think we've discussed all of this in detail, so meeting, I got nothing unless you guys have a problem with it.
No. All right, call for the vote. All right, that's unanimous.
Okay, let's move on.
And then we just need one more.
You're not in the gallery.
Just the motion to recommend that the bylaw as amended be approved by council. Now it's recommending that amendments be made to the bylaw.
Yeah, that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council the bylaw 11/2023, being a bylaw to amend the procedure bylaw, be given 3 readings as amended.
Perfect. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Okay. And now we are on to land use bylaw, right?
Correct.
Yes. So, Adrian,
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn it over to
right over.
Colin. Yep. Kreviak, our or our development branch manager.
Okay. And so you've got with you Colin, Chelsea, and Michelle.
This is Chelsea and Barb.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you guys for coming. It's been long awaited, so I'll let you take it to what you're thinking so far.
Sounds good. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. As Adrian mentioned, I'm Colin Kreviak, manager of the development branch. And today I have with me Chelsea Thompson and Barb Dupuy. And along with Michelle Brooking and Adrian, we make up the core project team. I would suggest that if possible, if we take questions at the end, as it is possible, we'll answer your questions as we go through the presentation. So I'll go into slide number 1. So the land use bylaw is a document that is adopted by City Council that manages development within St. Albert city limits. The current land use bylaw was approved in 2005 and would benefit from an update. The goals for this project include the following: aligning the LUB with Flourish, the city's municipal development plan. The team has worked towards writing regulations that facilitate our goals for housing diversity, sustainable growth, mixed-use development, and preservation of natural features. Also updating and modernization of the document. So we've added new districts, we've consolidated lesser used districts. We're trying to simplify and streamline where possible. And we're working towards a more user-friendly document. Our deliverable will be one PDF that we post on the website and that we can later convert to an online land use bylaw in the last phase of the project. So I'll hand it over to Barb now for the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, Colin. I will now go through highlights of our proposed changes, starting with low density residential. We currently have 5 low density districts, and we're proposing to reduce that to 4. We're proposing to consolidate the R1 and R2 into a new district called the Low Density Residential, or LDR district. This will be primarily used in our established neighborhoods. We're proposing to keep the RX, RXL, and RFB districts that were more recently introduced, just with a few tweaks. For our rear drive housing products, we currently have about a 20-foot wide building pocket, and we're proposing to reduce this to an 18-foot wide building pocket in the RXL and RFB districts. I'll show you some drawings of that in a minute. For front drive homes, we currently have about a 24.6-foot wide building pocket, and we mostly propose to keep that the same. The only place we are asking to reduce the front drive building pocket is in the RFB district, where the front drive units are paired with rear drive units for alternating vehicle access. This is because there's still expected to be some street parking in those areas. We're also proposing some lot coverage increases. We've proposed to increase the coverage for semi-detached products from 47% to 49% in all districts. And we're proposing to increase the lot coverage on smaller lot RXL products from 42% to 47%. So when I talk about reducing the building pocket, I'm going to show you some illustrations of what that could possibly look like. On the slide, the dwellings are the black rectangles and the garages are the black squares, and the gray rectangles are the driveways. So on all of these drawings, the garage is in the rear because it's off the lane. So currently, for a rear drive detached home in the RXL district, we have a minimum lot width of 8.6 meters. And you can see that on the left-hand side of the slide over here. That allows for a home with a width of about 6.1 meters plus 2 side yard setbacks. On the right-hand side of the slide, our proposed reduced lot width is 8 meters wide. So that would allow a 5.5 meter wide house with 2 side yard setbacks. This proposes to lessen our lot width for this product by about 0.6 meters or almost 2 feet. On the proposed drawing, the garage is placed closer to the side yard property lines than the dwelling, and that's to ensure that 2 regulation size parking stalls are provided for that dwelling. So the next product is a 0 lot line drawing. So a 0 lot line is when a detached home is placed on the property line on one side, and then there's an easement on the other side. Currently, for a rear drive 0 lot line home in the RXL district, we have a minimum lot width of 7.7 meters. That's shown on the left-hand side over here. The lot width allows for a home of 6.2 meters wide plus 1 easement that's 1.5 meters wide. The garage is 6.2 meters, so it can accommodate 2 regulation size parking stalls currently. And then on the right-hand side of the slide is our proposed smaller lot. The proposed lot is 7 meters wide, and it accommodates a 5.5 meter house with 1 side yard setback of 1.5 meters for that easement. That's a 0.7 meter reduction from our current width, or just over 2 feet. On the smaller lot, you'll notice the red dotted box. That's for our parking options. So a garage that's built out to the maximum on these smaller lots would not be able to fit 2 regulation size parking stalls inside. So I'm going to talk about what the options are for parking in a minute. And then the last product that we're going to look at is the semi-detached. So that's where one side of the home is placed on the property line and the other side has a side yard setback of 1.25 meters, and these are built in pairs. So currently, for a rear drive semi-detached home in the RXL district, we have a minimum lot width of 7.4 meters on an interior lot, and that's shown on the left-hand side of the slide. And that allows for a home width of 6.15 meters and then the 1 side yard setback. And then on the right-hand side of the slide is our proposed reduced lot width. The proposed lot is 6.75 meters wide, and it accommodates an 18-foot or 5.5 meter wide house with the 1 side yard setback. And that's a proposed reduction of about 0.65 meters or about 2 feet. And so now I will talk to you about the garage options. So when the team was looking at the smaller lots, we do notice that the parking is impacted. As those lot widths shrink, the garage widths have to shrink, and we can't always accommodate two regulation sized parking stalls inside of a garage. So for flexibility, we wanted to show you that there are still ways that we can accommodate parking on site. So if you do have a wider lot, you can fit a 20-foot wide or greater garage. This is possible on that 8-meter wide lot because the garage can be slightly closer to the side property lines than the dwelling can. But for the smaller products, there's the option of building an 18-foot wide garage. And since it won't accommodate 2 stalls inside, a 6-meter deep driveway is also shown on that second drawing. This means that 1 stall inside the garage will be counted and the second stall will be counted on the driveway. Another option is a tandem garage. So it's 2 covered stalls. They're both inside and it's got that long and narrow design, and it does leave some amenity area on the other side of the garage. The next option is a single car garage with a parking pad beside it. So 1 stall will be counted inside the single car garage and then the other will be counted on the parking pad. The next option is a parking pad only. So we don't actually require a garage be built. The parking can be 100% outside. It just needs to be hard surfaced. So the parking pad can be a bit smaller than the garage because there are no walls. So there's fewer obstructions for the car doors to open. And then the last option is a tandem parking pad. Again, it's that longer, narrow design, but it accommodates 2 stalls outside and leaves amenity area on the side. So while we're on the topic of parking, we do expect to make some proposed reductions to residential parking. Currently, the parking requirement for apartments depends on the number of bedrooms that each unit has. We're proposing to reduce this to 1 stall per apartment unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms. We also plan to reduce visitor parking ratios for apartments and townhousing complexes from 1 parking stall per 5 dwelling units to 1 parking stall per 7 dwelling units. In terms of the residential parking for single detached, semi-detached duplexes and townhomes, we are asking to keep that 2 stall per dwelling unit minimum the same. And we are contemplating proposing a further reduction within the transit node mixed use district, which could be placed around our future LRT stations. This is because in those areas, they should have excellent accessibility to light rail transit in the future, but we haven't reviewed those districts yet. So to support continued growth of our urban tree canopy, we propose to add a landscaping requirement for our new lower density products. So these landscaping regulations would apply to the private property. So I'm not speaking about the boulevard trees here. Currently, we require 2 trees either be retained or planted for infill development in established neighborhoods on a private lot. And we're proposing to keep that infill requirement and add an additional requirement for new development in new neighborhoods. And that would be 1 tree and 3 shrubs for lower density products. We're also proposing to add more Plex options to help facilitate some of our missing middle housing forms. At this time, we allow duplexes in several districts, which are 2 dwelling units on 1 lot. We're proposing to expand this so it would allow for 3 or 4 dwelling units on 1 lot. These proposed triplexes and fourplexes could be placed on corner lots with lane access in both new and established neighborhoods. We think that if some of these get built, it could help with some gentle density at a reasonable scale, as these units are often the same height as a regular house. And I will show you some drawings. So on the slide are 2 examples of what these plexes could look like. On the left is a triplex and on the right is a fourplex. Both have lane access for the garages. In these examples, there are 2 proposed parking stalls per dwelling unit provided in tandem. So 1 stall's inside the garage and the other's on the parking pad. Both of the plexes are located on corner lots, and each dwelling unit needs to meet our minimum size requirement, which is 75 square meters. I will note that there are no lengths or widths of units proposed, so there's flexibility on how the square footage can be allocated. And even though the drawings have proposed unit outlines, the applicants will have flexibility to present floor plans that work for them. For our multi-unit residential regulations, we're also proposing some changes. We currently have 3 multi-unit districts, the R3, the R3A, and the R4, and we propose to reduce that to just 2. We're consolidating the R3 and R3A together to make one medium density residential or MDR district. And we're keeping our high density residential R4 district. We just propose to rename it to HDR. We've made some significant edits to our townhousing section. We've changed the wording to add more clarity. We've refined what districts allow townhousing, and we've reduced some separation distances to allow more site density on townhousing complexes. We added some options to the density bonusing sections of the medium density and high density residential districts, trying to make incentives more appealing for the development community. And we've increased building heights in the medium density residential district to 18 meters high. So on the previous slide, I mentioned reducing separation distances. So reducing separation distances between buildings is possible, but it often impacts the amount of building openings that are permitted. So the Alberta Building Code has a table of the maximum area of glazed openings in exterior walls. And the closer the buildings get to each other, the fewer openings they can have. So if the applicants choose to build closer together under the proposed regulations, they might have to design with slightly less glazing. And we're also proposing to add some landscaping requirements for medium and high density housing products. We were thinking of asking for a 3.5 meter wide landscape buffer on the townhousing, as their product heights tend to be lower, and then asking for a 6 meter wide landscape buffer on apartment buildings, as those tend to be higher in height. This is to try and soften and green some of those more dense sites. And secondary suites is our next topic. We're proposing to expand some of those secondary suite options within the city to help meet the housing diversity goals of the MDP. Currently, only one suite is allowed per single detached home. We're proposing to allow 2 suites per home in our LDR district, as long as one of the 2 suites is contained within the principal dwelling. So the LDR district is predominantly located in our established neighborhoods where there are wider lots and potentially more space to accommodate potential on-street parking. And we also propose to introduce secondary suite options for semi-detached and duplex dwellings within new new and established neighborhoods. This is to allow opportunities for more homeowners to help supplement their mortgage with tenants. We're also proposing to reduce suite parking requirements. Currently, the parking requirements are based on the number of bedrooms in a suite, ranging from 1 to 2 additional stalls. We propose to remove the parking requirements for the suite and only requiring 1 additional stall if there will be 2 suites on a parcel. Any required parking for the suite would be in addition to the requirements for the main dwelling. And lastly, we propose to increase the maximum floor area for a garden suite, which will now match the maximum area for a garage suite. And both opportunities could now be capped at 75 square meters, which is about 800 square feet. For home-based businesses, we're proposing to add additional levels of intensity by allowing employees and some limited signage. We think this will help meet the MDP's robust economy section. So currently we have 3 levels of home occupation, and we only allow employees in our T district, and we don't allow signage. So we're proposing to keep those 3 levels, but rename them. So home-based business level 1 would remain basically as a home office only with no employees. Level 2 was formerly called home occupation. We're proposing to allow 1 employee for level 2 home-based business, which is the category that most of our home occupations fall into. Level 2 would primarily be located in our new and established neighborhoods. And level 3 was formerly called major home occupation. We're proposing to allow 4 employees for level 3 home-based business, and those are limited to our annexed transition district areas. And we're also proposing on allowing some small signage, provided it does not interfere with the residential character of the neighborhood. So we recognize that downtown, a vibrant downtown, is a strategic priority for council. Our overall goal is to simplify and consolidate the development rights available within the downtown area in alignment with the policies in Flourish and DARP. We're proposing to consolidate the existing boardwalk, mixed commercial, and downtown residential districts into a single downtown district. That means we're proposing to expand the boundary of downtown, so it includes the area just north of the river that's currently boardwalk. Right now, the existing downtown has a lot of specific development regulations, and we are proposing to remove some of these. And next is a bit of detail on mixed use. So currently we have 2 mixed use districts. One of them is the DCNUV, and it is not used on any land parcels, so we're proposing to remove that district. And the other is DCMU, which we are proposing to retain because it is on existing sites. So we're proposing 3 options for mixed-use development. The first is a suburban style mixed use, and this can be used for areas identified in the MDP as mixed use nodes. The second is a replacement for DCMU. It's currently only applied at a handful of sites, and the proposed edits to this district are basically to replace new terms and titles for uses. We aren't looking to change the major parameters of those existing sites. And then the third is the new transit-oriented mixed use or TOD district, which could be applied around future LRT stations, supporting higher densities and building heights than are allowed in other districts and areas. And the goal is to make the best possible use of land around the future LRT stations and to encourage less auto dependency. And just a note, we have circulated those districts, but we have not yet finalized them. We're working on them currently. And now I will hand it off to Chelsea.
Thanks, Barb. So in regards to commercial, we currently have 5 commercial districts and we plan to reduce these down to 3 commercial districts. Our goal is to still have a hierarchy of commercial land use districts that would support our neighborhood commercial, our trail corridor, and regional commercial development. So our existing C1 and C2 commercial districts would be consolidated into one new district called neighborhood commercial. And the existing corridor commercial district is going to be renamed to the trail corridor commercial, which helps better align with the terminology used in the MDP. We're also looking to add intensification to the trail corridor, proposing lesser parking requirements, some increased building heights, and some moderate building setback amendments. The existing mixed commercial district is being consolidated, as Barb mentioned, into the downtown district, as that district was only applied to a handful of properties. And lastly, the regional commercial district that exists in South Riel is just being updated with some new terminology. So as Barb mentioned, we do have 3 options for mixed use development, including the new transit-oriented mixed use TOD district, which will also offer commercial components and opportunities. So for industrial, one of council's strategic priorities is financial sustainability. And so we've made some modifications to our industrial land uses to try to increase our non-residential tax base. So we currently have 4 industrial land use districts. They are BP, BP2, BPT, and CIS. 2 of these will be replaced or absorbed through consolidation of districts, and 2 of them will just have minor edits. So again, we're trying to create a hierarchy of districts in the industrial, creating the hierarchy of the business park, commercial industrial, and industrial land use district. And those will now be known as BP1, BP2, ICS, and IND. So we're proposing these 4 different districts, each with an increase in intensity. So the first one, BP1, is called Business Park 1, and that's envisioned as a high quality office park. It's a new district and it'll focus on uses entirely contained within the building and no outdoor storage. Then the next step, you're going to have Business Park 2, which will be another high quality area with some limited outdoor storage. This district is existing. You're going to find it mostly applied in Campbell Park North. That's where we have our BP2. We've edited the available uses in this district and removed the direct control component. Industrial and commercial service is also an existing district. It's applied mostly in Riel and the southern part of Campbell Business Park. We've slightly, again, tweaked some uses and the terminologies used, added some design parameters for the district, and also amended the name. It's currently CIS, Commercial Industrial Service, and we're flipping it to be Industrial and Commercial Service. So the emphasis is more on the industrial side of things. And lastly, we've added consistency within the 4 industrial districts for performance standards and building design criteria, edited the general regulations as well for industrial applications. For parking, so in terms of non-residential parking, Barb spoke earlier to residential parking, but for non-residential applications, we are planning some reductions. So this would apply to our commercial, our industrial, and our institutional type uses. Currently, we utilize ratios for parking requirements. So an example is one stall per X amount of gross floor area, or one stall for X amount of seats in the case of a restaurant or a drinking establishment. So we're proposing to change those ratios so that less stalls will be required. At this time, we're hoping for an appropriate reduction. However, we still have to actually review the parking section. It has been internally circulated, but it will be our next review after the mixed use component. So we still need to determine basically what that final amount or percentage will be. So that said, we are also contemplating a parking maximum around that future transit oriented development site, or the TOD, to limit large expanses of parking that may be required and encourage the access to the transit services. So from a design perspective, we've also added some language that encourages parking lots to be located in the side or the rear of sites, shielding the parking from the front of the street and presenting the building face to pedestrians. We've also increased some language in the landscape portion of the bylaw to require more landscape islands to break up long runs of stalls that you might see in some larger situations. This draft section is currently, as I mentioned, in circulation and will in fact be one of the last sections to be reviewed before we move on to the next phase. So Conservation Park, to meet the MDP's green environment goals, and council strategic priority of protecting waterways and green spaces, we're introducing a new district called Conservation Park, or CP district. So the intent of this district is to align with the park and recreation guidelines for conservation parks. So these are areas that will be designed for passive recreation. They'll still be able to have accessory structures like boardwalks and trails and garbage bins and benches, and an accessory parking lot is needed, but they're not typically where you're going to find things like play structures and outdoor recreation opportunities like ball diamonds or programmable fields. These areas will have more of a focus on environmental conservation, while still recognizing that there will be human travel and usage throughout the areas. So on the map you see there, we've proposed to apply it as shown on the slide. It'll include Coal Mine Park, Erin Ridge Ravine, Ellesmere Park, Oakmont Ravine. There's a natural area in Kingswood we flagged, the Braeside and Forest Lawn Ravines, Grandin Ravine, Grandin Nature Park, and Grey Nuns White Spruce Park. So in the future, this district, once as it is created, will be able to be used for other environmentally sensitive and naturalized areas as new area plans like ASPs are approved and move forward. So penalties and enforcement. So at present, the land use bylaw only has penalties or fines for offenses related to signage. That's it. The cost is $150 per sign offense. We have no other fines, and most enforcement is simply handled with letter writing campaigns, and if elevated, up to a stop order potentially. Other municipalities do have more robust set of fines and penalties, and we're proposing to follow their lead. So we're proposing to add new penalties for one, when a development permit is not obtained, two, when not complying with conditions of a development permit, three, continuing with development after a development permit has either expired or been suspended, four, not complying with the regulations that are outlined in the land use bylaw. These penalty amounts will vary from $150 up to $2,000, depending on the infraction and the district where the infraction has occurred. I will note that the penalties are just simply a tool in our toolbox for obtaining compliance. Our intent is that they will be used as a potential last step in the enforcement process. So for timelines, remaining project milestones and the estimated timeline, where we're at is the first is to finish reviewing the land use district section by section, which as mentioned was the mixed use, 3 districts and parking. And then after those are done, we're also going to be checking over the mapping that ISL, the consultant, is currently completing. So once we finish the draft review and the edits, we send all these items back to our consultant and they stitch it all together to form us a consolidated draft land use bylaw document. So once we receive that back, the core team then has a few items on our housekeeping or wish list, we call it, that we then need to go to and go and incorporate into this draft. These housekeeping items either arose as we went through the section by section review or were flagged by other members of the other stakeholders or team members. After we've done our edits, we'll then be able to release the document to the public and hold our public open house, our virtual open house, and conduct a second online survey for the information in component. We anticipate, obviously, there will be feedback and we've allocated time to incorporate such text refinements. We're not anticipating a complete change of course following public engagement, but more so just accommodating amendments, tweaks. So then we'll have proofreading and legal review required of the document to ensure that the text is enforceable and defensible. We also anticipate to do some stakeholder sessions for info out. Then that's going to be more focused on giving kind of basic highlights and information sharing of what has been changed, what was and what is to our key users. Then we'll have the council approval process at our bylaw to council, and that obviously includes the public hearing component. After approval, we plan to create an interactive, user-friendly online bylaw. That'll be done in partnership with High Tech Apps, and that was part of the RFP scope for this update. So lastly, after a major update like this, we're going to monitor implementation to see the impacts that the new regulations are having on the built form and our neighborhood and our neighborhoods, basically. And with that, this concludes our presentation on the Land Use Bylaw Update project. And thank you for your time today, and we're available for questions. Thank you for holding them till the end.
I'm sure there's quite a few questions. Adrian, when we went on the UDI tour, I'm going to get confused between building pocket the size of the lot, or what the size of the building you put on that lot?
So they were talking about like a 20-foot pocket on a 22-foot lot or something like that with their zero lot product. Yeah.
Right. So they said that nowhere in the region could you do 22 foot. And you said, I think you told me at the tour that we're 24. And am I beginning these pockets first?
So we can actually do on a rear access, you can do less.
I'm talking current.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the constraint is, and this goes back to, we probably don't remember this as one of your highlights of your political career, but in 2016, I think we had this big discussion about counting parking.
Oh, I remember.
But is it a highlight? I don't know if it's.
It was.
Yeah. So that's kind of where we see the pinch point, particularly the having a functional garage space. That limits your building pocket to what, 20? Is it 20?
20 on a rear drive, 20.
For the building, for the building itself, yeah.
Okay. So that's
why they were saying you can't do less than that. So Barb had shown those examples of the alternative ways that you could accommodate parking, where you could have parking either in tandem or once outside of a garage or something like that. But we wouldn't count garage space unless it meets our 5.8 times 2 for the interior width.
So you can do, just so for clarity, with the rear lot product, where you can currently do a 20 wide house.
Okay.
Pocket.
Okay.
We're proposing to reduce that to 18.
Okay.
So an 18 pocket. And when it comes to the parking, like what Adrian was saying, is that for the parking to be counted and incorporated inside a garage, the smallest garage for it to meet our parking standards would be 20. But it doesn't mean they have to do that. They have all these different options. But from a housing perspective, they can do an 18 house pocket. They'll be able to do they can do a 20, pardon me, right now. They could do an 18 based on our proposal for a rear lot.
And we went in an 18, did we not?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the smallest they showed us on the tour.
Yeah.
And now we would be able to do that in St. Albert.
Yes, rear access.
With creative.
Rear access off of
I can't remember if it's the one we went into. I think it had a front garage on an 18, but I can't remember.
We've been, I think the development industry has brought up the potential for front access, and while we see it with the residential front back, I don't think it's desirable. I think that there's ways to accommodate for a smaller housing product or a narrower housing product, but you
I think that you rely on the lane and rear access.
Okay. I should have come on that tour. Walking through an 18 footer was interesting.
I have a scanned copy of
Everything that we saw.
I can provide it to council if you'd like.
And then my other one was, we went into it was a duplex, I can't remember, but it had 2 cars in the garage. Do you remember that one? And do you remember how big that one was? They actually purposely put 2 cars in the garage to show that they would fit. It was tight, but they fit.
And a very slender person tried to walk between the 2 cars and hit the side view. Tried to walk between to take the pictures.
Do you remember how big that one was?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. Great.
They were all convertible, so I had to get it.
Yeah, they have to jump in.
We do have those dimensions in the field trip manual. They have the dimensions in there, I believe.
Yeah, I'll find that. And the last thing is, what is the feedback you're hearing from UDI on what we heard today? All of it, or have we heard back from UDI yet?
So so to date, we have had some discussions with the stakeholders, being like with industry. So we've had some meetings with that. We do understand what their wish list items are, and they are either being looked at and investigated based on what other communities are doing. But they would be offered opportunities as a stakeholder when we have a draft.
Okay.
To be involved in the process there.
So we had to come here to, I guess, make sure we weren't too wildly afield with council before we resumed our engagement with development and building industry.
And Chief, you're looking from council, like either you could continue to put the brakes on.
Yeah, and if there's any specific feedback on any things that kind of, trigger with you, or like, I know we have through the years, we've kind of identified, we keep a wish list of things that different council members have brought up, or different industry has brought up, or staff. And we've been trying to work through that to make sure that we're accommodating those things, or at least considering those things. So again, if there's stuff that you're not hearing us talk about or seeing, and it's something that has been an issue that's burning brightly for you, you can let us know. Otherwise, we'll just plug in along, and then we'll come back with a little bit, chapter and verses.
Well, I love
later on.
very sweet stuff. That's good stuff. And it's not nearly as drastic as what Edmonton's doing.
Yeah, this is
Eliminating. What they're doing.
This is a much more tempered approach.
Yeah, they're eliminating all restrictive.
Yeah, you can basically build it anywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So with the regulation, I mean, we do see that as an opportunity to increase housing attainability, and it increases it both for like the mortgage holders and for renters. So there's a great opportunity there, but yeah, we're still more conservative than.
Oh, yeah. We're not as big as Edmonton, so.
Yeah.
I've got Shelley and I've got Natalie, and then I'm in the room, I've got Mike, Wes, okay, Gina, okay. Shelley, you're first.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple questions. When you're building right to the lot line, like you showed in the last 2 examples right on this screen that was just up there, what is the space between residences, or are you just counting it as duplexes touching each other when you're building right to the line?
Those would be 1.5 meters apart, those homes.
So you're talking like not even, 2 feet sort of in each person's.
1.5 meters.
1.5 meters.
5 feet.
5 feet.
But the 1.5 showed in your other display on the other side, on the wider side, and then you said you'd be building right to the line on the other side?
Correct.
Yeah, so Councilor Bermansky, the zero lot line product, it relies on like a pattern. So you have if you look on your screen on the left side, you've got that 1.5 meter setback. And then on the right screen, you're on the right side of the property, you're up against the property line. And each of those lots has to have that same configuration. So you're relying, your setback between your houses on one side is your neighbor's setback. And on the other side, you're up against the property line. So it has to be a repeated pattern.
Okay, and when you're up against the property line, what do you, like, where's the fence built, or are you building fences in those areas? Like on whose property line?
Councilor Bransky, so in the zero lot line, basically you still have, the property line is still the property line, so the fence would go up. In the one case, it would go up to the corner of the house that's against the property line. Then you'd have the length of the house and then it would continue up along that property line. In between the two houses is an easement, and the easement defines what can or cannot, more so in regards to obstructions, go in there. So it's creating that building separation, but the fence itself would still be located on the property line.
Okay, and what's the width of the, like the front entrance versus an alleyway? And like, have we had any, like feedback of plowing the alleyways for entrance in the back?
Just for clarity, Councillor Bermansky, are you talking about like the road right of way? The width of
Yes.
the road versus the width?
Yes, the road.
Okay, so they are at different engineered standards for a public residential street versus a lane. The lane product obviously is new and we're just seeing them built out, but that's something I'm not aware yet of feedback from Public Works in regards to difficulties with lane.
And we don't tell you about picking up garbage.
I was gonna say, I think we do hear, I guess, from the builders when they're building, and then we hear it from the maintenance side or the operational side. The lanes do get impacted by snow, and then with garbage collection there, you have to go down the lane 2 times, which is like a street. But then if you have front access on the other side of the street, then you're doing basically 3 times for those blocks to pick up all the garbage.
Right. I was kind of thinking of the tandem parking there, like there's nothing more inconvenient than tandem parking, trying to schedule who's leaving and who's, and then if your alleyway's not plowed, I could see that as, as not convenient at all. But have you had much feedback on tandem parking, or was that just an idea in design?
Councillor Bermansky, so the options for how the parking can be provided is either, it's really creative design. If someone wasn't, in favorable to the tandem, they could pursue the double pad. They could pursue a garage and a pad. We're just trying to show the options that they would have. So I do know that when we started getting skinnier products in townhomes and stuff, tandem single garages accommodated having the narrower dwelling width, but then still also being able to have parking in places for your bikes and your strollers and things like that. So quite a few of the townhomes do utilize tandem single garages.
Okay. And then the other question I had is the TOD that you have in and, parking, reducing parking near future LRT. Like, why are you putting that in the plan at this point when the LRT isn't in the plan at this point?
So thank you, Councillor Bermansky. That would be planning for the future. So we are trying to make sure that those areas around the future LRT stations, when they get redeveloped, they are suitable and don't have large areas of parking where pedestrians have to cross those parking lots in order to get to a future station. It's just trying to plan in advance for the future, even though we know the LRT might not be here for a while.
Okay, and my last question, thank you. The penalties that you advised that you're following other areas with the stiffer penalties and develop permits for signs and such. Who are the other areas that you're following that do that?
So we have looked at several different municipalities. I believe we looked at Edmonton, we looked at Calgary. I think we also looked at Leduc, Fort Saskatchewan, Beaumont, I think was also one of the municipalities that had them. So our proposed setup is sort of a looking at all of those municipalities and then trying to find the right fit for St. Albert.
Okay, I think that's, the 1.5 between homes, what is the fire regulation and what has it been for a long time? Is it always been the 1.5 or?
So the zero lot line product, they do require extra fire rating between those homes. For our other detached products, the 1.25 on one side plus another 1.25 on the other lot means that they don't have to have that extra fire rating because they do have enough space between those two dwellings.
Okay, Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Mansky, we've been invited and I encourage you to take up either Courtney or UDI's, the tours of these things really show you where the windows are, where the fire ratings are, where the side doors are. It's good to walk around them. Because then you'll understand kind of what we're seeing. We've got them in St. Albert and yeah, we have tandem in other developments has tandem. I had Natalie, you're up next.
Thank you. My first question is about, I think it's the level 2 and I guess 3 home occupations, just to confirm that's just being proposed for newer areas. Did I understand that?
No, so that could be for our new or for our established neighborhoods. So the level 2 home occupation would be the new or established neighborhoods. And then the level 3 home occupation, that would just be for those recently annexed transitional district areas that are more rural in nature at this time.
Okay, so for the level 2, I mean, right now we already have a lot of businesses that are kind of operating under the radar with employees. So
They are. No, I'm just kidding.
keep them kind of going under the radar, or are we trying to include them in the new bylaw? Can you comment on that?
So Councillor Jolly, we currently have these exact 3 things. We're pretty much just renaming them into a leveled structure. We're not, if they're currently operating and they have an employee, I guess the changes would benefit them. We do get inquiries where someone would like to have an employee because they maybe do quite a bit of packaging or baking or something to that effect. So, we have heard that having employees or the ability to have a sign in their window would be something that would benefit them. Wouldn't say that we're going to go actively look for non-compliance when the regulations are in. That would be part of the education and information out to advise people, hey, we've now expanded your opportunities as a home operator.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is about parking minimums. So parking minimums are kind of dropping, not only in big communities like Edmonton, I think they dropped their parking minimums in 2020, but also smaller communities. So I'm just curious about why we're proposing to keep minimums.
So that's a great question. We have looked at other municipalities who have dropped those minimums. We were proposing a little bit more of a conservative approach right now, and we want to see how those other jurisdictions, what happens over the long term. And so this would allow us to still have some reductions in parking that are a win for people, while still maintaining a little bit higher of a level. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Perfect. I think I had Mike, then Wes, then Sheena. I think that's where I went. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter which way we go. I'd just like to start on the conservation part zones, which I love. Great to see those identified. I had a question specifically on how they were selected in 2 areas that I'm aware of, one in Heritage Lakes that is, the 2 little ponds and the trees. That's been undisturbed land for ever since I can remember. I'm just saying, is that missing or could it be added? And likewise from Drew all the way down the walkway all the way down to the lake, is a lot of that has been undisturbed land as well, and has been actually over the years renaturalized. Was there a conscious reason that isn't shown there? And then the third question would be, there's nothing identified in the new areas or annexed land that we would think would be actually available for a conservation park designation. So there's kind of 3 questions here, I guess.
So in regards to the future, like the transitional and annexed areas, so we didn't preemptively identify those because they wouldn't be assigned a land use district until like an area structure plan or something of that nature was coming forward. So obviously when that's coming forward, that's when we're going to flag.
St. Albert West area structure plan
Yeah.
to identify
Yes.
preservation or protection along that corridor. So you won't see it until we have the St. Albert West ASP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
a timing question.
Yeah, it's just a timing thing, right?
Okay.
In regards to your other two, not knowing 100% the specifics or like the land parcel designation. If the area is for the Heritage Lakes, if it's a storm pond, like purpose-built storm pond, we didn't flag those, but we'll check into the Heritage Lakes one. And then the Lacombe Park, I know you're talking about basically the interlinked walkway systems.
Yeah.
There, we didn't flag just walkways, but we'll look at that and see if there's components of it that would maybe be.
Yeah, there's an area just more to the south. The north part is quite a developed walkway, I would say, but the south, the ravine and kind of east of the berm that's down by the lake has been left natural for years. It's still, and anyway, it just was an observation of maybe something to look at.
Sure, thank you.
The other question I had was with parking and one stall per dwelling unit, which is great. I think, get away from car usage and get more flexibility, but how does that apply to buildings that haven't been built yet, but are being planned? Like when would this go into effect? And is there would developers be waiting to do a development until these new rules came in for like a big apartment building or where Botanica is only half built out, or some of the buildings that are kind of on the books, right? With planning in current land, that would they be able to just wait and say, oh, I'm only going to build, my 10-story building and then get the new rules to apply? Or is there some grandfathering, or how does that work?
So I guess I'll try to take a crack at it first. Councillor Killick, what happens is whenever their application is applied for, they would be processed under the rules at the time. So if somebody comes in now, if they don't want to wait for the amendments to be done, then we just process them under the existing rules at the time. And if the rules change, if council approves some changes, then they're just a non-conforming. They may be a little bit out of step with whatever the new regulations are. We do know, I think you had asked about, like, are people waiting? We have had discussions with UDI, and we're particularly interested in the R3, R3A sites. So that's the kind of townhouse and medium density townhouse apartment sites. And they in fact asked us to consider whether we would promote or move forward just those regulations independent of the rest of the LUB, and bring the rest of the LUB later, because just from a timing perspective, they need to do, basically they have to do their lotting planning in the fall and then their subdivision in the winter in order to access construction for the 24 season. We looked at timelines and schedules, and we just don't feel like it's not really a feasible kind of alternative for us to consider, because there's so many interconnected components that you're trying to then mesh up what we're developing in total with this entirely new bylaw existing. And it seems like what we're going to recommend is that we would recommend or encourage them to make sure that we're on the same page as far as what we see that medium density product working like in those development regulations. And then, I guess work with us and maybe demonstrate a little bit of extra trust in their lotting that is going to be something that they can develop in 24 when everything is approved
So, yeah, that was the gist of my question. We don't want it to be holding up.
Yeah.
Like, we've kind of shown our long-term direction, but we don't want to hold up developers from something that they may have already said, yeah, we're chomping at the bit. We want to do that, but that was, okay.
Yeah, and so a lot of times we work with development industry a lot to do kind of, I guess, pre-application reviews on things to make sure that it would mesh once a regulation comes into effect or something, or once a direction is adopted or something like that. So we can do those types of things behind the scenes and work with our development partners to do that. But to pull it out and to do it separately, we just don't think it causes more problems than it solves, I think, for us.
And then in the other point around signage for home-based businesses, it says be sympathetic to the neighborhood or something like that, or the character of the neighborhood. What does that mean? Like, does that mean like a for sale sign would be okay that said, grandma's daycare or what would that?
Councillor Killick, I think what was meant was that the proposed size that would be allowed for a home occupation would be of a scale that was appropriate, that you would expect, not a billboard on someone's front lawn. So I unfortunately can't remember specific numbers, but you're going to be expecting something that would be smaller and either in a window or on a lawn. Yeah.
Just if I could, while we're still here talking about those two ponds in Heritage Lakes, those are in public utility lots, so they are part of a planned stormwater collection system.
Okay.
And that wouldn't meet the intent of the conservation district.
Would
not.
Would not.
Because the intent of conservation district is kind of more natural.
Okay.
Even though
they look
there, there's ducks there and everything else, but it doesn't meet the kind of the specific defined intent.
Okay, good. Let's go back a long time, which is fine. Yeah. I have other questions, but I'll come back to them. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd too like to talk about home-based businesses. So we're proposing to eliminate R1 district. And it's going to go into, low residential, low density. So I've always been opposed philosophically to allow sort of businesses in R1 districts. So how does that play out now if we have another sort of application for a salon, for example, where they have one employee, but they're going to put out a business where you have a constant stream of customers. How does that play?
So thank you for your question, Councillor Broadhead. So from a procedural and review perspective, nothing would change. So home occupations are discretionary uses in the majority of the districts because they have different nuisance factors. So one, depending on the hours of operation, the lot size, the lot location, the available parking, are they in a keyhole? Are they on a straight road, et cetera? The scope and the scale of each one is reviewed based on the merits of that application. So being that it's discretionary, we review that scope and we look at the parameters that they're wanting to operate on. So basically, whether it's was existing right now, you can have a home-based business in R1 and R2 currently. It's just taking those two and it's putting it together. So nothing procedurally or from a review perspective would really change. With the extra layer of now that there is an employee, where would the employee park? How does that impact the scope of what they're wanting to do? So a hair salon at one location might check a bunch of boxes for appropriateness, where another one, maybe they want to be open 20 hours a day and they're in a keyhole and they have one parking spot and they want to have,
So what in the regulation would prevent the latter from making application? So 20 hours a day, you have 20 customers coming.
Right. So they can make an application for a home occupation based on the scope that they wish to propose. So there's nothing stopping them from applying for something that might be a little bit tipping the scale into not appropriate. But we do have provisions for home occupations whereby it says, you know, home occupation shall not create excessive noise or unreasonable levels of volume. If the development officer determines it's more appropriate in a commercial area, that also supports our decision making. So they could apply for anything, but basically the review, the requirements of a home occupation, those base requirements and the merits of our review would be.
Does it come to council now? Ever? Does it ever come to council?
A home-based business?
Mhm.
No, it's because it's subordinate to the principal dwelling. So you couldn't, it's not of a scale where you're going to convert a whole house into a business. So it has to be accessory to the principal dwelling, operated by the resident of the home. So it's always subordinate and accessory to. It's not the converting of a home into a full business.
So council gets involved in this decision when they approve the regulations to allow it in the LUB, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because now you're allowing signs and so we have, here's an example. It's a real live example. New neighbor coming in next door. They applied to have a home, child home next door. So we got notified, hey, knock yourselves out. Welcome to our neighborhood type thing. But under the new thing, now they can put a sign out there. And do we get notified under those circumstances or how does that play?
So procedurally, it's still the same. It's a discretionary use. So part of a home occupation as well, we often do require them to do a neighborhood consultation.
Okay.
Pre-application, they come and they give you an idea about their scope, but then also upon approval as a discretionary use, you'd be notified. So the only change would be that they may be allowed to have a sign out as part of that home occupation, or that they may request to have.
Appropriate sign.
Yeah, because it's still even the signage, it's regulated by the land use bylaw. So there's provisions for where it can be on the property, in a window, on a lawn, and there be a maximum size.
Okay, and will these signs be included in the new schedule? It's not a schedule, it's going to be part of the bylaw.
But it would be contained in the sign regulations, correct?
Okay, so and speaking of sign regulations, I've been waiting 2 years now for the sign regulation. When am I going to see this?
Illuminated or digital?
Yes,
Yep.
PS1 districts.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, we have a file on each of you. No, I'm kidding.
Not really, yeah.
You confirmed it now.
No, but obviously, there was on our wish list certain things. And so when we did do the section by section review, we did a section by section review of the current Schedule C, which will now be a sign regulation portion. And part of that was looking at the introduction of digital for the PSI district, which would be your churches and your schools and your institutional type uses.
It's just been waiting a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go back and say wait a little longer.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Checks in the mail, Wes.
Well, I just remember the conversation. Please let's not debate it now. Let's wait for the land use bylaw.
Yeah.
And so now it's going to be 2 years.
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Gina, okay, a couple of things. You guys have caused me a lot of stress in this presentation, so I'm not as happy as everybody else. The people who came last October about the boardwalk and they wanted to be able to train. So with these changes, would they be able to do
The first aid, yeah.
they'd be able to do their classes?
That's, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to just double.
We broadened the uses, and frankly, that area would be part of the expanded downtown district anyway, so yes.
Would be cool then.
Yes.
So when I look at the parking, I think we're just creating parking nightmares. Like I look at what Edmonton has done with their narrow lots, and I know people who live there, and it's like you're fighting for the spots on the street to park because you haven't got them otherwise. And you get them and it's almost like George Costanza, like I got a parking spot, I'm never moving it again. And it gets so we have that kind of a situation I see happening in other places that have put this in place. So I am concerned of just with the practicality of it. Like I know Councillor Romanski said, like the tandem, yeah, you can do tandem, but if you know that you're the first car in and he's gonna want, you're gonna want to leave first, you're gonna have someone park on the street because you don't want to have them move all the time out of convenience. It's just about the practicality of this. So when I look at this, I'm like very concerned about what the neighborhoods will ultimately look like in the end, because we're not even gonna have the street parking. Like, I know you have the front, if we're doing rear, then you're gonna have the front. They're gonna be so close together as well. Like you're looking at 18 feet, basically, right? So an F-150 is 21 feet. So you can't actually fit trucks to trucks to trucks, for example. Like, you're gonna have issues even trying to fit anything larger than a Corolla, and that's assuming you went like just straight on. Yeah.
So it's something that we're pretty sensitive to, and that's why you're seeing kind of a half step on parking instead of a leap on parking. And frankly, I think when we talk about like the residential front back and front access in these more dense neighborhoods, it does create a lot of challenges with parking, street furniture, utilities, street trees, et cetera. But we talked about as in this fall, if we do a field trip, that it might make sense to go into one of our new developing areas and take a look at how it works with particularly the front access, because frankly, in a perfect world, I would recommend that you don't allow any front access on these narrow products ever. So that's
No street parking at all is what you're saying?
no front access driveways,
right.
because the curb cuts are what kills you.
Yeah.
With a lane,
you
have parking.
Yeah.
And especially we build a street that has, on two sides, so you've got adequate parking between garage, driveway, and on street.
Right.
Once you start to do the curb cuts for the front access,
you're done.
You really lose out. And if the lotting is just a little bit off, like you said, or if you don't have a smart car, if you've got a F-350 or something like that, good luck. It could
be the number one vehicle is an F-150.
Yeah, and we're pragmatic about it. We recognize, I think Alberta 70 or 75% of all the new vehicles sold in Alberta every year are mid-size SUVs or larger.
Right.
So that's why we have that garage parking requirement, and that's something that we've spent a lot of time on.
So I just looking at the reality, right? Not the thing. So that's my concern. My other thing is, how much length are you giving? Because I can't see the numbers on the parking, so, we have the width, and so how many feet are we in width or for the park? Let's look at the tandem. How wide is that little guy? That's 2.6, right? So, and I'm going in an F-150 again, because I'm just looking at reality of we'll call it worst case or realistic scenario. And so the F-150 is 2 meters wide and it goes up to 21 feet long. So how long of a parking stall are you allocating for your parking per stall? Like, when you're saying this is the length, is it 2 F-150s or is it 2 smart cars?
So it's 2 legal land use bylaw stalls.
Which is what?
5.8 deep by 2.6 wide. So 19 feet deep.
Okay, so it's less than a truck. Because a truck can be up to, no.
Yes, because when we're talking parking stalls. We're picturing unobstructed, like in a parking lot, I can open my door. I'm not bound by walls. So that's why the parking stall requirement is different than the interior garage requirement.
Okay.
Because you have those limitations.
So for the truck, like I'm looking at the length, for the garage, the length.
Yes.
That's 5.5 times 2. So you're looking at, if you had a truck, you'd have to have a small car to fit in there with 2 cars, right?
Garages are 6.1.
The garage?
Tandem garage, or like the case, the garage is 6.1, so we know that won't fit a truck. And that most garages don't, so I'm not blaming you on that, Adrian. Like, most garages don't fit a full-size F-150, they only fit a short box.
If you get a king cab and a full box,
because they're.
I happen to know.
Yeah.
So, and then the driveway also would not fit it. Right? Because it's 6 meters and it can go up to 6.36 meters. It would be ideal if we're going to do this, that we make sure that we can accommodate the truck vehicles. At least you could park the truck somewhere, whether it's on the parking pad or in the truck garage. And I realize it's probably not going to be in the garage, like an extra large one, but right now we actually don't have a spot to accommodate them.
We're only proposing shortening or making the rear access smaller.
Right.
Front access stays the same, so.
Well, the front
because of the
access is
curb
just a
cuts. No, because the curb cuts. So, the front
buildings.
access gets smaller, but they will have a ton of street parking, plus garage, plus pad.
They wouldn't have a front pad with this, though. It would just be rear parking, right?
They have a garage, back pad, and then front street parking.
Yeah, street parking. So we'd have to count on the street parking for that.
Yeah, you'd be
Yeah.
on street.
So,
They're not changing anything with the front.
yeah,
And unless we change the driveway or the interior garage depth to like a 7 something, like a 7 or 7.2.
I mean, I don't expect the garage to be 7 because it doesn't accommodate an extra large, it's just like that, and it never has. But there needs to be something where, if nothing else, we need to say, where are we gonna put these little guys? Because if you go to any street, there's like at least 3 F-150s parked at any one weekend, right? Like it's not, these guys are not actually existing. So I just want to make sure, because my concern is about if we're not going to ensure that we have all this parking on the lot, that we ensure we have it on the street, that they're not fighting for this, for the street parking. And so whatever accommodations we do have to say, we're going to be using overflow on the street and recognizing that and making sure the streets are wide enough to accommodate that. Because we also get this narrowing of streets and then it's just like, everyone's like, everybody's suck in, we're going through and there's cars on both sides or something. And it turns out the car does not actually track like that when everybody does it. So, like I've been places where they're like, okay, you must put in your side mirrors. That's not good. Like, so, and then you have to use my husband's measurement of bags of room of whether or not we have it, or we've actually driven and said, you have lots of room, you have 3 inches like that. We've actually driven that. And like, that's just not a skill set that I could do. So I just want to make sure that we don't compound it, because I know there's always talking about narrowing of roads and then narrowing of parking. But we all know we're actually still driving cars. No one's gotten rid of any of their cars. No one's gone down. So I was 4 cars, now I'm down to 1, right? And I'm going to Costco on the bus. No one's saying that. So we just need to accommodate that. The other thing I was concerned about was.
Do you have a bunch? Because we're gonna take a break and go back to questions. So.
You know what? I can come back after lunch.
Yeah, because if you have a bunch, we can take a break now.
I have like
because I know
4 more.
Ken's-
So
Yeah,
you know
why
what?
don't we take lunch?
I'm not getting any younger. We can go ahead.
Yeah, why don't we take lunch because it's here and it's getting cold. It's 12:30. Yes,
sure.
Okay, we will kick off with, you had 4 more questions
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Councilor McKay, and then I can go second round if you want.
Okay,
Wes?
so, okay, so a couple questions. You mentioned that you were increasing the medium density heights from 18 meters, but from what?
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the question. It was from 15 to 18.
Okay, so we're allowing 1 more story, is that right? So 18 would be 4 stories or 5?
I think it's
5 stories? Okay. And then the medium density, is that that's considered like apartments, or is that being considered townhomes? Just because I forgot already.
So townhomes could be placed in that district and a low rise apartment could be placed in that district.
So we're considering low rise as 5 stories now, and we can have a 5-story townhome.
You could have stacked town housing.
Okay, that would be
like that tall, but probably not a single unit.
okay. Okay, the concern about the parking for the commercial, so are you with what Councillor Romanski said about the TODs, about that's not coming up next year, right? About changing the parking requirements for a TOD that doesn't actually exist because there is no actual transit there. It would be coming after the plan was enacted, I suppose, for an LRT.
So we're actually going to propose those reductions with our amendments currently that are happening. So when we went to council, those would be included for smaller, but none of the parcels have been designated that district at this time.
Okay. I mean, the reality is the LRT may or may not ever manifest. So the idea of reducing parking for something that doesn't, that we have no plan of when it will even occur. It seems like if anything, it should say that there should be a step in there saying that this is planned but will not be enacted until you actually have as a bare minimum this.
So, yeah, if I can touch on that. I guess the idea is create nodes of density that could be served by transit, and whether it's LRT or BRT or whatever it is, it doesn't particularly matter if it's like a fixed rail service. That's not the point. The point is to have these nodes that are going to be dense enough and well, they're dense enough and they're not allocating a lot of surface area to vehicle storage. Because I guess those two are counterproductive towards each other. So that's kind of like, we need to start now. And as we build that environment, we want to have medium density plus kind of things, higher numbers of people plus jobs up in those areas to facilitate whatever transit option becomes available. So I don't know if that helps at all or not.
Yeah, my concern is just that we are taking out the parking and we actually aren't even providing the alternative. First of all, I don't think the alternative is going to actually make a dent to the actual parking demands. And that's the other challenge, is that even if we say everyone can take the bus, will they only take the bus? Will they not require a car ever? Because even if you say, I'm going to take the bus to and from work and to visit my friends, which I don't think would probably happen either, because they probably aren't on the bus routes. But so you're still going to require a vehicle, and ultimately it may be parked even longer if you're actually using the bus for some of your services and then not for others. So I understand the ideology behind this, but I'm just saying that, first of all, I'm not sure that their ends will actually achieve what they're thinking, which is that people are going to get up their vehicles. And the second thing is that if we start cutting out the parking and we don't actually have it set up, or if we have the BRT set up and we say that this is at least enacted, that's different than saying we're going to have a BRT someday, but we're reducing the parking today. So there may be something where we need to have actually a trigger that takes place before we'll say that can be built to that standard.
And it might be a bit of a chicken discussion too, because you need the density for the BRT, but you need for the high transit service, but you need to make high transit service worthwhile.
So yeah, so I guess there has to be something where there's some kind of a pre-agreement or something, even if you were to say that we are going to be doing a rapid transit in some form upon the completion of this project immediately, and not like at Riverside where they're still asking for bus service. And if we had something, I realize we don't have that, but let's say we had something there right? And it's 10 years out and we now have insufficient parking with no alternate options for them for transportation. This is just, we have to have it somehow merged together. And even then, I'm still doubting whether or not we'll actually have decreased demand for parking and we're not just creating more problems. I look at the communities that have done this and like, there's a lot of issues with the parking issues because the idea that we're going to give it up, I don't think is actually what happens. And, you know, maybe in 10 years time, it might, maybe they'll be like, we're all sharing our vehicles or something. And I don't know, like they do for other things. And then that opportunity for, but it won't eliminate the parking need altogether. But we just have to keep that in mind just for the reality. But definitely we shouldn't cut something unless you have a solution. If I tell you have to cut out food, but I don't actually give you another option of something you're going to do to consume, I'll have to starve you. And I don't want to starve people out of the situation of creating frustration on that. And the other thing you had was less parking by commercial. If it is by a TOD. And I am trying to figure that one out because the TOD is where you live, but those people were not going to park on the commercial anyway. If I'm going there, I'm not living by a TOD, I'm going to be driving there. So there's one thing to say you need less potentially for residential, than to say we don't need it for commercial, where those people are ultimately, because I'm thinking how many people go shopping and take the LRT to get their stuff back? Like honestly, like regularly as the only form of getting through there, right? Like it's going to be a limited number going on there, unless we're thinking we're creating a downtown district and but then they have parking. So I'm just like letting, you know, like that, I'm thinking that we're not, that just the user base of what we're using for this is not necessarily reflective just because you have a high transit beside it. The other two more things. So you mentioned forgive me if I missed it when you were gone, Mike, but the River Valley is not included in that conservation park area at all. And I know we have like ball diamonds, et cetera, but we didn't include it at all. And I'm just wondering what the thought process was of even at least acknowledging the stuff that we currently have, because we could just go around the ball diamonds and just go to the trail, for example, and then recognize it on either side of the trail or however it is. Because I remember we do have that motion.
Yep.
Remember the motion? I know, you know. And that would be a way to acknowledge that motion.
Yes.
Say this is it.
We've talked about that a little bit.
Okay. And you didn't want to do that.
I wouldn't say that. It's just,
okay.
This is where we are right now.
Okay. Well, this is my feedback to you.
Yeah.
Do with it whatever you like. The other thing I had was the penalties. So I'm wondering, with the penalties for the direct, what you call it? There we go, BPs. So let's say that there's some person who builds a deck, because I'm thinking of SDAB at my experience with the SDAB. So if you had somebody who they came to SDAB and they either built a shed or they built a deck or something, and then they realized after the fact they needed to have a development permit. So they came back, they were too close to the neighbors. They applied for the thing for the $200, they got it approved. If that is the intention for those people would also face an additional penalty in addition to that?
No, Councillor Hughes, basically it would be, it's come to our attention that someone's constructing a deck and they require a permit, they don't have a permit. We send them a letter. Here's what you need to do, A, B, and C, again, and then it progresses to a point where we're not getting, we need to actually enforce it because it, it's to get a permit or we need them to bring them into compliance. It's more that situation. So the point is, our goal is to get them compliance, whether that's through a variance permit, going to the appeal board, et cetera, getting that item legalized. That's the goal. It's not just that we would then hammer someone with a fine. This is worst case, last.
That being said, I think over the last number of years, we're seeing more and more people, I guess, not follow the rules intentionally. And so we want that additional tool in the toolkit for compliance. Yeah.
We've had, if you recall, we've had some discussions about some issues over the last few months where we were effectively powerless to influence some of those things. This addresses some of that and adds a little bit of teeth to the bylaw.
So I'm thinking, let's say somebody goes and they built a deck and there's no issue. Nobody complained. They just built the little guy and then they go to sell the house and then they realize, oh, they're not compliant. right? Like they're not, or whatever, they didn't have a development permit period. So would they be fine if they can come forward and just say, hey, I need a development permit now? And you can say it's a threat or it's a problem, and guess what? You'd go down.
What's the compliance? And then we'd work them through the
Okay.
process.
So this would be-
Not about giving penalties just as a revenue source. This is
Okay,
for the bad actors.
okay. So this is really about like, we are asking you to do it nicely, and you are saying, I don't think so. And then it's continuing to escalate.
That's correct.
I understand. That's it for my question.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you. Going back to, first of all, just feedback. This is just around giving you feedback and just first blush. I must say, I like it. I like it a lot, actually.
But just from clarification in relation to one of Councillor Broadhead's questions around the signage and this decision to move that to a regular schedule to put it in.
So how can you explain that a little bit more to me in relation to how that's going to look and work? Like, I mean, right now we have sign regulations. We got different regulations. Are they all going to go into the land use bylaw, or will there still be kind of a hybrid between a schedule and land use bylaw? Like, I mean, because we got the different types, right? So.
Thank you for your question. So basically, in lieu of it being a schedule, which is an attachment to the bylaw itself, we're going to move it into part 4, where we'll have parking, and then you'd flip and there'll be a title called signage, so that it's just part of the user-friendly component as well, so that someone can look up the signs. It's from a setup perspective, the same. What type of sign? We've kept it kind of as its own thing. The definitions are still there and everything. So it's really just moving it from the tail end into the middle.
Okay. And will it, I mean, just in relation to the digital signs, sorry, I don't want to make your lunch sour in your stomach there. But I mean, so, I mean, they're only allowed to go in PSI areas. So can you explain a little bit more about the PSI areas, what that looks like? I mean, I know it's, your commercial or your, institutional, your whatever, but are they around specific areas? So like, I mean, you're not going to have a digital sign, like your day home won't be able to put a digital sign with little kids running in, that type of stuff. It would be more of in certain areas of the city, or certain development areas, or.
So as it exists now, we have a PS district and an I district, or an IF, and we're going to blend them into this PSI. So that would be where you typically are going to see your church sites, your schools, your medical clinics in some cases. The Salvation Army is an example of a PS property. So they can be within or on the periphery of residential areas.
Right.
So when you're talking about schools and churches. So that's generally where you're going to find that land use district. And those are the type of uses that are contained within PSI.
Yeah, so there still could be potential conflict with some of the digital signs in some of those areas, correct? In the sense, yeah.
We've drafted some provisions based on what we've looked, again, best practice or research of other municipalities, what existing signage are at the schools right now, and try to come up with some obviously setback regulations and things like that. So.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that would be, I mean, and what about downtown? Like, I mean, if we're recognizing that potentially a church could have a digital sign in a residential area, why couldn't the Art and Theater have a digital sign downtown? You've had this discussion, I know, looking at Adrian's smile.
The city property is in fact PS.
Okay, so we could potentially put a digital sign out front of City Hall saying, come see Wes and Sheena.
In the past, the
Just West.
digital signage around City Hall has been a lot to do with the
architecture, art and heritage. Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just saying that potentially you could use it in a downtown facility. Sticking with downtown, I really like the idea around simplifying some of the regulations, making, trying to tie it to some of our strategic priorities around that. So, you're looking at mid-rise and high-rise buildings. So like what would that look like? Would there be any conflict with DARP in that sense, or would DARP have to be, would there be any revisions basically off of land use bylaw to DARP?
I think we've tried to take some of the specific regulation that was in DARP out of DARP so that we refer just to the land use bylaw. And then we're doing the DARP prioritization project right now. So that I think that's October-ish that it comes back to council for a discussion. One of the things that we might want to talk about is, do we need any sort of refresh with that? Like between the two to make sure that everything is consistent. I think we're making sure that there's not overlaps or inconsistencies between the two.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity. It's kind of might be why I kind of raised it, whether or not, like, if we're gonna look at changing the land use bylaw, you know, and then why wouldn't we be looking at DARP at the same time? But I mean, it's still, my feedback is good. Like, I mean, like, as long as less prescriptive, like you said, you've identified more creativity. I really like those as opportunities. Around the MDP nodes, you know, where we had that. So, I mean, we have high-rise buildings like going up in Riverbank Landing. We have potentially maybe the opportunity to put other high-rise buildings in other areas. Like, how are we able to, will this land use bylaw allow us to that? Or are we going to be still prescriptive to MDP as it relates to those?
The MDP is your first document that you refer to.
Yeah.
And if you want to have things that aren't currently in the MDP, then you would need an amendment to the MDP.
So, yeah, basically, the MDP would be what would have to be amended if we wanted to build a 15, 20-story building that's not identified as one of those nodes, right? Okay. Just wanted to hear it. Anyways, I appreciate it. Like, you know, some of the other comments around parking and all that, I understand the concerns, but at the same time, you know, this allows choices. People have choices. I mean, my son lives in a tandem parking and they just take whatever car is available. They have two cars, they have two sets of keys. Whoever's car is in the way, they move it. So, I mean, there's workarounds. People adjust, particularly young people have made choices. You know, like in some of the areas that we've been in around some of the tours and some of the areas that I've actually looked at in relation to this, the types of people that are actually moving into these areas, they don't drive the big vehicles. I can't even afford an F-150 right now. Like they're about $88,000 to $120,000. Well, that's more money than I have. And a lot of them are buying them to haul trailers. And so they look at maybe a lot that they can actually park their RV on as well. So there's choices, and this allows people to make those choices based on their lifestyle. So I really like that recognition within the proposed land use bylaw. And so if you're looking for feedback, and that's what the intention of this afternoon is I like it. I like it a lot. I can see where you guys have put a lot of work and time and effort into it. And so, and I recognize there's still going to be some changes potentially. So, but I like it.
Great. Councillor Jolly, do you have any questions?
No, I asked mine. Thank you.
Okay, I couldn't remember if we got you. Okay, so we're going to second round because I see Councillor Romanski's got her hand up.
Thank you again, Mayor. A couple more questions. I just want to know the drive behind the, you know, knocking a few more feet off in all directions. I know density is a focus, but I mean, a lot of the developers will say that, you know, they can't sell the smaller properties, or people come in with, you know, $450,000, and then by the time it's acceptable to them, you've got a 800 square foot place that's, you know, pushing $500,000, and it's kind of driving the price of everything. So like on those lots that you're thinking of moving from 20 to 18 and such, where did that push come from? Like, did someone actually say, I'd like it smaller, you know, or these are.
I'll start, and you guys. So thank you for the question, Councillor Bermansky. So this is something that has been direct feedback from UDI. They have been pushing, as Mayor Herron had mentioned, for 18-foot product or even potentially smaller product. And what they typically tell us is that the affordability of their lots is all based, or their development is all based on front footage. And so the narrower of a product they can sell, the more that they can reduce the prices of the lots, which then theoretically reduces the prices overall of the builds. As you kind of intimated there, if you look at the MLS for the zero lot line product up in the north part of the city right now, all the new stuff that's supposed to be more affordable. I think the average MLS price is $550 plus. So that does not trigger affordability as we define it. It's substantially above affordability, but the development industry has been asking for this and been pushing for this for quite some time. And it's something that we've been trying out in a more conservative approach than maybe some of our neighbors have. And we've been measuring it. And that's kind of one of the things that we mentioned was if we do this fall council field trip, it might be worthwhile to look at some of this product as it's built in St. Albert and see how it's actually functioning.
So is there any sort of input of what that product would cost? Like we always hear it's going to be more affordable and then it just keeps getting smaller, but it's not any more affordable. That's my concern, that it'll still be $400 and some thousand, and and you're down to nothing at that point.
Yeah, and we don't, we're not able to control the price of finishings, and we do know that if you do go to the show homes, you're not getting, linoleum floors and a 1,000-foot house. You're getting granite and stainless steel and ports and stuff like that. So the builders don't even provide the options. At least that's not what we're seeing here. You're getting higher end finishes, no matter the pocket size or the pocket width.
Right. Okay, and then the other question I had is you were changing the parking spots from 1 to 5 to 1 to 7. And what guided that again? Is that because you didn't have the front curve space? Is that the reason for that?
So the Councillor Bermansky, the regulation that you're referencing is specific to visitor parking for
Right.
multifamily situations. So you're a townhouse complex or an apartment. So the current ratio for visitor parking is 1 stall for every 5 units. And there was a request to match closer to what some of the other communities are doing, which is more a 1 stall for every 7 units. And that's specific to visitors only. You'd have, in addition to that, the unit requirements.
And where did that request come from?
I believe it was a development industry.
Okay. And, St. Albert has more vehicles per capita than, I think any city in the province actually. And I mean, you look at Costco parking lot, it's full of vehicles all the time. And yet, we often sit here as a group and say, well, we don't need parking, but I'm not sure, we all maybe know the odd person that lives in these things, but it doesn't seem the demand from, like even taking a straw poll of the room. I'm not sure how many people would say, yeah, I'd like to move to that size of a space, right?
Move to that type of a space.
Who would?
I would, Ken would.
Me too.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ken.
me too.
Okay, let me
I
know when
could.
you're selling your house there. We'll
Thanks.
And then the other question is the signage on the beauty of like home businesses were that they were there, working out of a home space and whatever, and sort of silently, right? And signage is traditionally just for advertising. So I don't see it as a necessity to have a sign on a home business at all, like that's in a residential area. Because if they're operating their business and taking it to their home, that shouldn't be their means of advertising. And what was the feedback for that? Who asked for the signs in the residential?
In regards to signage for home occupations, that's something that has come up from operators of home occupations. What can I do in regards to advertising? What are my options? Can I put a sign? I moved here from another community and I was allowed to have A, B, and C for advertising. So it's something we have heard over time from operators that they would like to have that opportunity.
So would you not think that more of the public would want to not have signage in their, in their neighborhood kind of thing? Was there any feedback from public or just the actual business operators?
Because it hasn't gone to the public yet as an opportunity or possible amendment, we haven't really had feedback from other outside third parties about introducing signage to residential areas.
Okay. And then the last question I have is, sometimes we're pushing density at the detriment of design. And so how are you maintaining the standards of design in neighborhoods? Do you have bylaws for that? Are you dictating to the builders, or the builders coming to you for the designs?
For performance standards, in areas, we're not overly prescriptive for residential. We are the role of the land use bylaw. We talk about the setbacks and the maximum heights and the building pockets. We have a section that's high level as it relates to design, character, and appearance, that, it should utilize different materials and set a higher standard for the area, but we're not prescriptive in that regard for the aesthetics. We leave that up to the developer or the builders, because sometimes an area has a certain feel, like Jensen Lakes is beachy and certain areas are more traditional, or they might want to have a modern. So we leave that up to the developer to set the theme for their area, architectural themes.
Okay, and do you see this new plan as a push for home-based businesses, or?
We definitely look
at an accommodation or a push, because it sort of seems more like a push to me.
I think in light of COVID and what that kind of entailed or encouraged, with more people working from home, more people looking at alternative sources of revenue and things like that. We're not necessarily, I think the only point of expansion for the home-based businesses, because there are currently 3 tiers of home opportunities, where the expansion component would be more just the proposal to allow potentially 1 employee. It's not a given, it's a tool that they may be able to ask for, but I think it's just being supportive of it now that more people are looking to either subsidize their income or work from home, or not necessarily have brick and mortar type office jobs.
And Councillor Bermansky on that, Chelsea mentioned there was, we do know that there was instances during COVID where people did have additional work done in their homes, and the feedback that we got from neighbors was almost zero. And so that's kind of, we know that it was piloted without any sort of program per se, and the impacts to the neighboring residents were very few, at least reported to us. And so that's something that we've heard direction to both foster a more entrepreneurial environment. And so between that and what we saw with what actually happened over COVID, we thought we could enable it and see kind of how it works.
And I think that's what people appreciated about the home-based businesses that were silently operating. I think it would be a different story if all of a sudden they're advertising on their front lawn, and it would change the perspective of the business being there. So yeah, that's the only feedback I have, and that's it for questions. Thank you.
So here's the other one, just one more. So you mentioned about the 2 trees going to tree shrub combo. So what are you envisioning for shrubs? Because I'm concerned about getting up more space in actual tree, and then also sight lines. Because if you're coming out, you're trying to back out, and I can see around a tree a lot easier than I can see around a large bush.
So the reference to the 2, that's what currently exists in the established neighborhoods. So if someone wants to do a significant renovation or a new home in an established neighborhood, the current infill regulations of Schedule E are 1 tree in the front and 1 tree in the back. What is being proposed for infills, that's the same. But for new areas, what we're proposing would be specific to the private property, and 1 tree and 3 shrubs. So shrubs can be quite small. They can take up not a lot of square footage. You don't, if you have smaller lots, introduction of an actual tree could be maybe not as feasible, because eventually the little sticks you buy do grow up into something with quite a large canopy or quite a big root system. So that's why we went with the 1 tree and 3 shrubs. The type of material in that regard would be kind of up to what our engineering standards or I don't think we were even, like, the land use bylaw doesn't speak to species. We speak to quantity only.
And 3, like, if you have a narrow lot, then you're putting 3 in, like, it's just gonna be a wall of those little guys, because those guys also grow up, right?
But it's on the parcel. So it doesn't have to be all in the front. It's just on that lot.
So it's on your, not the boulevard.
It's private property.
On your private
The
property.
city would still control the road right of way and the city boulevard, our standard like boulevard trays. This would be on the private property. So it's as kind of part of one of the green initiatives and supporting our urban canopy, et cetera. We're looking for a residential lot to provide 1 tree and 3 shrubs
Somewhere on the property.
at a minimum.
I'm surprised that we're actually making people put vegetation in, like, that we're actually prescribing it. We always done that, but you said you had to build
On the boulevards, we've
on
required
the boulevards. I get it.
properties.
This is a private property situation. We're telling you what to put on the private properties, correct? This isn't being new.
So part of it, so Chelsea mentioned, there's actually a council tree canopy goal.
Yeah.
And so this is, as we viewed it as one way to try to meet council's tree canopy increase.
Okay. Maybe just because it is prescriptive, I'm a little,
Most developers require, I think the minimum that you see from private developers right now is when they're selling lots, they require 2 trees anyway.
okay. So if they're doing it, why do we need to do it?
Most, not all.
I see. Okay. I'm also, maybe do we need to go to 3, maybe only 2? Like, I'm just looking at the tiny amount of, we're building on postage stamps now. And and then we also want you to put all these little guys in there. And the other feedback I had about these narrow lots is that it needs to be wide enough on one side that you can get the lawnmower through. Because there are lots in Edmonton where you cannot get the lawnmower through on the side yard and you have to either take it through your house or walk all the way around the block to get to the front of your house.
I thought when we did the 0 lot line tour, they made sure that.
I'm just saying that we need to, whatever we're doing, we need to make sure that's maintained as an actual thing. Because there is issues that are happening. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yep, no, it's
So
something that we've been paying attention to as well, and particularly like I believe Chelsea had mentioned with the zeros, pay attention to what sort of mechanical equipment is put into the side yard to avoid impacting the overall functionality of that space. And we have seen, not here yet, but in other areas, we have seen people put in their aircon or whatever. I don't know how they got the permit, but they put it in the side yard when it was supposed to be in the back. And it totally impacts everything.
Yeah.
So that's something that we are paying attention to. And I do know that our building inspectors, with the zeros, it's taking substantially more effort to make sure that those products are built correctly, just because they have a lot less room for error.
the other thing I'm concerned about is, I guess you mentioned about how if there's still $550,000 for a narrow lot. And it's being said, like, there's a lot of pressure to narrow the lots further under the name of affordability. But I'm really not sure if we're actually achieving that goal with this method. We are allowing some people to make a lot more money off of the dirt that they have. But I'm not really sure if the homeowner is actually seeing that benefit. So and if we're just creating density for the sake of density, but not actually making anything more affordable. And I know we keep saying it's gonna be more affordable, and I know you have no say in this. But my concern is just that the developers, they can build, they can create whatever problems they have as a result of their build or reduce parking problems. Then it all comes back to us to handle. They walk away, and it's never their problem again. So I'm not even sure if we're going to create these type of opportunities for developers, if there should be something like for the next X number of years, if there's a problem, you guys have to fix it. If you guys are going to go into a different type of a standard. Or they may think twice about whether or not they want that headache, because their headache is they're passing on to us if they build it and there's no parking problem, if they build it and whatever else happens. And the problem is, once you build something, you can't unbuild it. So to fix the parking situation. But So that's my challenge right now, is that I'm hearing the developers say they want it for less, but they're not reducing the housing prices. And if they do, it's for a blink of an eye before they shoot it back up again. And the problems they're creating, people that are living there, it's not their problem anymore once they build out. So it becomes our problem. As you said, like with the garbage, et cetera, with the 3 passes, et cetera, it just takes up more manpower or whatever else comes in it. So I'm just cautious about just doing something when we actually have no assurances that what we're doing it in the name of won't even occur. So I'm just letting you, I would love to have them to have more skin in the game as the consequences of what they're proposing, but they want to see us enact.
I appreciate that. And I think, as we've said, the zero lot line product, and I don't think that we should honestly talk about it being inaffordable. I don't think we should talk about zero and affordable at the same time, because they're not meeting our affordable definitions. They do bring developers closer to meeting our density target. So with the zero lot line, you can get pretty close to 40 dwelling units per hectare without building other forms of housing, which also is, I think, not desirable based on our MVP goals. We want to have that more complete community with different options. But if you're in the business of selling lots, it's maybe more repeatable and easier to just sell a lot of same type of thing. So that's, I would say it's more of a tool for density than it is tool for density in a low density residential product than it is in affordability.
And we can't get out of the EMRB, can we? Are we like mandated into the EMRB?
It's a political decision for you guys.
Like it has not been chosen?
Ministerial order.
Like ministerial, the province has said we have to be part of the EMRB,
Yes.
correct? So for us, the only way out of it would be if the province changed their mind on that mandate, right?
We would have to be a vote. We'd have to petition the province.
Well, I'm just saying whether we petition or not, if we're in this because they're saying we have to be in it. Right? We're not in it by choice. We're in it because we can't get out of it. I'm in it because I can't get out of it. I'm saying we can't get out of it, I guess is what I'm saying. Regardless of whether or not we want to get out of the box, we can't get out of the box unless the province says the box is open.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's ministerial order.
People have asked me if we can get out of the MRB, and I wanted to make sure we're clear that we can't. So, right?
Right.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Just a couple of. Oh, you had more questions? You want to make the motion?
Oh, yeah, Adrian, I do have a few more questions. Just in terms of lot coverage, seems to be like if we haven't really talked about it, but that's quite a big change that we're allowing smaller lots and also percentage coverage to increase. But I can't remember the numbers that were stated. It was like 79 to 83 or
42 to 40.
whatever it was. I don't know. Clearly, I can't remember.
Prior to 2018, we were at 35%. Is that one of? Is it 40?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we went to 42.
With accessory buildings.
Yeah, in 2018, and now we're going up to 47.
So the lot coverage includes the garage as an accessory building. So that's included in the structure amount. But could you build a bigger house with just a gravel parking pad that does not qualify as coverage?
So it would have to be concrete. You couldn't do gravel, but someone could choose if they wanted to build their building pocket out at max capacity just with the dwelling itself. To somewhat safeguard that though, we do have a breakdown now where you'd have, maximum lot coverage is 40% for the principal dwelling, 42% for the principal dwelling in all accessory buildings, or 45% principal, like for a laned product, say 45% or 47% for the dwelling and the detached garage. So we're trying to safeguard somewhat that if a builder came in and built the full pocket, there's still opportunity for your sheds and your gazebos or your hot tub outbuilding.
Councilor Killick, is your concern or your question, is it related to the amount of building on that physical property, or is it the impervious surface?
Well, it's both, because my next one was what about overland drainage?
Yeah. I read your note.
Yeah.
Okay. But I do like the comment that there are safeguards in there. That as soon as I heard that, I kind of that was the answer I wanted to hear. But then the next question is, what about overland water drainage, where we in particular zero lot line where we would have downspouts, you know, pointing right at their neighbor?
It gets. There's, as I said before, even with the siting of the building, there's a lot less opportunity or there's a lot less room for error. I'll say that. So with the zeros, we have to have third pipes built into the product because really isn't room to run surface drainage. I think our engineering standard assumes 95% imperviousness right now. So from an overall runoff perspective, that's being accounted for. But actually on the ground, it is, you have to spend some time to make sure, and we do lot grading checks when the buildings go in to make sure that they will drain away from the foundations and also not onto a neighbor's property. So that all has to be verified.
Okay, so again, we've got that safeguard built in.
And one last thing too, is we are actually introducing a new subsection in the land use bylaw update or proposing to, specifically speaking to permeable surfaces.
Okay.
And ratios and amounts.
Okay, great, good. I'm glad to hear again, safeguards being built in. Just an opportunity maybe to review, and I know we're way in advance of the whole public consultation, but I just throw it out there that I'd love to see the CP land designations review for the Environmental Advisory Committee. Great opportunity just to kind of give them a heads up on that one. And the other question is around operational impacts. And I know we had comments about garbage, but thinking, do we have actually a way to control that says when you have a back lane product that everybody's garbage has to go out in the back lane so we don't have triple the costs of going down both sides and then the road? And following on where do we put snow storage on these narrower lots? Because when they clean the streets, they put the snow on your boulevard. Now we're having a much smaller boulevard with parking. And the last one is around have we thought about how we address fire? Not fire between the buildings, but actual fire truck access into some of these, and there's going to be absolute, parking everywhere on the streets. So that's a generic question of have we discussed the operational impacts of after this land gets handed over to us. And then what do we do with it, kind of thing?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. So we do, through our engineering standards, factor in functionality. So we make sure that we have travel lanes and parking lanes so that we could get a emergency access vehicle through. And that even starts at the point where we issue permits. We require all-weather access, even at that point, to make sure that we have emergency vehicle access. And it should carry forward always, into the built environment as it's, occupied. You do have people like, I was talking to Councillor Hughes in the break. I've been kind of informed with those big pickup trucks on the alley product. Some of them are parallel parking behind their garage into the alley. And maybe it's plausible if you get two that are on the opposite sides of the alley at the same time, there could be a problem, but then they're illegally parking. And I don't know if Everett's crew just full speed ahead and just knocks them out of the way or what. I don't know at that point.
That's why fire trucks have big bumpers.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Shiny bumper, scuff it up. But we for sure do try to think those things through. And then the garbage collection, it's more where we have a front attached product on one side of the street and then an alley on the other side of the street. Garbage collection is in the alley for the alley product. And then, but you have to go two ways in the alley, and then you have to go around to the front side to get the other side of the street if it is a front access product. So there's those type of things that we probably just need to be cognizant of and maybe best practices.
So we potentially could be assuming some operational increase in operational costs. So
Sure. And even right now, our built form with huge cul-de-sacs, ask the snowplow operators. We don't require people to get off the streets. We don't tow people, and the plow operators have to go around, they have to clear these huge cul-de-sacs, and then they have to go around everybody that didn't get their vehicle off. So we've already incurred high costs for the form that we have now. And then this is just, it's a different level of difficulty in a different setting. So.
okay, sounds like you've got those kind of things thought about, and
Trying to.
just sounds good. And I generically do support kind of moving towards a higher density product. We think we have lots of land, but we can't keep building on it, kind of just spreading what the old term of urban sprawl. We can't just afford to do that with the cost of underground services and servicing everything. It just becomes prohibitive.
All right. Council Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the agenda report entitled Land Use Bylaw Update dated July the 11th of 2023 be received as information.
Thanks. Any comment?
Well, I mean, and the land use bylaw is a big component of the major work that council does. This is how you build your community. But we have the community of 2023 and hopefully for the future. And so that requires us to be ever diligent in how we build our community. And I think administration's done some yeoman's work here to try to balance the needs of current use with the need to densify. And this is just the update. As Councillor Killick said, there's still much public consultation to do. And I suspect we'll hear back from the community what they think of it. So, and then the final debate is yet to come. Look forward to personally seeing the changes to the sign bylaw. I knew I was going to get that in there a little bit, but anyway, thank you very much.
You put whistle cessation in it?
We could do that too, yeah. Anyway.
I see no more hands up. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to thank administration for bringing this forward at this time, because so often we get major changes at the end of the process and not during the discussions. So this is both helping us get in a perspective of where you're going, and also the public, when they do come for the consultations, actually have some background information as to what's being discussed, because this is a massive change. This is not one area. This actually could be like 4 or 5 mini changes, so to speak, and they'd actually be complete changes in and of themselves. So I just appreciate the fact that this process happened the way it did today, and keeping us in the loop, as opposed to saying you could have gone to a public consultation and then saying that was sufficient. This is actually, I appreciate this. So that's it. Thank you.
And we'll let you know when we do the public consultation as well, too.
I'm sure. Yeah.
All right, anyone close?
Nothing further, man.
All right, call for the vote. That is unanimous. All right. Done. Pardon?
Losing. Oh, you thought one of them.
Okay, that has to be. Big ones, I think. That was a big day. I was good to bring by the procedure.
That takes.
It's different.
How did you do it right?
Busy, we're not doing that.
I just thought you were on.
Piece of the video we'll have to clip and put on Facebook. Maybe Benning's site. I'm just probably not so much.
No, you would do the land use bylaw with Sean's music in the background.
That's what I will listen to at 3 a.m. when I wake up and I can't get back to sleep. Okay, you ready?
All right.
Born ready. Okay. Amanda, are you leading this off?
Danielle's going to. Good afternoon. Thanks, everybody, for welcoming us to present today the Community Amenities Concept Plan. My name is Danielle Dudley. I'm the Director of Recreation and Parks. We're really excited to bring you the concept plan for the community amenities facility. It's been a labor of love for a lot of departments within this organization and planning for the recreation future facility development. Today, we'll be walking through the process to date, concept plans, public engagement feedback received through this phase of work, and the proposed concept plans. In-house, we have today Amanda Wild, who's our interim manager of rec facility development and partnership. We also have online Sarah Danahy and Sarah Lumley from O2 Planning and Design, who are engagement consultants. And in-house, we have Ed Ocancian, Gordon Ng, and Ryan Jones from ACI Architecture. We also have online and in-house from staff. We have Tim Saunders, Suzanne Finley, Megan Myers, Adrian Slatt, and Louise Stewart to be able to answer any questions you may have today. Today, we're going to walk through a presentation with you. We'll try not to be too loquacious on that, but we will make sure that we give you all the information you need. And there are opportunities to ask questions throughout the presentation. So we'll just ask, you can hold your questions till we get to a point in time that we can open the table for questions.
So what if you let me know when you get to those points?
You'll see a giant thing that'll say questions.
Okay.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda Wild to start the presentation. And she's just going to load up her PowerPoint. Maybe go. Need to talk slower. Two screens and screens.
Go.
There we go.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, council. As a brief overview, I'm not going to talk too much, which I'm sure you're all grateful for. We'll let the experts speak to things. Our brief agenda for us today, we're going to talk a little bit about where we've been and how we've gotten to where we are today. A reminder around our recreation needs assessment and our recreation amenity needs prioritization. Our site vision, which has been developed over the last couple of years with our project team, as well as just a reminder about the realities and constraints around the site itself. Then we'll pass it off to O2 Planning and Design. We've done a fantastic job analyzing an immense amount of data from our public engagement. Talk a little bit about what we've learned in this process. And then I'll invite our colleagues from ACI Architecture and Ground Cube to talk a little bit about where we're going. So specifically around that concept plan, and we'll finish up with next steps. As Danielle mentioned, we do have slots to break for questions. We do ask you to just hold your questions till that point because there might be the information in the next couple of slides that might answer the questions you might have. So we'll just dive in if everyone's good. So as a reminder, we did a fairly extensive exercise to quantify our recreation amenity needs here in the province or in the city. We have them in buckets, so they are not ranked individually. They are grouped into buckets. Highest need obviously is for both competitive and leisure pools. And that was one of the guaranteed components as part of this process is every scenario and that component. In the medium high, we have things like the bike skills park, disc golf, outdoor water play, pickleball and tennis. Fitness, gym courts, those types of things, as well as ice. In that medium bucket, we have things like curling rinks, camping areas, leisure ice on the outdoor side, outdoor pools, playgrounds, those types of amenities. And then on the very low end, we have things like racquetball and squash, outdoor fitness equipment, and a few other amenities. So this is informed by a recreation amenity needs model. As a reminder, there were 12 different principles. So not only who we are today, but as we grow, considering our growth, considering our current demands, what's going on in the region, what the public told us through the first and second rounds of engagement. So there's a lot of information that informed our amenity prioritization. And so from all of that, from the first phase, one of the first things that we did as a team was come up with a site vision. So there's some keywords in there. I won't read it out loud, but some things that were really important for us was the idea of community building. It's a really prevalent theme for the municipal development plans. We've carried that through here, looking at not only recreation, but the social element of provision of recreation services. Looking at a broad range of communities' perspectives, especially recognizing that our city is growing, it is changing, it's getting denser, we're becoming more, we're just changing as we get older and bigger and all of those good things, so recognition of that. And then the last line really speaks to all of those things that are super important that really underline everything that you're seeing here today. You'll hear a little bit of talk about inclusivity that came through both in our first and second rounds of engagement really, really strongly. So that's really important. The idea of scalability, you could build it all at once, but you don't have to. And that was really important to make sure that we could provide options for that. Looking at our current fiscal reality, we understand that there's an infrastructure funding gap here in St. Albert and other municipalities, and we needed to plan for that and understand that that was going to be a reality in the project, as well as environmental sustainability. So this site already gives us lots of really great opportunities to improve on existing practice and some great opportunities for increasing biodiversity, for trying out new things, making use of interesting sites. So really briefly again, community amenities site itself is located in Villeneuve Road, off of Reagan and Drive and Road 2. It is a total of 59 acres, 25 of which have been received to date, and the remainder will come as the landfill is dealt with. It does have the landfill, which is the red block in the center there. Right now, all of the plans that you will see do assume a 50-meter setback from that landfill. That has not been affirmed yet. It is where we understand is going, but there's an understanding that that is still an assumption at this stage, and that will be confirmed as we move forward. There is no existing trees on the site. There is no existing water on the site. So that's when I say exciting opportunities to increase biodiversity. We got a lot of room to improve there. But it is located near the second pit the other stormwater management facility that will come in. It is adjacent to commercial and residential. So really exciting opportunity and really key location as the city grows. And with that, I'm going to pass this off to Sarah and Sarah. Please just let me know, guys, when you want me to switch the slide. I'll try and guess, but let me know.
Will do. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sarah Danahy with O2. We supported the city with engagement in phase 1 for the recreation needs assessment. We're really pleased to be here with you today, share what we learned for phase 2. The goal for this engagement was to build off the findings from phase 1 from that citywide perspective, and this time gather input on what was appropriate for this site specifically, learn from St. Albert residents what they think should be developed from a community and recreation use perspective for the site. So because the site offers such a significant opportunity for everyone in the community, it was really important that we reach a broad range of residents. The city used a wide range of outreach and marketing tactics, from posters and print ads, social media, some unique digital campaign strategies, email blasts, invitations, lots of ways to reach out to people and make sure they heard about the opportunity. Next slide, Amanda. We also needed to ensure that the complex background information and concept scenarios were presented clearly for participants to be able to understand the options really well and give meaningful feedback. So all the materials were highly visual and considered from an easy user experience perspective. We made sure to provide lots of formats to choose from. So there was a series of quick explanatory videos, an online information hub to explore interactive maps and information that way, as well as the information integrated into the survey and other in-person activities. Next. We also wanted to make sure that it was really easy for people to provide feedback as well, regardless of how much time they had available. A robust online survey had nearly 2,000 participants alone, which was a great response. And we also made sure to reach out to people through some in-person options with an open house and pop-up events, an interactive lobby display in city facilities, and workshops with recreation providers and community organizations, both in person and online. So again, lots of opportunities for people to come in contact with the project and provide their feedback in the way that was most appropriate for them. The open house in the lobby of Service Place was a great opportunity for us to meet up with existing rec users and those interested in the project to speak a bit further about it. And pop-ups in community spaces and at events like the Fire and Ice Festival allowed us to connect with people that may not have been interested or participated otherwise. Next. So from the general public perspective, it was really important for us to capture both current recreation users and non-recreation participants, but that might become future users of the site, or some of the more community-based use that the site has potential for. We also engaged with external stakeholders, so organizations that run recreation or community programming now in the city, groups that work with equity deserving communities in St. Albert to make sure that we understand the community in a more robust way. Internal stakeholders and other government bodies, so city staff and committees, school boards, and other regional partners and municipalities, as well as Indigenous communities were invited to participate in this as well. And engagement with them will be important, obviously, from an ongoing perspective as well. The demographics from the survey indicated we did reach a broad range of St. Albert residents, but we did find that there was a particular focus from families with children and youth in the results that we found. Next. We also found that current recreation users were more likely to respond. And there was a particular emphasis from certain sports organizations and users, particularly around hockey and pickleball and soccer within the results that we found. With so many different community needs to be addressed and opportunities for the site, it was important to invite and listen to a range of perspectives, not just the loudest voices through this process. The feedback we received is a combination of quantitative and qualitative findings to make sure we understand the reason behind people's choices, not just the straight numbers. And we asked this time around, there are basically three main components to what we were asking in this engagement. One was to confirm the priority amenities overall. One was to, oh, you can just go back. Yeah, there we go. One is to confirm the priority amenities overall. One was to review the site concepts, so the combination of amenities and layout and design and how that sort of changed through different scenarios. And then regardless of concept, what are some of the comparisons across all of them around cost or tax or timing and those kinds of things. So I'll pass it to my colleague, Sarah Lumley, to dive into the summary of what we heard from participants through the process.
Thanks, Sarah. Now I apologize in advance. I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is a little scratchy, but as Sarah mentioned, I'm going to go through some of the results of what we heard from this second phase of engagement, and starting again from that kind of high level, what amenities are a priority for the site, digging into the concepts, and then also feedback across the concepts and comparing them. So starting off with indoor recreation amenities. These were really the focus of a lot of the results and the conversations that we had. There was a lot of interest around these larger indoor amenities. As Sarah mentioned previously, in the information that was provided for the engagement, we did have a series of givens on the site. So amenities that were going to be included on the site and therefore weren't included in options for selection. So for the indoor recreation amenities, aquatics wasn't on the list because that was one of those givens. So when we did ask about indoor amenities, we heard ice as one of the main priorities. As Sarah mentioned, we did hear from a high proportion of both stakeholders and members of the public that were interested in ice. And we heard, I guess, more qualitatively that the need there is more focused around practice ice versus competitive space. So more opportunities for indoor practice. On the gym and fitness center, there was a little bit more of a difference of opinions from a stakeholder and sports perspective. It's important for dryland training to have access to those sorts of facilities near aquatics or indoor ice. But on the other hand, we did hear a little bit of concern around public facilities maybe competing with private facilities, or that these were already provided in other locations. So it was slightly lower priority for that one. Artificial turf facility, we did see about 40% think that this was a higher priority. And about 49 said that it was a lower priority for the site. There's appeal for this amenity as a regional amenity that the city doesn't currently offer or have. And on the flip side of that, there were concerns around the cost, especially compared to other amenities that participants wanted to see on the site. Next slide. So from an outdoor recreation perspective, again, fields, outdoor natural turf fields were considered a given, so they're not included on the list. With that in mind, we heard that sports courts, spray park, and leisure ice were the top priority outdoor amenities for the site. We did hear on the sports courts that there was a desire to have those dedicated versus convertible or multi-purpose space. For the spray parks and leisure ice, there was interest given one of the concepts had it as a convertible feature for all season use. There was some interest around that in a convertible spray park and outdoor ice. There was also some confusion around some of the amenities, specifically the tarmac area was one people didn't really relate to or had some confusion around what that was. So that could be why that also pulled a little bit lower. Additionally, as I mentioned, there was more of that focus on indoor amenities, and with outdoor amenities, there was a bit of a tension between whether all the outdoor space should be programmed with specific amenities or whether there should be some of those unprogrammed open green spaces for more informal use. Next slide. In addition to providing a list and having people select from that, we did ask about other amenities, if we had missed anything, other considerations to include on the site. And so as you can see here, we have a list of some of those that came up, either indoor, outdoor, or indoor and outdoor, like playgrounds and volleyball, dog off leash areas. I won't go into detail on this because we do have a more fulsome list in the What We Heard report as well. Next. For community amenities, similar to the outdoor amenities, these tended to be a bit lower priority for people overall. However, we did hear from stakeholders that having dedicated, flexible community space was a really critical component for the site. High school was another interesting one where there was, it was generally considered a high priority for the site, but there were a lot of concerns around how it's integrated in the site. So things around parking, integration of or joint use of facilities and what that looks like, and also funding models and what's being covered or shared, that sort of thing. Next slide. So just as a summary here, these are the highest priority and the lowest priority amenities just from those initial questions. So again, indoor ice, outdoor sports courts, the high school, spray park, and outdoor leisure ice were the highest priority amenities. And the lower priority amenities were things like interpretive areas, disc golf, tarmac, plaza space, or outdoor classrooms. And now I'm just going to quickly go through the 5 concepts at a really high level and what we heard for each one. So baseline was our first concept that we presented. And for baseline, we did actually, there was a general level of support for the recreation amenity components of it, but the rest of the kind of indicators we were looking at scored lower for this concept. And overall, the things that people liked about the concept were the low cost and the flexibility for future expansion. So this kind of offered a baseline, something simple that could be built upon in the future. And then on the flip side, The biggest concern that we heard about this first concept was that it was not diverse enough. It didn't include enough amenities. And so a lot of the responses were focused on that. And feeling that this wasn't necessarily future oriented enough or addressing enough existing community needs. I'll jump to the next one, Amanda. So for the quad, this was the second concept. And so this was the one with a quad gathering space in the center as kind of the organizing principle. So again, outdoor and indoor recreation amenities were generally supported in this concept, with community amenities, the layout and access falling lower. And what people liked about this one, similar to the baseline, was that it was a lower cost option. Some people did like that idea of having a central gathering space, or particularly the quad as the central space. On the other side of it, we heard that there was not enough recreation amenities included in this, or the certain types that people wanted to see. There were also some concerns or tensions around the high school's location on the site and how that would interact with some of the recreation amenities. Next slide. So concept 3, the recreation and education campus. We had, again, indoor and outdoor recreation amenities generally supported, and similarly, the last 3 community amenities, layout and access, scored lower or were less supported. In this concept, there was kind of 2 sides of thought. Some liked having all the buildings clustered together on one side of the road. Others felt that it was a bit of a strip mall, or that it wasn't very creative, or were concerned that the high school was so close to the other amenities. There was some support for the kind of mix of community and recreation amenities here. So schools of thought on thinking that or liking the fact that the school was there with other community amenities and recreation amenities. Excuse me. Additionally, there were some concerns about the location of the bike park in this particular concept. And given it was in some of the other concepts, some of those other locations closer to the road were more preferred. And there were some concerns as well about some of these outdoor amenities being too spread out or not concentrated. Next slide. So this 4th concept, urban edge, as you can see, this one scored highest across the board here for all of the different categories. In this case, recreation amenities were focused on one side of the street with the high school on the other. And the biggest thing that we heard about this one that people appreciated was the diversity of amenities on the site. So a lot of recreation amenities combined with community amenities like the high school. In addition to that, this was the only concept that had 2 ice sheets, indoor ice sheets, the ball diamond. And we heard a lot about the layout for this concept as well being a favorite, given that there was still separation between the high school and the recreation amenities, but that there was also distributed parking throughout the site instead of having it clustered in one area. On the other hand, there were some desires to see, instead of the water feature that was in this concept, a spray park. And concerns around the bike skills park being too large. In this concept, it was larger than some of the others. Some felt there was a little bit too much going on and that there wasn't as much of a focus in this concept. And some felt that there was too much parking potentially on the site. Next slide, please. The recreation campus, last but not least, this one again scored higher for indoor-outdoor recreation amenities and again lower for community amenities, layout, and access. What people liked about this one was it was the only one that had the indoor artificial turf component. It also didn't have the high school. And some participants did like that it just focused on recreation. Additionally, this one was the only one with the outdoor courts. And participants also liked the location of the bike park in this concept, closer to the south of the site with its own dedicated parking. For this one, some felt it was too expensive and that they weren't getting the same value for the number of amenities that were on the site, that it wasn't that diverse in terms of the amenities provided, and that it wasn't including that high school. So it didn't have that kind of joint community and recreation focus. And again, some felt that the parking wasn't overly convenient in this option either in terms of the location or of parking versus the amenities. Next slide. So once we had feedback on individually each concept, we then asked some comparison questions. The first one being, which one did you think would best meet the needs of the community? And as you can see, concept 4 very clearly pulled ahead of all of the rest. We do acknowledge that given the groups that we talk to and the stakeholder involvement as well, that given the Urban Edge also had some of those key user group amenities like indoor ice, baseball diamonds, that is partially the reason why that one probably came out ahead. But we did hear from a lot of participants who, again, explained their answer to this question that the key to this one was the diversity of amenities and both community and recreation. Next slide. And this just allows you to kind of see which elements scored the highest across all 5. So again, Urban Edge scoring the top for all categories. Baseline having the least support for the overall layout, Quad having the least support for the indoor amenities, and Recreation Campus scoring lowest for the outdoor amenities and community amenities. Next slide. So just expanding a little bit on the site layout and what we heard about that. Again, I kind of touched on parking within the concepts, but overall we heard that there's a need to have additional parking near outdoor amenities, not just the indoor ones. Again, that tension around the high school parking, whether it should be separated, combined, what drop-offs would look like. Again, there being a preference for multiple lots versus having one giant consolidated parking lot. And then access was another big piece that came out, and not just parking and driving access, but transit, school bus, neighborhood access nearby, active transportation. So we did hear a lot about those connections as well. And then we did ask about other design features. And as you can see from that last slide to this one, again, parking and trail and pathway connections being some of the most important design features for the site. Accessibility was another one that did that came up there as well. And for other considerations, we did hear a lot, particularly in our focus conversations with stakeholders and community groups about needing additional services for youth, inclusive spaces, and that was across the board, not just accessibility, but inclusive of different age groups, of different cultures, ensuring that there's community gathering space that has low barriers to entry and can be used for multiple different purposes. And then commercial as well. We heard desire to have food service integrated or other supporting commercial services such as ice sharpening or rentals, that sort of thing. On the phasing side of things, we did ask, and this was one of the most clear results we had, was there is a strong desire, 74%, to build the site all at once. So this was definitely one of those larger takeaways. Participants were looking to see this built all at once. And then we did ask about cost and tax implications as well. And so as kind of highlighted by the feedback on the concepts, we did hear from 49% of participants that they would like to see the maximum number of community amenities, even if that means a higher cost for the site, with 40% saying they'd like to see that mid-range cost option to try and increase the number of amenities while keeping costs at a medium level. And then when we did ask the tolerance for a tax increase, it was a little bit more leaning towards that middle option. So we did still hear 30% supporting the highest tax increase that we had listed. 25% said they'd be looking at that kind of medium level tax increase that they would support. 18% the lower bracket, and then 16% said they would not support any tax increase. So this really kind of shows there is a push to try and maximize the amenities, but the kind of tolerance for the cost, and specifically cost to taxpayers, is more of a medium level. And just to kind of sum it all up, these are our 6 kind of key takeaways, taking from all those different components of the questions we asked. So really, again, it's about maximizing amenities and the diversity of amenities to meet the most needs on this site. Seeking a medium cost option, so medium impact to taxpayers, while still trying to provide the most amount of amenities. Challenges with the high school, though there's support for having it there, challenges around the integration of it on the site. Inclusive facilities for all, so ensuring accessibility, that this place is going to be welcoming for everyone in all ages. And site access being one of the key ingredients in design moving forward, not just from a parking and vehicular perspective, but walking, cycling, transit, all of those different ways to access the site. And then very clearly build it all at once was one that came forward, and in terms of participants really wanting to see this happen all at once. And with that, I'm actually going to turn it back to Amanda and team for our first question opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Sarah. So we'd like to invite any questions you have on the public participation component of the project and what we've heard from our residents.
All right, how about Councillor Jolly or Councillor Romansky?
I actually don't have anything on the public participation part.
Okay. Seeing no hands up.
I do. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Specific to the participation, was there a demographic breakdown, like seniors may feel historically that they've paid their fair share for amenities and don't want to see that tax increase to pay for it, because they kind of would also say broadly we're not going to use the facilities? So was there any understanding of kind of the demographic breakdown? It's always good to get young families and our frequent flyers responding to surveys, but was it fully representative of St. Albert?
So we did ask, Daniel, do you want me to take that? Okay. Yeah, we did ask demographic questions, so we have that. We didn't cross-reference every single question against the demographics, so we don't have that specific breakdown. I will say that we heard from less seniors, so I think that's an area where in future engagement opportunities for the site, especially when it goes into more about like experience of the amenities and that kind of thing, that would be a great space for more targeted input from seniors in the community.
All right, see no more questions on this. Oh, go ahead, sorry, Wes.
Oh, it's okay. Just one of the interesting findings in your public consultation, particularly on the following the presentation on the land use bylaw. Talk to me about how the thinking around the land use bylaw and parking relates to this particular site in parking here. Are the same principles being applied?
We're gonna speak to parking later on in our design part in terms of our methodology of how we've assigned parking. Is that more what you're looking for?
Well, it was interesting that they wanted parking separate from the high school and the proposal is sort of this omnibus parking.
Yeah. I don't know, Sarah and Sarah, if you have any other further additions to what you've shared with us today on the parking in terms of the analysis that you have, or Amanda, if you have anything else to add?
I think one thing I'll just add is that because the site is sort of on the edge of the community right now and isn't as connected, people are thinking about it in current state. And so parking is important if it went in tomorrow, but that's also why the active transportation links is important too. And so sort of looking at that future condition, I'm sure is what Danielle and team will speak to shortly.
And Etta will go into kind of the methodology, but what we took out of the public participation is striking the right balance is really critical for the site. It's going to be really important that we don't overbuild parking, but that we provide enough so that, you know, most of the time, you know, 90+% of the time, parking is completely fine. You know, and there may be those one-off days where we may have to institute a park and ride or, you know, depending on what's going on the site. But I think from a public participation, I think Sarah's bang on. A lot of the comment back is, why are you building this in the middle of nowhere? It's true right now, maybe, but certainly won't be in the future. So trying to hit that balance of what's appropriate, considering there will be bus networks and trail networks and all those kind of things coming in the coming years as well to support the site.
It's not in the middle of nowhere if you happen to.
Yeah.
So but the other thing is you're on the other side of the end.
Right.
You have to Ray Gibbon, I mean, right? So you have to somehow navigate that, particularly for active transportation.
Right.
So if you're talking about biking or walking, that's in the planning for the future, is it as well?
Correct. And I think, you know, when in the planning of the site, and again, we'll speak to it as Edo's going to, his team are going to speak to the concept plan that we're presenting to you today. Active transportation is a key component of that. And then taking this feedback and how they've built up this plan for, to meet public need in terms of how they've assigned the parking strategy and methodology around that.
Fair enough. Just as a general comment, Madam Mayor, both presentations says, well, we got to be, you know, transit friendly communities. That's just good. I like that.
Yeah.
Just got to have the transit to serve it, right?
You'll see business full.
Yeah.
There you go.
Councilor Romanski.
Thank you again for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. I know it was mentioned that for the ice surface, just the practice ice was a priority. When people were viewing, you know, the plans and the size of the pool or the number of courts for specific things, was there any comments made on the size of each, I guess, you know, type of service that you provide there? Because the pool looked quite small in the, you know, in the graph, and the courts, I think, were only like 4 or 6 kind of thing. Was that discussed or not?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Romanski. We were really focusing with the public on the what was going to be built. Was it going to be sport courts? Was it going to be a pool or a double arena? And we've left the sizing of things to, you know, the expertise of our team as well as future decision making. So the public, certain groups certainly wanted a certain number of things. You know, the more ice sheets, the better in some groups' opinion, or the more pickleball courts, the better in some people's opinion. But what we wanted to make sure is that we understood that the amenity was a priority. So we've provided these big blocks so that we didn't get too deep into, you know, is it 200 square meters or 400 square meters with the public? So we'll continue to work on that as the process goes on. But we've provided in the concept, in the design report,
a better idea of what we think the right size is, and then we'll work with both council and community groups moving forward to really right size everything.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. And just to add to that, I guess, just Councillor Bermansky, just in addition, is that it's really about balance. So as we went forward in the future planning, it's taking all of the learnings we have through our needs assessment, layering on top of that the engagement and finding the right balance in terms of provision of service for the community.
Okay, thank you. Everybody always imagines more grand than it can be sometimes, so we have to be clear in that, I would say, yeah.
So when I look at the cost with the tax implications, I guess the one thing that I'm looking at is, okay, I just realized if we built the whole 120 million, it'd be a 7.3 tax increase. Does the public understand that there's going to be a tax increase on top of that? Or were they thinking the 7.3 was the tax increase for the year? Because it's like, guess what? We actually have a 3 or 4 on our base, right? So like, did they understand that the tax increase was 7.3 plus regular, or were they just saying, were you taking a 7.3 all in?
You're talking capital versus operating?
I'm just saying that the tax implications, I just who would support what?
Yeah.
And did we say to them, it's 7.3 plus probably 3 to 4 on top of that with a total tax increase of 11 if you got your wish list? Or did they say, we'll take a total tax increase of 7.3, which is entirely different ball of wax?
Or to Ms. Wild's answer.
Yeah, so and Sarah, please jump in. We tried to frame the question with enough context. All we know today to be true was the capital cost. We tried to be very clear that this tax implication was related to the capital cost of building this. I'm not confident that the public would understand the operating costs, but again, as a gated approach, we do feel like there will be a lot of opportunity to continue to explore cost with the public as we move through the process, because until you decide what to build, determining the operating impacts to the organization are next to impossible.
Okay, I don't think I'm saying it right. What I'm saying is we have operating costs outside of this facility. Like we're looking at 4.8 here. And bonus 7.3. So did the public know that the 7.3 was on top of the other regular tax increases? Or were they saying we'll take a 7.3 all in?
The question was very specific to construction of this site. So we would hope that they would take that to mean that that question was related to this site and this site only. I can't obviously.
But we didn't tell them in addition, guess what? There's also more on top. Because my concern, and this is just a thing, is like that when we ask people that they think of it in a silo and they don't think, they're just like, okay, well, we'll take 7.3 and you'll just make everything go to 0 that year. So that way it's a total of 7.3. And then when we come back and go, it's on 11, they're like, whoa, I didn't agree to 11. And it's your job as city council to get it back to a 0 on everything else, right? So that's just one of my concerns is like they said, we want you to build it all, but we just don't want to pay for it. And we'd like you to put a lot of amenities, but again, we don't want to pay for the cost of them. And we'd also like to keep those tax increases down in light of the fact that 7.3 is the build out cost on the debt. I mean, that's just what it is. And obviously we didn't discuss our debt management plan or anything else, these people at the time of either, that we don't even have the room in there.
Correct. This was operated as one project.
Just a thing.
And it was really based on that workshop that we held with council where council had suggested you wanted to understand the public's appetite to accept the tax increase for a development like this. So it was quite a silo in terms of, we went to ask about their appetite regarding this project.
You gotta ask Suzanne, anything you'd like to add? Put you on the spot.
Sorry, no, that's exactly correct. It was just kind of at a point in time as to what the capital cost was going to be. And that's something that we'll have to discuss further as we move on to the process.
And then the other thing I was wondering is, I know that they said that the concept 4 was most appealing because it was the last money than concept 5. But in part it's because concept 4 is a high school that we don't pay your bill, but someone else does. So then they're like, going, costs us less and we get a high school out of it, but it costs us less because we don't pay for a high school. So I'm just not sure if that was their thought process, was just that, again, just looking at the number flat out without thinking about the fact that you want other things, you got to pay for them type of thing.
If I'm understanding your correct question or your comment, We had presented all of the options without a high school included in the costing. So they would have been looking at option against option without a high school included in that costing. So it was a comparison, and what we were trying to extrapolate from the public, and Sarah, please, or Amanda, add on, is what did they like about each site? What did they not? What were the pieces that they wanted us to incorporate into future plans? And the diversity and multitude of options that were available, really what we pulled from that concept as being what the community really endorsed.
They really wanted a high school there is what, like they actually said, yeah, bring me a high school.
Yeah, so we looked at our community amenities. So those are all the non-sports bucket of things. The high school is the only one that received a prioritization from the public at 52%. So I think there was a lot of perception of benefit to the high school being included in the site in whatever form it ultimately takes. I think people saw the benefit of having their kid be able to go to high school and then go across the street for hockey practice, or there's some really good synergies there and some shared use potential. So we certainly heard that from the public. A lot of tension around where and the how much and that kind of thing, but public generally supported the high school being there. And to Danielle's point, Concept 4 really came out because it did offer the greatest number of recreation amenities.
Yeah.
Whereas with the footprint of the indoor artificial turf on the fifth option, really limits what else you can do indoors in particular.
I'm looking forward to discussing the parking in the high school. So I will shut up, but I'm not done.
But I think when we get into design, as we move along in the presentation, and Sarah, I'll give you in a second, but as we move into design, really can have some good, robust conversation there. Sarah, did you want to add on to that?
Yeah, just a little thing. I just wanted to mention that that concept section of the questions we were asking was also set up that it wasn't a vote for one, and it wasn't one concept that was going to go forward. It was a way of exploring the different, like Sarah explained, sort of synergies between different uses, or what does it look like altogether. So yeah, it was sort of framed to participants that it wasn't necessarily a vote on a singular option either.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, go ahead. Just picking up on the kind of cost. I mean, just the idea behind the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, was just more around exploring the idea of a tolerance for a tax increase. And so, but I mean, recognizing that this is still some ways away, and there would be other sources of funding sought out, not just only our tax base, but hopefully grants and things like that. So isn't that's, I mean, we weren't being specific, we just check whether or not there's tolerance.
Yeah, I think you're bang on, Councillor Mackay. It was to check a tolerance, and Nana can add more comments. And to your point, the next phase of work is really around partnership studies, grants, opportunities. Like there is more investigation to come that way. It was more to understand the palatability, I think, from the public of a tax increase as a result, based on council's kind of direction at our workshop. And Nana, do you want to add any more?
Yeah, just again, in the interest of being as transparent as we can possibly be with the information that we have today, saying, hey, where are you at St. Albert in terms of this is going to cost money? There's going to be a tax implication. Where are you at, generally speaking? I hope it's not perceived, it wasn't intended to be perceived as that this will cost you 7.3%, but generally, where are people at? And it did help us actually quite a bit in they were all okay with the higher end cost. But then when you translated that to tax dollars, it went, oh, okay, maybe just a little bit less.
Yeah.
Some context.
So it just gave public some context and some understanding as well, and a bit of I don't want to say an educational tool, but almost helping people understand, at least at the capital level, what this could look like to them as a taxpayer.
Yeah, no, that clarifies it.
Mike, you had a question?
Again, public consultation focused was, I was surprised to see disc golf so low after recent discussions and debate. Any?
Probably thought it was being looked after.
Oh, I don't know. It's my question. Any thoughts as to why? Like it was the second lowest score.
Well, I'll invite Sarah and Sarah to chat as well. One thing that we did see a little bit through this is this idea of I really want this, whatever that amenity might be, and rating other things really low. To, false equivalency almost, where if I say no to all the outdoor stuff, I'll get 2 arenas. So we saw a little bit of that in the data, which might have pushed some of those things down. They're cost-wise, obviously, not smart. But that idea, if I don't pick these ones, the things that's really important to me will float to the top. So we saw a little bit of that in the data. And then disc golf is a really heavy growing sport. But it's still, I think pickleball 10 years ago
So it just doesn't have the numbers that something like an ice user would have, just the sheer volume of people. It's still relatively high in the responses we got, but still several hundred people represented in that saying it's a priority. It just drowns out by the volume and things that are have a higher population.
There could be other influences to that too, and that we're developing, of course, like things where maybe people thought, well, maybe we don't need another one if we're doing that one. So there could be, you make a number of assumptions, and Sarah, you add in if you have any ads, there could be a number of assumptions that go into why that scaled low, but I don't think it was that it wasn't important.
And I recognize it's a
Yes.
snapshot and
Yeah.
survey was taken, so.
Sarah, do you have any other ads on that one or?
Yeah, I think I would just echo what Manda was saying in that it's specifically at the front end, we didn't ask people to rank things against each other. Like we were just asking, and it was just is it a high or is it a low priority? So it doesn't mean it's not a priority. It just means in relation, people were thinking about it as being lower priority. It didn't necessarily have to go on this particular site. But it was still there. And I will reinforce too, like it did come up in the comments of things that people wanted to see, or when they saw it in some of the concepts, it was noticed. But in the grand scheme of things, in those broader lists of outdoor and indoor amenities, it was a lower priority in relation to everything else.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, next section. And we'll turn it over to Edo and your team, and you can watch it. Right. Amanda's going to load, so I'll talk and do a little bit of airtime. So Edo and his team are here from ACI to kind of walk through the draft concept that we've put in your package today and presented to you, and walk through kind of all the planning and how those things like parking came to be. Walk through that. There you go.
Thank you very much, Danielle. We already know where the site is. So again, it's sited by the Villeneuve Road and Ray Gibbon Drive. It's got connectivity to future active transportation and expansion spaces, and the connectivity to the future residential development to the south. So just want to talk a little bit about some of our design considerations based on the direction to see if we can go with more of the urban edge approach, but we did have a smattering of some of the other concept in place as well. So what you see here is we've really defined the edge or the urban edge of the site to the north and to the west that's created by the facilities for recreation as well as the future high school. As part of the central space or the quad component, those spaces really define the inner side of the site. And it's defined by the cultural node as well as the open spaces and the connection to the access points to the site, both pedestrian and vehicular, as well as the pathway and connective spaces that you see on the former landfill site that connects not only the facility and its program spaces, but there's future connectivity to the north where the dog park is as well. We also want to take advantage of the fact that there's nothing around us. So we have a large expansive roof area that we can take advantage for all future solar or photovoltaic opportunities that the building can provide. The other component that you'll see in some of our plan development is that the site itself or the facility itself is connected to the outdoors rather than connected to the asphalt, which is a significant departure from Service Place. All those connected outdoor amenities to the actual indoor facilities has a south, east, and a west orientation. The north side of the site is left predominantly for service. A little bit about the considerations for building massing. What you see here, the arena in green is sited near the west of the site. We haven't shown the parking, but it's near its own parking, so access is direct for those users who want to bring their hockey bags or ice bags into that facility. The space is separated by a dryland feature, which is the blue feature in the middle. That's predominantly your change facilities, as well as a fitness center and the connection to the third floor track. And that separation really creates a nice node that separates the environmental needs of both the aquatics in yellow as well as the ice arena in green. Those need to be environmentally protected. One's chilled, one's superheated and humid. So that space is predominantly the connector space between those two program areas. The red area is really the gathering space. This gathering space creates the crush and the multicultural and multi-purpose amenities that are required, including administrative amenities for a facility like this. It's an easy connection and it's predominantly best in class from what we normally design. Each amenity, I know we talked a little bit about how big the amenity is, how many people that it can use. And again, it's really a placeholder to determine that in future schematic and detailed design, but currently it's being sized for play areas that will accommodate both area and volume, because as you well know, volume in program or fitness or facilities such as this is really critical to how we execute best in practice design. Some of the big concepts that we had for this consideration really surrounded itself around these key 6 components. We didn't identify accessibility and inclusivity because it was part of baseline. So it's in each and every one of our concepts. But it was critical to understand the massing of this facility as this committee previously understood. It seems like a big site, but when you take away the former landfill, it's not as big as we thought it was going to be. So massing the facility was critical in the delivery of what we understood in engagement to be the most or best opportunity to include as many amenities as we could. We understood that using green powder through photovoltaics is something that was critical to not only the engagement, but also to the city of St. Albert, as we are doing in this facility as well. Orientation of the site. We do have 2 single access points from Range Road 260, which is a direct west access and a south access through the middle of the site. So orienting the facility so it didn't look like a sea of parking, which we were notified many times to isolate or to create a diverse parking space location rather than the sea of asphalt that's present in some of the other locations. Integration is also key. Although it's nice to separate some of the facilities, the best and most efficient and effective use of a facility is to create some common connections, both in the envelope and how the program spaces interact with each other. And I think the solution does that quite well. Although we haven't explored it in detail, we always think about the systems and the systems integration, especially what we can do from a sustainability perspective. Adding the ice surface clearly allows us to use an Enviro ice system. Again, we're not there yet, but if you get detailed in systems design, Enviro ice allows us to use that burden of the heat created when you chill something to be used in an aquatics program. 100% of that burden can be used in this facility. So this is a little bit about access. As you can see, Range Road 260 is on the west. It provides us our primary access to the site. Thank you. This is where I wish I had a little laser, but it provides us our primary access on the northwest of the site. And then there's a secondary access that forms the connection to the residential and commercial spaces to the south and comes into the site from the south side. So this is the approach that we can see rather than having again, a sea of asphalt. It really allows us to take beneficial use of the activity that the landfill site or the open space parking or park area provides to us, as well as the approach to the future high school, as well as the recreation facility, and not to be outdone, the program sports fields, which include in this program baseball diamond soccer field, as well as the tarmac or hardcourt area, the splash park and future outdoor ice, as well as, again, some of the tarmac areas that are there. So this really shows you how we connect the space. And although we're showing it to you in plan, we hope to get some access later to show it to you in a model format. So you'll get to see it a little bit better than reading it off a small plan. We were tasked by the project team to provide you an understanding of, so you're designing this, what does it kind of feel like in terms of scale and size? So my first go around had everything not in St. Albert. So I was asked to try to frame it in terms of St. Albert uses. And being a resident of St. Albert, I'm really embarrassed that I didn't think of that. So the aquatics area really forms almost the same space that we currently have at Fountain. It's almost the same in area, although the widget of the program is slightly different, but in area, it's a significant investment in aquatics for our community. So that gives you an idea of where we're at for aquatics. The arena is because it's framed as a practice arena. The only thing I can give you as a piece of inference is think Kinex in terms of size, but with best in practice change rooms and amenities that support the arena. Obviously, Kinex is a little bit long in the tooth and perhaps oriented in the wrong way in terms of change rooms. So it's the same size as Kinex with a full complement of change facilities required for both accessibility and inclusive use of the space.
And two arenas, correct? Like the two or just the one?
Right now, we just have one shown at Councillor Hughes.
And what about spectators?
We do have a little bit for spectator. Again, an XE, yes, about 150, let's say, something like that. Yeah, just to give you an idea, yeah, but way better change rooms. It's more service place change rooms with a Kinex size. And for the fitness area, it's really service places fitness. It's about the same area and size, maybe a little bit smaller. And the track level is about the same distance in terms of meters, but we've kind of created a secondary loop so that can be a walking and a running loop. So it's a little bit different than how the single track at service is done. The one thing that is in common within St. Albert is the multi-purpose or the connective fiber, that gathering space. For those of you who have ever wandered through Clairview Rec Center, it's really the multi-purpose rooms that are on the south side of the facility that has 3 very large multi-purpose spaces, and it has a dedicated child play, but it's really those convertible spaces, and those in this kind of scenario, we understood the connectivity, especially service living through COVID, that those spaces should open up to the outside rather than open up to the bus drive by at service place or the asphalt lane. So this takes that into consideration quite well in terms of our approach to design.
Right. Just to speak a little bit to the outdoor component of site, including all the outdoor site amenities. Got some pictorial representations up there, but I'll just kind of speak briefly as to where we were kind of going with kind of organizing the site elements and how they connect the indoor components of the site, being the building, high school and the computer center. If you go back to the site drawing quickly. The main site is kind of organized off of this main pedestrian spine that comes in off of Range Road 260. And all of our site amenities are kind of organized off of that main pedestrian spine, which is, as we envision it, kind of an equal opportunity area for both pedestrians and cars to access the site and entry to the parking spaces as well as the main amenity spaces. As you move along that spine, one of the first amenities that you come to if you move from west to east is the main plaza outside the community area of the building. And we envision that space as being kind of a spillover area from the activities of the building. So really flexible and programmable in terms of what they can accommodate. And then also facilitating that four season use too. So when you've got activities in the summertime that can spill out into that main area, and emphasizing that. As you move along, we've got the spray park as well as the tamarack and the pickleball courts move further west. And that the spray park, as I've said before, that also kind of emphasizing that four-season use, and as it's convertible to a leisure ice surface also. And the tamarack area also, there, as was mentioned in the public consultation piece, there was a little bit of confusion over what that might be, but that is kind of envisioned as a flexible space and can accommodate different types of outdoor, say, markets or sports, could be like painted line courts, those types of activities. It just kind of lends itself to the flexibility of the overall site. As you move along that spine, we've got our cultural node. That really forms kind of the terminus of that vehicular and pedestrian spine. So as you move along that pedestrian tree promenade, you come to that cultural space. And right now we've given kind of a precedent image on the top row there of an amphitheater. So it could be a theater, theater space, kind of an activities space, cultural space, places where various cultural groups could come and give performances or different types of activities that way. And from that cultural node, it really opens up into the main green space of the site, being largely made up of the landfill site. And as has been mentioned before, there are site constraints in that area as to what we can do, even in terms of tree planting. So a lot of it will be for kind of a passive recreational use, with a lot of the active uses being more focused in some of our amenity areas. One of the things that we can do in that landfill area is kind of we can create that bike skills park. And that's kind of organized in kind of in the center of that landfill area. And it's kind of surrounded by a network of bike paths and pedestrian paths. And the bike skills park, we looked at a number of different comparables around the region. And in that area, we kind of envision that being kind of built up with obstacles mostly formed out of grade and rough grade work. So it might have some built up components, bridges and skills components, but and then also maybe like a pump track. And just in generally, I mean, we envision the site to be bordered by a lot of trees, and like all the frontages of buildings would be trees, and all of the pedestrian paths and circulation options would be trees. So like a very, very heavy on the biodiversity aspect and creating that treed site so that it's available for users for 4 seasons a year.
Do you want us to, instead of doing this, do you want us to
After this one.
do this after this one? Okay. So we did allow for, as part of engagement, a high school site. It's a 1,500 student high school. Just to let you know, we've done about 3 of these in our office. We're kind of school guys as well. We've allowed for both a dedicated bus drop off and a passenger drop off, the kiss and drop, so to speak. The parking stalls are a requirement by law from the city of St. Albert, so they meet the requirement for the high school. And because it is the high school, it's probably used a little bit more during the hours that the facility is not being used. So that's between the hours of 7:30 and 3. So those parking stalls can be shared and beneficial use to the facility as well as the site in its entirety. So it's directly south of the facility area and directly west of the open space area, connecting it to the cultural node, vehicular access, as well as the pedestrian paths that have created on the site. Its connectivity is good. We wish it to be everything to all things on this site, but parking is a reality. But we do have green space connections in the large boulevards that were created by Ground Crew that connects the high school to the open site, to the ball diamond, and to the sports field, which is a requirement for this high school, as well as its biggest facility amenity, which is the facility itself, both for ice, fitness, or gymnasium use, as well as aquatics.
It's last one, then we'll do the.
Perfect. Okay. And then from a site perspective, the facilities are connected with gathering and multipurpose community spaces, as was envisioned via the quad. The transition from the facility to the outside is through a gathering space or green space, which is a notable change from Service Place. And I think you'll see it in terms of its scope and size when you see the walkthrough or the fly through the model.
Parking is provided to each of the amenity spaces. As you can see, we have some parking to the west of the arena site, easy to go in with your bags directly into the site. We do have parking dedicated as required by law for the high school, and we do have parking splitting the hard surface courts from pickleball, tennis, splash park, ice pad, tarmac to the play fields of soccer and baseball. And we do have a parking facility that's directly associated to the open space as well. We never want to forget our little 33 to 35 at the bottom, which connects some of the pathways on the farthest south part of the site. So although it doesn't seem like there's a lot of parking, it certainly represents a lot of the opportunities to connect this space with that. And we're roughly about 40% of LUB or land use bylaw requirements, which is almost identical. It's identical to what Service Place currently provides in terms of its parking count. Open space is connected via the pathways. So I think Ryan and his team at Ground Cube did a wonderful job connecting the space, both from the south future residential along the inside of the path as well, all the way to the facility, and then north between the parking lots and the play fields to the future dog park and access to the north of that site. So that gathering really connects the spaces. And although it seems a little bit isolated as a site when Chiro gets built, its connection will be felt, and I'm sure will be appreciated by the residents of that area immediately to the south.
Awesome. So we'll just take a quick pause. I'm going to turn over the screen to Gord here. We do have a fly-through render of the site just to give you a better perspective. It's the 2D maps sometimes.
Can we ask one? That's
No.
That'll open up.
Coming. First.
Will these mics pick up if I stand up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. I made a bad choice for lunch, so I was. So this is looking where, this is from the entrance off 260, the high school's on the right, the facilities on the left. If you can bring us a little higher up, more of a bird's eye view, Gordon. Thank you. I can see it here. It's there we go. So can you fly us through?
Butter dome.
That's How are you gonna, the committee, it's not part of your bill, so we just made it yellow just to. Yeah. So as you can see, the pathways, if you could stop there, Gordon, really connects the building to the site in front of the building, which is not the roadway. There is quite a separation of space between the facility and its asphalt structure. If you can bring us down towards that west entry, Gordon. It looks way better on his screen, just to let you know. So you'll see, and if you can back this out, there's quite a bit of space that separates what we have here and what we're used to as residents of St. Albert at Service Place. So that distinction was clear when we were doing our engagements. And it really provides you an ability to separate that space and to use that outdoor space as part of your indoor amenity servicing program. Can you bring this around the side, the main drive a little higher up? There we go. So this is where that inside gathering space that connects the big boxes that you have creates the opportunity for those multi-purpose spaces to be open from the inside to the outside. We took some artistic license and added some tents that created more of a cultural space, more of, think of it as the market that's in front of this wonderful building. So it really creates an activation that is second to none in this city. And as you can tell, that relationship between indoor and outdoor is blurred at this point in time. There's really no defining line when those overhead doors are open and that use can spill out onto the plaza. And the plaza can be used, it's really multi-purpose. Right now it's defined as a space and the space has unlimited use at this point in time. You bring this across the street. Up. Thank you. And it's round, yeah. So this is again our interpretation of what these boxes can look like when they get fit together. This is a really effective use of capital by creating a single space. But what we wanted to demonstrate is, although it feels like it's a big box with asphalt, it's really the articulation of the activity outside of the box, which Ryan has mentioned. It's the boulevard, it's the trees, it's the outdoor spaces, which really combines what is pleasure within a campus, or what we call the urban edge design. Can you bring us around to the pickleball and tarmac sports? Waiting for a kid. We would never be up here, but it's kind of a cool look. It kind of gives you an idea now of the volume of space that we have from a separation facility and the outdoor spaces, as well as the nearness from the facility and the outdoor spaces. They're not in the North 40, they're right there. So you get immediate and beneficial use from the change room facilities within the building itself to help support some of this program space. So the aquatics, which is right underneath the St. Albert sign, which is your indoor aquatics, is right beside your splash pad aquatics. It makes really good sense. It's not easy to do, but it makes really good sense. So again, that continued use of that change room facility or the support facilities, the mechanical room for the splash pad is really important. Having for a year on this pool out here, making sure the mechanical works when we do something different is really, really important and somewhat costly. So it's something that we want to do. And again, from the pickleball generation, which is mine, we really like to make sure we're really close to those change rooms for apparently the $377 million we spend in injuries playing pickleball every year. So it's good to have that. We've allowed for some seating as well, because we really don't want to lose the fact that it's a community space and a community wants to sit, chat, have a coffee and watch, right? It's as simple as that. So as you move down the pickleball and tennis courts, you start to tie into some of the boulevards, the gathering spaces, a little bit of parking that's shared between this site and the district park, the tarmac, our favorite food truck, which is Fancy Burgers, which is pretty good. And then you bring this into the pedestrian cultural node that Ryan was talking about. Just go right a little bit. Go farther right, take us down the path. There we go. So this is the connection from the entrance off of 260 off the Range Road. And at some point in time, we make it pedestrian. So what is a cultural node? I think it's something. What is that something? That something is really a place that's adaptable. I think from the committee's perspective and the work that the team did in engagement, we're really creating something that's totally adaptable. And that's done with the finishes you have and the volume of space you create. Like Ryan mentioned, it can be a performance space. It can be a seating space for two to enjoy underneath the trees. It's a common focus known as a mall. Everybody's heard of the mall, especially the one in Washington. It's a connective piece, and it's straightforward how that ties in the entire site, which is significantly large at 60 acres. And this piece also connects to the open spaces. Open space, we didn't develop it too much. It's an open space. So we didn't put in the bike park or anything like that at this point in time. But you can start to feel the general flavor of how some of that pathway work connects to the large spaces, how trees, when developed, really gives you a sense of gathering and a sense of not being again in this sea of asphalt. And Gordon, if you can show us that open space at that height, you can just turn it right. It's not a small area. So the space has a lot of breadth to it, which allows it to breathe a little bit and allows it to really act on its own instinct, right? And how it connects to the balance of the site. Right, give us to the left there. Can you give us a bird's eye view from that corner looking back to the northwest? There you go. This really starts to, hopefully is giving you a better idea rather than just a site plan on how some of these spaces can work together. Again, not that I've been asked, but it's easy to forget that this is concept. This is not finished space. This is concept. Placeholders for what we heard through engagement and the open houses that we participated in with the team, Ground Cubed and O2.
So we purposely showed you the pretty renders. Last thing that I was going to talk about is the cost.
We have questions from that.
You want a question?
Questions?
Not yet.
Sure. So based on the areas that were provided, sorry, Your Honor, based on the areas provided, the amenity site itself for vehicular access flat surfaces, which are the roadway structures and tarmac areas, as well as the building itself, is running around 80 million, just over $80 million. That's at a Class D budget at this point in time. I don't need to tell everybody what happens to budgets every time we wait 6 weeks, but currently that's what's been targeted. We do have offsite levies that were always a part of the project that the team members from City of St. Albert identified. And then the passive recreation site for landscaping, some infrastructure that's required for the balance of the site, trails, plazas, nodes, and outdoor amenities was identified as an $11,842,500 cost for a total of $95,652,500, of which, if you kind of take ranges on it, take it from 81 to 110 million. I doubt we're going to see 81. I think landing on the $110 million side, unless things change dramatically in the next 5 years, is somewhere where this will be going to.
Thank you, Edo. So we're going to talk a little bit of what else. So I'm sorry, we're not going to get questions yet. Yeah, so I figured we want to dive in and play with models and things. So if you'll just bear with me, I'll get through the rest of it really quickly. So the first thing we wanted to talk about is we had all these priorities. They were all ranked, relatively high or medium high, but we didn't obviously have room or budget to include all of them. So one of the key takeaways that we got from this process was that the artificial indoor unboarded turf is wanted by the community. Community groups, not only soccer, but baseball, lacrosse, other groups see value in this facility. Administration certainly sees a lot of value in this type of facility, as well as diversity. We're seeing some movement in the region on these facilities, but there's definitely a regional demand as well. So we definitely see this as a priority. When it came down to looking at the community amenity site, how the residents value diversity, budget, footprint, all of those things, we felt like this is still a really high priority, but it doesn't fit as well as other amenities on the community amenity site. We had to give up too much diversity to fit the footprint of these. These are very, very large facilities, as you would have seen in the public engagement. So we do think, though, that there is place and partners in the City of St. Albert to find a home for this. So you'll notice in your package, we have actually asked for 2 motions. And the second relates to just directing administration to continue to work with our partners to find space for this and really trying to prioritize this, knowing the community amenities is the focus for the city, but trying to work with our community partners to find a spot for this facility. Just didn't really feel like the trade-offs we could make on the community amenity sites specifically, but still support this as administration.
How many acres did you need?
It's approximately 10 with parking. So it's about the same. It was same size approximately as the high school, the footprint wise. So it's significant. Some other priorities that we heard that we still feel are priorities moving forward. Ball diamonds, you'll notice there's one in the concept plan. Our thought was we'll show a turf and a ball diamond, but really work with the high school and the community groups to figure out which combination makes the most sense later on. Ball diamonds, we heard there's certainly a need for it, particularly for fastball, but they do need more than 1 or 2 diamonds is what they're really feeling the need is. They need more consolidated sites with multiple diamonds. We do know that also with the change to the Paul Kane diamonds, we do need to find more spaces for ball diamonds, but again, not really a high priority here. We could include 1 or 2, but there might be still a need for more as we grow. Skate park was interesting, certainly supported by those with youth in their lives or those that skate. But the thought was this location isn't quite right. A lot of teens and youth want to be able to use active transportation networks to get there. And in our current build, this might not be the right site. That doesn't mean there isn't space for it down the road, but as a priority right now, we felt like a skate park could wait or could find another location that's a little bit more central. And then the Friendship Center. So that came out of the recommendations of the Pehonan report. And we met with our Indigenous partners. They felt it was important. But again, it was that location. They wanted to see something that was a little bit better co-located with other support services, something maybe more closer to downtown or something that integrated better with existing city facilities instead of being a standalone building. And then the disc golf question. At this point, based on what we heard and the priorities put on by the public, and with the Kingswood Disc Golf Course opening tomorrow, hopefully, and the work ongoing that administration is doing, we don't think it will be required, and we think it'll actually rank lower once we do our reassessment this year on the recognition assessment. So those were kind of the big takeaways. There's facilities that were priority or have changed priority. The other one, sorry, I apologize, I forgot to put on was a boat dock. Obviously still in the mix with Kingswood opening. This site obviously wasn't the right site either, but that's another water. We'll keep an eye on. So we have two recommended motions, and when it comes to that point, Ledge has I missed a few words in there, so they fixed that for me. What we're asking you today is that you direct us to bring forward the finalized concept plan to the community amenities site in Q3 of 2023 for council approval. That second motion again just talks to identifying a site and giving administration the direction to go ahead and continue to work towards an indoor artificial border turf somewhere else. Those are our two motions. Our next steps are, we're hoping that we'll have an endorsed concept plan from council in September. As you know, we still have a lot of work to do. This is very much the first kind of gateway to what we want to see on this site eventually. There's a lot of work to do. The next phase includes our technical studies, looking at operating and partnership models and looking at different ways of doing things, as well as refining that design, adding more lines inside those boxes and giving a little bit more depth of detail to particularly the indoor facilities. With the goal of having an updated site plan and some thoughts towards operating models in late 2024 or early 2025. Now we're at questions. We do have a discussion item. What we're asking of committee today is we understand this is an opportunity for you to give feedback to our team, for us to take it away and make any final adjustments before we bring it back. We would ask that if you do want to see any changes on the site, that it is done by motion. And the first question we're going to ask as administration, we do feel we've programmed the site to the greatest extent possible within all of the constraints. So we were going to ask you first, what would you like to remove? And then if there is opportunity, what would you like to add, if that makes sense?
Maybe let's start with questions if you want. Let's start with questions. It's hard for us to say what we'd want to remove because we're just 7. The community told us that this is what they wanted. So I think honesty.
Well done. I would like to put forward a motion to have administration propose our board bylaw and we'll build it right away. So it's awesome.
Like, am I supposed to write that down?
Love it. I love the fact that it's not questions, but I love the fact that you really have the outdoor and the indoor meshed so well together. I think that will be unique.
Or do you mind just pouring out?
Sure. Unique in the region. Okay.
I can zoom through in the fun version instead of my flat version.
I'm going to ask a question of everyone in the room before we actually take questions of stuff. Do we need a 5 or 10 minute break? Because we've been going at this now for since let's say 1 o'clock. So it's almost been. We had a quick little break, so let's take 10 minutes and then get your questions. I see Natalie has a question already.
I just got a
Yeah.
general question.
Okay, so it's 3:30. That would be 8 minutes. Okay. Oh,
She didn't grab me my wallet.
okay. Can you hear me, Natalie? Okay, you're up first. Go ahead.
Thank you. So plan looks great, no concerns. I do have a question about the high school site. So we've heard from the school board that it is kind of they urgently need shovel-ready land. So how close are we to, you know, having a site that they can use to kind of petition the province to get money to build something?
Yeah, I can take that one, Councillor Jolly. So we informed the school board, or the school division prior to this year's capital funding requests that the site was available. It's actually in the school site inventory. So there is servicing up Range Road 260 to the site, and the city owns the land. So they could have put that in as their first agenda item this year if they'd have wanted to.
Perfect. No, that's great. And regarding the school again, just to clarify, so it says a 1,500 student building. Could that be more than 1,500 students if they went up? Like, is that still a possibility on that site?
Edo, do you want to echo that?
Sure, yes, Councillor Jolly. It's currently a 3-story school. It's patterned against the one that we just completed for Edmonton Catholic in Castle Downs, which is a 1,500 3-story. We could go taller and increase capacity, but then we'd have to adjust parking as well to meet the current land use bylaw in the city of St. Albert as well.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. So,
Councillor Jolly?
oh, sorry, what was that?
May I just add in, we did meet with the 3 school boards and they feel like 1,500 is the right size to go with. They don't typically like to see much larger than that.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you. So my last question, so I know that climbing didn't hit the list from feedback from residents, but I suspect that that's because they don't know that it makes money and can offset our operating costs. So are there still plans to, you know, reach out to the climbing companies to see if they are interested in setting up shop in St. Albert as kind of a partnership with this type of facility?
And did you want to tackle that?
Yeah, certainly. Councillor Jolie, we have allocated space for the gym and fitness that could accommodate a climbing wall. So we've left it generic in the report saying things it could be. So there's certainly a core plate for it. And then again, through the partnership and operating models, we look at the viability of that, but there's space.
Okay.
Footprint.
Perfect. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mackay, you had a question.
Yeah, just first of all, to answer your first question, I don't have any changes. I don't think we take anything away from the site. I think, like the mayor said, community has spoken quite loudly, quite clearly. But sticking with the school questions, and I'm thinking as an old cop, you know, when you got to school there, now you're going to have potentially, like, sometimes these kids, you know, they come roaring into the parking and there could be pedestrian car conflict right there, considering that you're using the that kind of the south entrance as your main entrance. How do you see that, or how do you kind of stop any of that pedestrian vehicle conflict because of the way that the parking lot is set up right now? Like,
maybe I'll start and then Adam can go. One thing you'll notice is there's a dedicated road that goes to the very south of the high school. So that was an attempt to draw traffic away from the main entrance to help with that issue, as well as dedicated bus parking that is separate from the parking lot, or dedicated drop-off zones. So we'll never get rid of the safety risk of unsafe drivers, but we have tried to accommodate a number of different ways for people to get there without coming into contact with the pedestrians, at least without shoving the parking lot right next to the building.
And just if this gives you any comfort, I guess, that there's a project team from across the organization that's been sitting on the concept plan development. Transportation was a part of this. So they've been involved in kind of making sure that this aligns to what their expectations would be about safe journeys to schools and the like.
yeah, and I'm just thinking like of the bus drop off is that area, but then there would be a conflict between cars and the bus drop off potentially. So I'm just wondering why you didn't flip it, like have parking and then have the school over. I guess you'd have the school in front of the doors, yes, but I'm just curious as to why in this concept that it's not reversed.
And do you have any other comments to add to that? Or, I mean, I guess this is conceptual at this time too.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm just wondering.
we're showing, they're trying, I guess, also to represent need for parking, need for school.
Yeah.
There's a lot more refinement that needs to happen.
Yeah, okay.
It's designed further. And so there could, and I guess that's a good disclaimer to this whole process is that as times change, we can change configuration. There will be changes to the design. This will not be what that site ends up completely with.
I understand that. I was just saying, I would just say maybe something that I just picked up like
Sure.
right away in that sense. There was, I can't argue with, you're right. You got to fit certain models on the space that you have. I just thought,
Perhaps we can speak to, and Adrian, please jump in as well. Our MDP speaks to having the fronting of buildings on our major roads.
okay,
So that's part of the reason why the building is off of Range Road 260 and not the parking lot, is to give that visibility to the high school from the roadway and meet some of the policies.
and yeah, and caveat taken that it's concept, but I'm just thinking that it just. Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
But like you answered my other question, Adrian, in the sense of saying, and it's there, you can have it, take it. It should, hopefully it's in their inventory that they send to the provincial government so that they can say, okay, here it is. The school could go potentially first by a long way, right?
It could, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's part of the rationale for the location of the school and separating it out with the roadway is the development timelines can be different. Without causing major disruption to the other parts of the site. So it's a little bit isolated, and that was very intentional because we don't have a lot of control over the timing of the development.
Yeah, but don't they usually like a field behind the high school though?
So there is typically when we work with Alberta Infrastructure, when they're developing schools, that we work with them, yes, concurrently to make sure that what we're developing on the adjacent park site works for them. I believe, and Adrian, I would defer to you on this, but that there's no formal expectation of it being exactly adjacent to the school, but we are cognizant that there is a need for a rectangular or some kind of sports field to support a school's operation. It is not a far walk and the pedestrian pathways are good for this age range to travel on foot to get there.
Sure. No, fair enough. Just concept.
Exactly.
Okay. That's okay.
The concept plan, when I think about transportation, Ray Gibbon Drive connecting to Fowler Way, and Villeneuve not being closed, but curving around and going north. Was that taken into account? Because it kind of feels like Villeneuve is then there's no access to the north there. I don't know how the roads, I've never seen the.
Could be access from 260 to Villeneuve.
Is it?
Yeah, 260 to Villeneuve would join right on 260.
But then Villeneuve doesn't.
Villeneuve would just angle out.
Connect up to Fowler Way.
Yeah, connect up to Fowler.
So how do you, so you got to go up and then.
Not very far.
I'm just asking.
The only way you can go up and then down.
Okay. So it's not isolated.
Sorry.
In terms of the.
Yeah, you'll have access off of, there'll be an intersection at Ray Gibbon and where Villeneuve or where Fowler is there.
Yeah.
And that will be your access back to the west.
And the planning team is aware of what that transportation long-term view looks like.
Yeah, we've got the future Fowler Way alignment, everything. So, yeah.
And we have planners on our members of Adrian's team on the concept plan as well.
Okay, good.
Did you add anything to that?
No, yeah, there had been discussion about different access off Villeneuve. So that it all is part and parcel, and that interchange of Villeneuve for a given drive has been a consideration.
Yeah. Okay, it's one of those things that it's a different plan than what we see today, and I want to make sure that everybody's on the, knows what the long-term plan is there. The pool that we're being asked to consider here, is it 8 lanes that could hold a proper not tournament, but what's the word?
Meet.
Yeah.
Meet.
Competition.
Meet. So that it's 8 lanes, but it's got the extra 2 lanes on the side of it to give the space, and it's the full 25 meters, not like some pools that were 24.2.
So it is a 25-meter pool, and I'll start, Amanda, you can tag on. And I know it's a 25-meter pool, which would meet the requirements of our local swim association. So it's not a 50-meter pool, but it is to the competition level, they would require 25 meters, 8 lanes. And Amanda, I don't add anything unique to that.
I don't, do you want to?
Yeah, so Counselor, yes, it's certainly allowed to hold even a sanctioned event.
Yeah.
Through the former FINA, which is Water Activities now, allowing both for touchpad locations on both each length of the 25 meters and the outboard of the 2 outside lanes from 0 to 7, since that's how they number them for some reason. So yes, it will hold sanctioned events, or can be once certified, hold sanctioned events.
Because I know the touch boards has been missed in previous designs and then they get a.
Just to put your mind at ease, we're doing Hemingway. And Hemingway now is a certified 50-meter pool to complement Coronation as a full triathlon.
That's great. The ice rink, when you said it's like Kinex, limited spectator seating. And then I looked at the size of the indoor arena, 3,300 and whatever square meters. That's like kind of, I don't know, 33,000 or 36,000 square feet.
Yeah, it does, Counselor, include change room facilities that supports the arena. So the arena itself is an NHL rink. It's 85 by 200 plus some seating, and then the full complement of change facilities. So that's the difference in Kinex has those. I know there was some that were built to the west. But it's a very small arena based on footprint. Yeah. So this one is, I wanted to give you an idea because it's not even Murray or Messier. It's more, that one is a standalone with a larger footprint. We've allowed for 8 change facilities.
Okay, good. That's good to hear with.
But it is a little bit larger as well because we've added crush space. What we heard is they need a little bit more room to warm up in the corners. We need storage rooms. Our sport partners suite allows for a little bit more square footage in the budget and the footprint to give us flexibility to really respond to communities, organizations' needs as well.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit bigger than some of the practice facilities, but the finishes and the look and feel of it is very much meant to be for practice.
Okay. The other question, I know it's concept design, but at concept design, I was surprised to see a very detailed reference to unfixed seating. And that kind of caught me off guard. I used to fixed seating, but I'm not sure what
Yeah, so that's in response to the parking. Parking requirements are a little bit variable depending on fixed or non-fixed seating. And we wanted to really share that this was going to be a practice style facility, so seating that could move or be removed depending on how we're using the floor plate. It doesn't have to stay that way by any means, but that's the kind of gist we were trying to get by. This isn't going to be these nice, a Go Auto style.
Oh gosh, no.
But that type of seating. So that it might just be a terminology thing. The intent was just, these are basic bleachers. There's nothing performance style about it. Am I capturing that right?
Yeah. It just seemed like a very unique detail to be specified in a concept.
We were trying to set expectations on.
It's the happy balance to get, I think, an understanding of what that intention of that space is, but not to get too prescriptive of what the details will be, but.
Yeah, fair enough. I read the document and I was curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
No pressure at all to do a 50-meter pool.
50-meter pool. So I would say is anecdotally, there's a few requests. And I mean, if Sarah, I don't know if Sarah and Sarah's still on the line, or Matt, if you have any other feedback, there were anecdotally a few requests. But I wouldn't say it was overwhelming in terms of the number of asks for it. And I think the capital cost and the operating cost versus the operations of a 25-meter are significantly different. So
yeah, I would echo the conversations. There are a few individuals in the community that are obviously very, very passionate about competitive swimming. I feel like 50 meters are going to be the requirement moving forward. But we really wanted this site to focus in on community needs, and on the size of everything and smaller facility service. The really high elite performance really wasn't where we were going, and that's kind of the audience that it serves.
I think it's part of the regional context of there's only a couple of 50-meter pools in the whole region, and that would be, our Kinsman's and the Peter Hemingways. There's very few, so looking for the region to access and use those.
What's the state?
Swiss still have it?
I can't remember if it was from, they had downscaled at one point to a 25, I believe, but I'm not sure if it's gone back to 50.
Yeah, the last I heard, they were playing with possibly being able to re-add that back in. Budget, but
Find out
I'll
first.
stand you. What's you next for questions?
Go ahead, Sheena.
Okay. So the parking, so how much parking do we have in Kinnix right now?
Next, I would have to get a confirmation. I believe it's 240, but I can't remember, and I'd have to get a confirmation for you.
Okay, and that's for two ranks.
For two ranks, but I can double check.
One right now, correct?
Sorry,
Looking at one rank, right?
one single sheet.
Okay, and then how much parking do we have in Paul Kane right now? In the new Paul Kane? How much do we have?
I couldn't answer that. Do you know?
I'd have to pull the development. I'd have to pull the development.
I can share that this plan meets the current land use bylaw requirements, so the one stall per 20 students or 35 students for high school.
I'm just curious what that is compared to how many are we doing for this one? We're doing 300, so this is 1 per 5 as well, correct?
Yeah, this is meeting the current land use bylaw.
I mean, because the concern I have is just that in Paul Kane right now, for example, like if you want a parking stall, you get there, it's a lottery and it's not meeting everybody's needs. So then the spillover, as we know, happens in the neighborhoods. Then we've got the no parking zones, but they do spill out further out than that when they want to do it. And so we don't have a neighborhood for this to spill out into, which means it's going to spill out to the other parking lots. It's what's going to come out down to, right? And we can ticket and tow people, and that's going to be really popular. But regardless, it's going to be that we can spill over. So I'm trying to figure out, for the parking, not what our land use bylaw has, but what the actual demand is going to be. And whether or not with our spillovers, we can accommodate other things at the same time as when the school is in.
Absolutely. So we have a couple of different things, and I'll ask Edo, who's done a lot of work on parking, because that was the first major constraint for this site that was identified. So we've met the land use bylaw in the site that is in the parking lot that's directly adjacent. We do have space to expand. So Alberta Infrastructure will build the parking associated with the parking lot. So this will be done in coordination with them, but there is space to expand. As well, we have this kind of overflow parking lot that we may or may not need for the community amenities pieces, depending on our parking study, which could be kept in as overflow for the high school, or it could be removed from the concept in the future once our parking studies are all in place. So we've kind of done a couple of different things to kind of deal with the right size and providing space without trying to overpromise parking.
How many are going in that overflow?
156.
Okay.
Comment, teacher.
So that should be closer to what would actually need to get like that I'm thinking that would probably be like, because we have 300, including staff and students right now in Paul Kane, and I'm guessing there's 150 more cars that are like dispersed. So that means that we should be okay on that. The tarmac, you said before that the support for that was low, but I still don't understand what it is, other than we can do something. We don't know what is the intention of the tarmac?
They're outdoor basketball courts.
Okay.
Primarily, but really what they do, Foursquare, on a site like this, they're intended to give us, like the Edo showed on the render, flat space, extra hard space for, like, if you want to bring a food truck in, you can't park it on the street. You can pull it in there and use it for different activities. But we did hear a lot of demand for basketball, but people didn't really understand what a tarmac was, and it's a really inexpensive way to program a space. So that's why we included it, even though it was a little bit less supported in the public engagement, is we know how much ours are used and valued. We don't think people really understood through the engagement that that's those basketball courts, those hard surface play spaces, people scooter on them. And like I said, they're really low cost compared to a lot of outdoor amenities. So they're quite easy to program.
I know this is early on, but there is a potential that we could convert it so it could also use ball hockey.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've got great mini soccer setups now. So we just wanted to provide that really flexible surface space that could support outdoor activities more on that spontaneous drop-in basis.
I think Adrian has an add-on just for the parking as well.
Yeah, so just on the, I mean, this site plan as is shows, I think it's over 700 parking stalls here. And the whole intent when we go back to this community amenities site idea was trying to utilize parking between different uses that had different peak hours so that we wouldn't have to build a minimum for this and the minimum for this and the minimum for this. It was, we could share these things, which I think I mentioned during the site planning kind of component, that we don't need to have all those. We can share those parking spaces in between. We should have more than enough except for the anomaly kind of events.
And just to comment on that a little bit, is at Service Place, we have, 1,200 stalls, but those are not frequently all in use. It's usually at a large event, whereas this would be a bit of a different feel. So large tournaments would probably still happen at a facility where we have multiple floor plates. This is going to serve as more of a practice facility, recreational based community hub. So it'll serve a little bit of a different kind of demographic as well.
Just for Councillor Hughes, that as Adrian mentioned, the other stalls that are outside of the current 305 that are dedicated through LUB for the high school, those are the stalls that we used as an aggregate percentage that is similar to service. So the 40% count that service provides by law is the stalls shown outside of the 305. So if you add the 305, we've gone well beyond the 40% average of what service does. And as administration has mentioned, once you do your true traffic impact assessment and alternative methods to gain access to the site, well, you really know what your count is. But I think we've taken it a bit further because we do have the ability to share those 305 to the balance of the site.
I appreciate that. I feel a bit better. Is there a drop off for like handicapped accessible on that main building? 'Cause I'm missing it.
Yeah, sure. Edo, do you want to, or right there, Amanda?
That's where it is? Because I just thought that was where the walkthrough where you had the little tents.
Yeah, we had a really detailed discussion about this actually as a concept team because we needed a place for people to drop off near a door access. So there is a pull in, and Edo, maybe you can add some more.
Sure, if I don't know if you want to give board the access, but it's currently right now we've allowed for, I know, sorry for the people that are on screen, but right now we've allowed this area for access to the site, and it can be expanded depending on whatever need is identified. Again, for us, it's simply just a placeholder, and it's currently reflected on side of the site. That's the facility, but we've also allowed for similar access to the school as well.
I mean, I think that's getting a bit detailed.
No, I was just curious if there was, because we didn't see it.
Absolutely, it's a major
F-150 there.
So I think you've heard me when I was.
So he pointed out the F-150 parking.
Yeah. That is, there is an F-150. It's a short box. Okay. So now that with I think that the traffic flow you guys have going on here as far as going, I think is better than what a lot of the proposals were.
Yes.
Because you are allowing flow from both. You're not doing a bottleneck, and it's not as much of a, I don't know which way I'm going type of situation. So I really like how you do have the flow there. So I just wanted to let you guys, because I know you're like, I know you heard me complaining about that. So yeah, I think that in general, this is all going to get hashed out in the wash. This is like 30,000 feet. So there's a lot here, and that's good. Because there's a lot of demand. Just not a lot of demand to pay for it, but a lot of demand. I wasn't sure there's anything else I have to ask you. Oh, one more. How do you cross Ray Given? Like, cause I'm looking at the bike parks and we're like, we're gonna have them bike to the bike park, and I get that. But now, are we gonna play Frogger to get across Ray Given, or like, how are we doing that? So,
yeah, I'll pass it over to Tim.
Active transportation is going to need to be a consideration. Previous to the community amenities, there had been discussions about a pedestrian overpass south of the river. Nothing had been put forth conceptually during this study, but initial indications are that we would have to fly over the 8 lanes that Ray Given's ultimate design is going to be. Some preliminary costs were going to be in the plus or minus, $6 to $10 million range in that area for the flyover. So, but yeah, it's.
Well, and I think to Tim's point, this is also somewhat of a destination facility in the community, so people may drive to access it, but still accessibility, because there will be residents within the shorelands as well as to the west of Ray Given. So just accounting for that is a factor, but there is the challenge of getting across Ray Given.
Yeah, I can share, once you are across Ray Given, there is active transportation trails all along both sides at the space. So we have considered that. It's, depending on what the interchange at Villeneuve and Fowler looks like, that might be somewhere we can accommodate pedestrian travel across. You can obviously come across from the south. You'll also be able to come in from Avenir and the Carrot Trail systems when those are built. So it's not necessarily right now, but it is kind of planning for that future growth of that northwest quadrant.
I mean, the kids are going to want to ride their bikes over there. And so we have to have them not die on the way over or on the way back. So, I mean, that's just, I don't know how, but that's just something that it's going to be on all of our radars. So what do we do next? So we've got like, because this is going to come to us and eventually we're going to approve it.
Correct.
And so then the next step.
So the next step is we have funding currently in place to do the technical studies on the site. So that would be parking, geotech, all the technical pieces, as well as looking at the partnership and operational models. And we'll have check-ins with council throughout that process as well. But that's the next portion of work that we have on our radar to tackle once council approves a concept for us to continue advancement on.
But I think Danielle, right, as you look at the timelines, ultimately that will take us to the next election. So what we're really talking about is
it'll take us to
next council essentially.
I thought you were going to say plebiscite.
We'll be doing those technical studies through later 23 and into 24, probably through the majority of 24, and have something probably prepared for council early 25, late 24.
And then really it's going to be, because I guess the thing is we can do the technical studies, but I know what the public is wondering is what's being going to be built first. So when can we give them, or this would be the next council, like when can they expect to have some kind of an answer of when something will move on here that they can start to enjoy?
Sure.
Delicious.
So as part of the next phase, we'll start looking at scalability and feasibility and having a better understanding of the debt strategy and potential funding partners. So I think that'll really inform. We know the public really wants us to build it all at once. But you know, absent major grants, that's gonna be really difficult. So that's what we're gonna spend part of the next year really looking hard at is what are the potentials? What is the phasing? Could it look like? Refine the design a little bit. So if we have to phase things, what comes first when? Obviously the pool is the priority from everything that we know to date. But how does that affect the ultimate build out if we do it that pieces? So certainly something we're really cognizant of, but we needed a little bit more on the what. And this next phase will bring us through the how of how we could get it built.
So from the public's perspective, can we tell them like really there's not going to be an answer of what's being built for at least 12 months? Like what we're even going to move towards for at least 12 months?
I think
if not longer. And then going into the next election, we'll have a better idea or the council can solidify what's actually the first thing that's going to be built.
I would say that we would use this as a gated approach with council. We'll continue to keep you engaged and as approving as we make advancements in the project. We'll continue to do that. I would say we would be back with like for a next phase of work no more before late 24, early 25.
So like that they have reasonable expectations about.
Yes.
Because they're going to ask us, well, why haven't you told us what you're building at? And I just want to be able to tell them that this.
And I think this is kind of where we're looking for council to give us an endorsement of this is the plan for us to advance on. This is what we plan to build. Now that may change and evolve a little bit as we move forward, but this is the plan. This is where we move forward, but it will take time. And we know this is a 5 to 7 year process from start to finish if we were even to go without any breaks. And so we're only in year 2 of that process. We've got ways to go, 2 to 3.
Thank you.
Mike.
I'd like to bring forward a notice of motion to add a second practice ice to this design.
Okay. Yeah.
So whenever that's appropriate.
So can I just add in?
You want to?
So as they've said, there isn't any room on this site plan to add in something else. You have to take something out before you add.
Yeah, that something's going to give.
I would take out whatever that piece of soccer field and shift the whole building to put the 2 sheets of ice.
The outdoor sports fields, is that what you're? So then what we would look for today is a motion from a council member to say we would like to remove this asset. And then in turn, we can talk about what they want to add back in. But we would want a motion of council to remove an asset.
On that today.
In order for us to come back with a concept for council in September, we need action of committee today. We have planned to come back to council in September with a final concept.
I think, right, like 2 rinks is significantly different.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be ready to vote on that today. Yeah.
There's parking considerations.
There's impacts to all of it, certainly.
The need and like, I would need a bit of a background around before I voted on that.
If we can do that, it may delay approval. We may have.
So I ask you to get your notice of motion wording in today, work with the staff to do that. And so that we get a vote on that as fast as possible.
Like today?
Because if you wanted a straw vote today, you might fail, right? So.
Well, it might fail later too, I guess.
Yeah. It's for some members of council, it's hard for them to make a decision when they don't have.
I totally understand. Yeah, trying to meet administration's request of getting a plan and move forward.
Yeah.
So how's the best way to do that?
So
So, sorry, ask, is 3 weeks reasonable to put together a background and provide that decision quality information?
We're not back till August
15th.
And then the SCOW meeting is, unless you want to do it at council.
So I think it's enough for us to provide a response to the notice of motion, but we would then have a delay. We won't be able to get back in September with a revised concept, depending on how that notice of motion results, is what I would suggest. Am I making myself clear? Sorry, like if you make that notice of motion and that passes on August 15th or whatever, we would need more time because we would need probably 8 weeks. We would not be able to come back with a revised concept until probably October. It's just going to impact timing just because we kind of, if we could get through this today.
Maybe we can get some. Can you give us some idea now? Maybe we can do a straw vote right now.
I don't know if that's enough.
Why did we only put one practice run in instead of two?
Sure, go ahead. Absolutely. So we did put a lot of thought into 1 versus 2 ice sheets. Certainly your prime time is a significant issue for our sport partners. We do know from our own data that in the non-prime season, we do have space. We also looked at what's going on in the region. So not only our own city with the outdoor covered rinks potentially coming to the Pauline site, but I get it wrong. Stony Plain?
Spruce Grove.
It's building their twin arena. Lewis Farms will have a twin arena. We look at availability, particularly in the west kind of region of the region, west part of the region. There is not only existing inventory available, but coming inventory. So at this point, we do recommend a single arena because we think that hits the need. Like it's really practice space and more practice time. It's not big tournaments and things like that. We can shift some uses over from service and balance out our uses between our different groups a bit better. But we really do feel within the region and within our own inventory that there is room to grow in a single ice sheet. The other thing that we did talk about is Service Place is really well set up to be a tournament facility. It already is a tournament facility. So if we did desire a 7th sheet of ice in the city, would Service Place make a better location? Because then you'd have a quad ice sheet, you'd get some efficiencies there with that for bigger events. So would that be a better place for the second arena than this one? So those are just a couple of the things we thought about. And then cost and the what you had to take away. So we lose outdoor components that require developable space in order to do that.
The other cognizance we've had is within the region. So thinking of our regional partners up to the north within Sturgeon County and Callahoo River Kabar, our Legal, a lot of our ice users access those services as well. So those communities are fairly dependent, or if dependent's not the right word, but do have a vested interest, I think, in some of our users accessing those services to the north. So we're also very cognizant of that to their success and viability as community facilities as well.
Yeah, I think we agree with everything you've said. It just, well, I'm not. We can debate it here, but I don't think we want to. I would still like to make. I would suggest removing the ball diamond and having enough room to shift the whole facility east and put a double practice arena in and get the economies of scale of the ice plant and Zamboni and have lots of space for summertime indoor lacrosse and ball hockey and more indoor pickleball courts during the summertime. It would give still, in my mind at least, more complete service. As you know, we're talking 7 years away from now. The growth of the city, the long range planning, they're saying this is going to grow to 100,000. What do we need to service that? That would be.
Before we get into debate.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just trying to.
Why I would bring.
I'm not going to ever stop you from bringing us more. That's your complete right. But I don't want to also slow down this process. So I'm going to suggest that we even do a straw vote around the room to see if you want to go forward with it. Because if it's a resounding no from the rest of us, then I don't want to delay us by a month. If it's a half and half, or we need more information, then absolutely we'll do it. Is that okay with you? Before we get into debate?
Delaying it a month for something that's going to take us 7 years to get to. I think it's time well spent to get a detailed backgrounder for all of council. I think we should always make an informed vote, not an emotional kind of straw vote personally.
Can I ask you a question? This relates to this motion. Is this plan, like I know he's saying single versus 20 right now, we have single, but it's also a high level conception, which is subject to change almost without notice sort of thing as events change. So what I'm wondering is that if it's even necessary, or if it's going to be like, we're doing this and then there's an opportunity to do a twin because of whatever granting or whatever comes in, and then we end up moving it anyway, because again, what I'm wondering, because you're just, the next step is just technical. We're not really deciding what's being built here other than like a general idea. So what I'm wondering is, like, if it's actually necessary to start moving things around, because right now this is where we're thinking buildings are going to go. And now we're going to go into the ground and actually see if they'll support them. And then things are going to change as well.
I would say it's at council's prerogative to change, the direct administration to change as you fit, and when a new council comes in, they could switch directions as well. But for us, it's about continuing to advance, and to your point, to do all the continue to do the background work and make sure that we're making good decisions as we advance work forward. So certainly council could change their mind in the future as well.
But I don't think now that we would be actively seeking.
Correct.
Options, right? We go forward with.
It's what our plan is now.
Without council direction.
Costing.
Yes.
And that is the other factor is removing Sportsfield does have impact on some of the other uses we had aligned it for in terms of supporting the school. And there is a capital trade-off with adding additional indoor infrastructure versus outdoor. There's quite a significant difference in cost. So putting that out there as well.
And the high school wanted a football area, and this, if we took it away, they'd lose the football area, right?
We'd be looking to change a sport field out for an indoor arena is what I'm hearing. Councillor Killick, is what your question?
When I looked at the site, I should have probably looked a little bit closer, but I was thinking getting rid of the ball diamond.
So high schools will, we don't have necessarily an obligation as a city to make sure they have sports fields, but typically we're looking for 2 to 3 full-sized fields. Again, depending which, those are placeholders for whatever, could be football, could be, their size for full size. So they're all kind of tradable a little bit in terms of space and cost. But certainly they do like to have those 2 to 3 sized fields for their programming. We're not required to provide them. Adrian can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. But that does make that provisional just a little bit more challenging, as we'd have to look at what else might have to bring to provide that.
So you can get it in. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter because I'm not calling a special council meeting unless you want me to. 3 weeks from now.
4 weeks.
It's actually has to be 4 because we haven't passed the bylaw yet to change it.
But we're not together.
Not together.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of perusing the procedure bylaw. So the motion that is before you is to direct administration to bring forward a finalized concept plan and design report for Q3. The agenda planning does have the authority, if Councillor Killick's notice of motion is approved on August 15th, assuming that's when everything happens and it goes that way. Agenda planning does have the authority to adjust that date from Q3 to coming back. So,
but we're going to Q4 then.
But then you're going to Q4. So there would be a delay if that passes. Right. So I just wanted to throw that into the.
Yeah. Okay. And my other question to you is, if this motion gets put forth and you're waiting for 5 weeks, are you going to stop all work waiting for this motion, or will you continue to? Because
well, we would have to probably, I would suggest we'd have to wait until we get whether this motion passes or not to know what revisions that we need to ask our consultants to work on. Otherwise, so I would say we would have to halt work. You tell me if I'm wrong until we get a direction from council. If the notice of motion passes, then we would switch gears and work with our consultants to see what's doable in terms of adding that amenity and moving those over.
Danielle is correct. Obviously, it costs every time we change. So we have to wait and see if the motion passed. And We can't advance any RFPs for the next phase of work or anything till we have an approved concept plan, because then you could end up with rework and things like
So
that.
if we'd approved it as is today, you would start that tomorrow.
I'd be moving forward.
After
back to
September 19th.
We would be planning for September 19th return to you for the final approval.
Yeah, but what work would you be doing between now and September 19th?
So we were counting on the fact that there may be some small changes, but we would know those today and then we would advance that work. So we could.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct. Yeah. But until if we have a notice of motion on the table, we wouldn't advance any work till that notice either passed or did not pass. And then we would know how to advance our work.
Okay.
So for all intents and purposes, it's a
30-day hiatus.
about a month long delay in the process with the knock-on effects going down.
Not a problem.
You're okay with the delay?
I'm all right with the delay.
Okay.
But haven't heard of the notice of motion yet.
No, wait, yeah, so you doesn't have to read it in right now, because if you want to word it right, don't you?
Well, I think it's pretty,
We know the intent.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear, pretty simple.
Wording drafted, I could.
Okay, perfect.
It's just that administration be directed to amend the community amending site concept plan by removing the ball diamond and adding another sheet of ice prior to bringing it back to council for approval.
Sound good?
perfect.
So, send it.
I guess. You sent it
Just put it in.
as per noted.
We vote on the other.
Says it.
Bring it forward.
Is there more? Are there more questions?
Might be more questions, but yeah. Second, part, we can still vote on. Sure. Any other questions? Maybe I should ask that, yeah. All right,
Does the administration have any more? Because you wanted to take. If you wanted to add, what? Did we stop your questions?
I think our thought process was that we wanted to make a motion if you wanted to remove anything and replace it with an alternative. So what we're hearing is there is one desire from Councillor Killick to have us explore different options. So if you're putting forward a notice of motion, then we'll kind of explore that if the notice of motion passes at the next meeting. Art, I would defer to you on the ledge process because we wouldn't probably be accepting this as a report then until that happens, or.
Well, so this committee can still pass a motion to direct you to go forth for Q3 2023. And then if that motion passes on August 15th, and agenda planning will be able to just change that to Q4 or as required. Yeah.
But could I ask, regardless, you're waiting till August 15th, so I think it's Q4, it's not Q3, one way or the other,
I don't think going back.
yeah, you can make that date right.
Just say Q4.
right? So I would put Q4.
Yep.
Well, we could say by Q4 and if you get done in Q3. Great. We won't come after you if you finish early.
That'll be Q3, yeah.
And September
Q4 our window.
I'm gonna put forward the motion, Mayor.
The original motion?
Yeah, the original motion.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it.
But you're changing it, it's on page 136.
And then just to go to Q4.
Here it is. Can I bring it forward?
Yep.
That administration bring forward to finalize community amenities site concept plan and design report to council for council approval to move to the next steps by Q4 2023. And the sitting committee of the whole recommended council administration be directed to continue work towards identifying a suitable site and potential partnerships for an future indoor unboarded artificial turf facility.
Say that fast.
All right, we'll accept that, go ahead.
You know, every time that you guys come for this topic, it's like a swarm of people descend. It's like, I'd like to introduce everybody in City Hall. This has been a tremendous amount of thought and attempt to try to make a million demands fit into one small space that seemed larger before we added parking to it. And then the parking demands. So I think that I'm going to shock you, but I think you guys did a really good job of trying to compromise. So try to get something out that the public wants and addressing all the needs. So as it is right now, regardless of what happens with that motion next month, I think that in general, you have really tried to hit as many targets as you can, understanding that we cannot build it all at once, regardless of what people want, because we just can't afford to put a tax increase of 12% on people and say, hey, it's all good. So I think that the flow is good. I think the traffic management is good. It's much better than what it was before. And so I know the mayor was excited about this when she saw the fly through. I think that, yeah, there's been a lot of thought behind this. and you've really tried to think of the consequences around it. And this is again, 30,000 feet sky view on this, but at least we can tell the public that we understand they were looking for this and we are moving towards it. And how we're going to pay for it will be the next hurdle. But we are at least trying to get something down there and we are solidifying some kind of design.
Anyone else on debate?
I can just, well, the only reason I was going to add, I was actually going to echo those comments. I know this has been like everybody's occupation for a long period of time, and I really appreciate the time and effort that you put into it. And I still think you should have thought outside the box and put the parking lot under the high school. Because if you would have put the parking lot under the high school,
Would have had space.
but I mean, and you know, I pick up everybody's point. When it looks like we got all this, we negotiated all this, or, to get this space, and we thought, wow, this is a big piece of land. There's 60 acres there. But when you start putting the boxes and the parking, all of a sudden you're starting to look, well, can we build it like a wedge or can we build it on top? But anyways, I just want to say congratulations, regardless of, where the next motion goes, congratulations for all the hard work.
All right, anyone else on debate?
Yeah. I think, good to see it in real life, trying to accommodate everybody's input and trying to, fit all the 200 jigsaw pieces into the 100-piece box is very tough. So I don't take away from any of the hard work and the public consultation, et cetera. And I really think we want to build an amenity site that is there to serve us long term. And if we're going to invest these kind of dollars, spending a little bit of time and maybe definitely recognize there'll be more dollars. But we kind of get one chance to do it right. And that's why I wanted to have the input of my forthcoming motion is to try and build that out and have a way to accommodate the real high priority needs as we're voted on in the community input at 63% for ice, more practice ice. And I think that community input number spoke loudly to me. So that's why I want to bring that notice motion forward. But I do appreciate all the work and getting us to this point and trying to meet the long-term needs of the community. It's a good path forward. So let's try and keep moving.
Anyone else? Can I call for the vote? Do you want
Let's call for this vote.
Yeah, please. Please.
Vote. Passes unanimously.
I waived it.
All right.
I waived it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Everything everyone else said, I echo. It is 4:19. Here has to be out of here at 5, so it's in 40 minutes.
The land matter that's not like how long. Land matter.
Well, and looking at that, I think there's the potential to shift that. I know.
Let's see how we do with this, guys. No more breaks, guys.
Mayor, my apologies. I have to get going.
Okay, see you, Councilor. Thanks for my daughter and I are going to Or is Melissa or is Regan? Or all three of you?
Perhaps could I offer
Yeah.
introductory remarks?
This is essentially stormwater management 101.
It is.
Nothing to do with.
Flood development.
Okay.
And it's stemming from the 20th June public hearing. It's a reminder that public and Marta, please chime in if I miss anything here, but that public hearing has been adjourned. So this is about holistically stormwater management and developing in floodplains. Caution that we should not discuss anything related to the specifics of the land use bylaw discussion from it. And so this will be very, very general. All this information will be included as part of the public hearing when it opens up again on 15th. And Marta, did I miss anything on that? I just want to caution again.
The only thing I want to just emphasize is to please limit your questions only to the information that is before you today. Anything related to bylaw 1/2023, which will be discussed at the public hearing on August 15th, needs to be asked when the public hearing resumes. That's all I want to just emphasize.
And this material will be included.
Part of the agenda package already for August 15th, correct?
No question.
No questions. Okay.
One question.
Start us off.
No more. All right, so yeah, I'm kind of actually crashing the party a little bit. I've got some slides just on the background of like kind of regulatory or how floodplain development is transacted. So I've got this here, subdivision development regulation, just a little bit of chapter and verse. So an applicant must submit to a subdivision authority any sort of identification of potential floodplain or map showing floodplains when they come in for subdivision. And then the subdivision authority, which is my position, must consider with respect to the land any potential for flooding, subsidence or erosion. So on both sides, the applicant and then the regulatory body for the city have to consider floodplain as part of a subdivision development application. And then if I go to the next slide, municipal government, they speak to floodplain in the sense that when lands are identified as subject to flooding, municipalities through part 664 are enabled to take that land as environmental reserve. So that's 664B. And again, under the MGA, subdivision authority must not approve an application for subdivision unless that land is proposed to be subdivided. Is in the opinion of the subdivision authority is suitable for the purpose of which the subdivision is intended. And on the next slide, council has already approved through the MDP an identification of what subdivision authority, my position, would use to identify what we would consider lands unsuitable for development. So this is lands that are unsuitable for development include ravines, gullies, land subject to flooding, lands with unstable slopes, etc. So in that case, again, when we review development permit or a subdivision application, we would look at this and say, all right, this we've already identified, we've already addressed, this is not suitable for development. Therefore, if this subdivision were to be contemplating use of these lands for something that would entail development, we would not approve it. So I think there was some question about like how it actually transacts or what the function is behind the scenes. And so I just wanted to throw that in there. And then on the next slide, we do have policies, so we can identify setbacks from undevelopable lands or natural features based on the greater of a minimum 50-meter setback from top of Carrot Creek or other conserved water bodies, or using a riparian setback matrix model. So presuming that we did get an application for development and we identified, here's the floodplain, we could use this like a riparian matrix model to say, okay, in this case, the applicant has approved that they could do development adjacent to the floodplain, but it would not have a negative impact on the floodplain. So we kind of have these things already baked in. It's just kind of some behind the scenes stuff that's a little bit more detailed than you probably want to know about, but I just thought it might be helpful to share for understanding from the subdivision development side of things. And then now we're actually going to get into the actual 101 and then stormwater discussion.
Thanks for the lead in, Adrian. So Melissa, Logan and I are sort of going to tag team the rest of this presentation here. A bit of an overview, I guess, on flood management, as well as starting off with what is a floodplain. So the province actually uses the term flood hazard area. And it describes lands that would be flooded in that 1 in 100 year flood event. So there's a 1% chance based on what we've seen historical. There's about a 1% chance of that happening, but you could have a 1 in 100 year event happen several years in a row. And again, because it's based on historical, if something has changed, that needs to be updated, and the flood line needs to be updated based on additional data. So the floodplain is present in both still and flowing systems, and the province divides it into 2 zones. The floodway, which is shown in red, and that has the high velocity areas that are the more destructive flooding occurs in those. And then they also identify a flood fringe area, which is shown here in the pink. And those areas are also subject to flooding, but they don't get the high velocity flows in a major flood event. So. Any alteration to the floodplain area can greatly impact the peak flows in those 1 in 100 year 1% events, altering the capacity for floodwater absorption and forcing the water to run off and become stream flow. This increases flood volumes and velocities downstream, and climate change is pushing us to consider a 1 in 200 year event as the new standard for high water. Alterations in the floodplain area also introduce inaccuracies into the provincial flood mapping, rendering it somewhat ineffective. So, and this is just a plan view that shows what a floodway looks like during a flood. So we've got the red area, which is the floodway, and the pink areas, which show the flood fringe within the flood hazard area or the entire floodplain. And this example here also identifies a flood-proof building. So that's a building that's been built up, and that buildup in order to flood-proof that building is itself an encroachment, and that's no longer considered to be an acceptable practice because it's been realized that has an impact on other areas within the floodway. It actually raises that 1 in 100 year flood line and makes additional lands subject to flooding in those flood events. So it's displacement, right? When you add something into the floodplain, the water has to go somewhere else. So, and here's just a couple of demonstrations of what that looks like. So we've got an area here. So we've got a house before development. The house is below the flood line, and then with regrading and filling of this area to accommodate additional development, these homes are now subject to flooding because that 1 in 100 year flood event has that flood line has risen. And another couple of examples here as well where we're showing fill, and it's raised both the 1 in 10 year event as well as the 1 in 100 year event. So homes that were not subject to flooding in the past would be subject to flooding as a result of fill encroachment. Stormwater management facilities, the main benefit that they provide and the main purpose for them is actually flow attenuation. They're meant to temporarily store water during these major rainfall events as well as floods to reduce downstream erosion as well as to reduce the downstream flood risk. We basically want to slow down the water and allow it to sort of trickle into these receiving water streams, and that's to reduce the risk of downstream property damage. And I'll hand it over to Melissa to speak the next few slides.
Thanks, Regan. So there are a lot of benefits that stormwater management facilities can provide, including an improvement to the water quality. So a stormwater management facility provides an area for settling of solids out of the water. There can be a biological consumption of nutrients, can be attached to that sediment, or it can be in the water itself. There are a combination of processes in place, both using oxygen and not using oxygen. And these facilities, if they are properly designed, can be effective at removing hydrocarbons, nutrients, bacteria, sometimes even viruses, if they are designed and planted properly. Solar UV radiation in the water reduces pathogen growth. And cattails are particularly effective plants at removing contaminants, especially heavy metals. Salts are one thing that these stormwater facilities cannot handle very well. Once salts are in the environment, they're very, very difficult, if not impossible, to remove. So some of the other benefits, sorry, I'm running 2 slideshows here. Some of the other benefits include the provision of natural habitat. We see birds nesting at stormwater facilities. There's habitat and foraging areas. There's small animal habitat, reptiles and frogs, even snakes. We've got aquatic insects and invertebrates. So obviously beavers and muskrats, as much as we love them, they are not considered favorable in these facilities because they can block up the inflow and outflow pipes. So we do maintain zero beaver presence in all of our stormwater management facilities. And obviously mosquitoes are really not considered favorable. However, if you have a healthy functioning stormwater management facility, wet stormwater management facility, or a constructed wetland, you will get those other aquatic invertebrates, which will help to keep the mosquito population down. So really the big question that that I've heard from council is what's the risk of developing in the floodplain, or what's the risk of having a stormwater management facility in the floodplain? So from my perspective, from a water quality perspective, it can result in the loading of contaminants into the river or Carrot Creek, which can result in an Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act or Fisheries Act violation. There's the potential for introduction of invasive species. We have seen koi, goldfish, crayfish, all kinds of things in our stormwater facilities. So having one of those located right in the floodplain provides easy access for transfer directly into our aquatic ecosystems. As Reagan alluded to before, it results in a loss of storage in the floodplain, which can have potential downstream impacts. This is of major concern. Anything that kind of impacts the floodplain now puts us at risk of not being eligible for disaster recovery funds. It's been pretty clear after the major floods that we've had that, you know, grandfathered developments in the floodplain can be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, but any new developments may put the municipality at risk of not receiving disaster funds. So we do want to be very cognizant of that when we're making decisions about the floodplain. The peak flows, like Reagan said, a stormwater management facility is meant to slow down the water and have it kind of trickle out. If it's in a floodplain area, its peak flows will align with that of the river, so it will not be providing the function that it is intended to. Flooding of the facility itself, building a stormwater management facility does cost money. It has infrastructure, you know, be it natural or benches or whatever else we may put out there. So those would be, you know, presumably damaged every time we had a flood. So that would be an ongoing capital cost to the maintenance of a facility if it was located in the floodplain. And it results in a loss of naturally occurring riparian vegetation, which is really the vegetation that's best suited for soil retention and for handling the excess water that comes in a flood. And I will pass it back to Reagan.
Okay, so we talked about an encroachment of buildings within the floodplain, and we're learning over time, but one of the things we've been seeing is as these wet stormwater management facilities are also pushed out into the ER, developers want to do this because it increases the amount of developable land that they have. What we're realizing is they're actually encroachments within the floodplain, and as much as they attenuate the water coming from development, they actually are encroaching within the floodplain and are actually having a net negative impact on the floodplain itself. So they're actually contributing more to flood risk than they're providing a benefit by attenuating those flows from those existing developments. And that's why we're looking at, you know, when a stormwater management facility is within the floodplain, we need to offset that encroachment. We can't add additional space to take up volume within the floodplain. Otherwise, the stormwater management facility is self-defeating. So, and if we're going to do a wet pond, it really needs to be outside of that flood hazard area, or else it needs to be very carefully designed. If it's inside it, it needs to have an additional volume added to the floodway or the flood fringe area in order to perform adequately.
Sorry, muted. So to just give you an idea of what we're referring to when we talk about wet and dry ponds, just to give a bit of clarity. So this is a typical wet stormwater management facility. There would be a deep forebay, probably 3 or 4 meters deep, where the water would come in from out of the inflow pipe. It would slow down, would drop its sediments, and then it would pass on into the permanent pool section, where it's given time to, it's called retention time. It's given enough retention time to have contact with the vegetation, allow for nutrient removal and water quality improvement before it passes through the outlet and on into the Sturgeon River. So the permanent pool section is meant to be left alone with minimal maintenance requirements, but that forebay does need periodic assessment and management through removal of the deposited sediments. So in the next slide, I have an example of a wet stormwater management facility. This is Edgewater. So this is basically a large, deep pond that's mainly designed to hold water. It's got minimal riparian vegetation. It is helping with water quality, but it could be further enhanced, that's for sure. And then the next slide is the dry stormwater management facility, actually right across the street from where I am at Dodger Dog Park. So Dodger Dog Park is usually used for passive recreational purposes and stores excess water in high flow events. The water loving vegetation, the cattails and reeds that you see in the middle there are maintained to allow for water quality enhancement. And grass cutting is very difficult in this area. The mowers tend to sink a little bit, so they can only go so close to that edge there. So there's a fine balance between keeping this facility functional as the way it's intended to be and keeping that recreational capacity at the same time. So we did have the conversation before about what's a naturalized stormwater facility versus a constructed wetland. So we're just going to go through the differences here in the next couple of slides. So a naturalized wet or dry stormwater management facility is a stormwater facility planted with native vegetation. So originally designed primarily for storage and sediment removal, and less so to mimic wetland function. So the majority of St. Albert stormwater management facilities are like this, and we see varying degrees of success depending on their design. They require active monitoring and maintenance to ensure vegetation establishment, and one of the main problems we see in these facilities is extensive weed growth. So in contrast, a constructed wetland, it's a specially designed marsh, essentially, used to filter contaminants that may be present in surface runoff. So if you look at the little schematic there, there's still a forebay to handle the initial dump of sediments, and then the water is given a chance to meander through a nice long retention time and make lots of contact with the vegetation before it exits out the outflow. So it's intended to recreate the structure and function of a true wetland. These can be expensive to design and take some specialized knowledge, but they are a self-sustaining system once they're up and running. They can be designed to enhance removal of specific contaminants. And as I said before, it forces the water to meander through and contact vegetation.
And that meandering water is key. So I'll talk some of the pros and cons and just sort of highlight, the advantages of constructed wetland stormwater management facilities within a floodplain versus a dry stormwater management facility or a wet stormwater management facility. Constructed wetlands are not required to be within public utility lots according to our city engineering standards. It specifically identifies that PULs, we should have both wet stormwater management facilities and dry storm management facilities within PULs. It does not designate for constructed wetlands within the standards. It's also identified in the standards that it's a preferred option for stormwater management facilities that are adjacent to receiving streams to be constructed wetlands. There's little to no grass cutting required with constructed wetlands, and as Melissa mentioned, grass cutting is difficult, especially around dry ponds. Just because of the fluctuating water levels, and it makes it difficult to know where that soft ground ends around the middle areas. So constructed wetlands are compatible with high water tables, and we expect if we were doing stormwater management facilities within the floodplain correctly, we would be digging down basically to the water table, and that's a huge compatibility that we see for constructed wetlands is we're going to have a high water table, and constructed wetlands are compatible with that. You end up with better stormwater quality effluent in part because of the meandering stream, but also it's not compatible with like passive dog walking parks, and we get a lot of fecal coliform matter coming from Dodger Dog Park, right? And we are concerned about the proximity to the river. If that facility was located immediately adjacent to the river, it would be much more concerning than it is out in Campbell. So there's also reduced potential for invasive weeds. It provides habitat for wetland flora and fauna, a much wider range of species than either wet dry water management facilities or dry. It can be designed to integrate naturally occurring wetlands. It mimics the function of natural wetland, and it may recharge the groundwater. And it can also be built with salvaged wetland soils to provide the seed bank for the native vegetation. It provides more carbon sequestration, and the energy dissipation is fully considered as part of the design, which helps prevent downstream erosion. So there are some cons, and one of the big issues is there's potential for higher costs because there's a lot more engineering that goes into a constructed wetland than into a cookie cutter wet stormwater management facility or dry stormwater management facility. They're very site specific, and you have higher costs due to soil preparation as well as revegetation. We expect some of those costs can be mitigated through local harvesting and plant sourcing. There's also additional costs for hydrological studies as well as biological studies. So there's additional expertise that is involved in designing constructed wetlands. So as much as these are cons, there's additional cost to them. There is some additional due diligence that goes into the construction of these facilities. And when we're talking about a sensitive area within the environmental reserve, we think that additional due diligence is appropriate. One of the big downsides is the potential for higher methane production. Whenever you have organic matter that decays in the presence of moisture, you have the potential for methane production. So that's something that needs to be carefully thought about in the design of constructed wetlands. They tend to occupy larger areas than the dry or the wet stormwater management facilities, and they also require approval from the city engineer just because they are very site specific. And again, this is just a profile view of what a constructed wetland would look like. You still have a forebay, which is a smaller wet stormwater management facility at the front, just to capture some of the fines, the clays and the silts that not everything gets captured in the OGIs. So we still need a settlement area to capture some of those finer materials, and then the constructed wetland itself within the flood fringe.
So we do have a couple of examples of constructed wetlands within the city. So in the top photo there, we have the Mason and Grove Pond, which is that pond right there on the lower right. That was designed as a constructed facility and has a maintenance manual to go along with it to ensure that it keeps its functionality. And then the Legacy Stormwater Management Facility on the top left actually has a lot of those benches built into the pond so that the water is forced to kind of take a circuitous route through the pond before it reaches the outlet. And at the bottom we have Grandin Pond, which is essentially a natural wetland that has been artificially deepened. So the pool at the far end of Grandin Pond actually was deepened to about 7 meters back in the 80s. So that's not how we would do things now, but that is an example of how a natural wetland can be integrated into stormwater management facility considerations. This next one, another couple of examples. The Legacy Pond that I mentioned is on the top right. We've got lots of riparian vegetation there, cattails and reeds, willows are establishing. We don't need to mow. It's preferable to not mow down to the edge here so that that vegetation can establish. Ted Hole up in Erin Ridge is on the top right. That again has a thick fringe of cattails and functions a bit more like a natural wetland. And some not so good examples on the bottom left. We have a pond in Northridge where the entire shoreline has been covered in riprap. So I actually see the worst water quality in that pond because there's very little to no riparian vegetation to help clean up that water. It's very turbid. There's lots of geese there because there's turf grass, and it's from a biological perspective, it's not a very nice pond. And Havenwood Pond on the bottom right, good idea. It's all naturalized. However, it was not well maintained throughout the growth period, and it is heavily infested with weeds. Those big bushes in the front there are actually huge patches of horseradish. So if anybody likes horseradish, you know where to go. Okay, so just a quick summary. There are valid land use reasons why constructed wetlands have more compatibility than naturalized wet or dry facilities as part of environmental reserve lands. There are also valid engineering reasons why constructed wetlands are compatible with an environmental reserve and naturalized wet and dry facilities are not. The inclusion of constructed wetlands and the exclusion of wet dry facilities aligns with the COSA engineering standards. So obviously, intact floodplains provide benefits to downstream areas, including flood mitigation and erosion protection. It is preferable to leave these areas in their natural state to prevent risk to the city of causing flooding downstream and of legislative violations such as the introduction of deleterious substances or invasive species into sensitive receiving water bodies.
But that concludes the presentation. We still have 10 minutes before 5 o'clock. So.
One more agenda item.
And one more agenda item. I'm sure we can work it out. All right.
I have a
question. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
So you mentioned Northridge. I'm just curious, like, is there a plan to fix it or improve it? Or what is because it's done, but like, couldn't we introduce the vegetation that required to improve it? Or I feel something is done wrong, then that's it.
I think there are other more high priority utilities areas that we're looking at, like the installation of the OGIs and other such initiatives in addressing kind of the safety features that we've identified or other maintenance features that need to be fixed in a lot of these facilities. So I would say that it could be on the list of things to do, but it is not a higher priority at this time.
right now, we've got some safety hazards identified around some of our stormwater management. So we're sort of focusing on those. We've got, yeah, it's on the priority list, but as Melissa said, it'll probably take a few years before it gets to higher in the priority list. So.
Yeah, so it's on the to-do list, just not important enough.
Right.
Yep.
I'm just curious. That was it. Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris.
So if there is any kind of stormwater management facility to be built in the flood fringe or anything like that, it has to be a constructed wetland?
That is what is proposed with the land use bylaw, proposed land use bylaw change, yes.
So how does that align then with the MGA? Does the MGA say thou shalt not build anything in the floodplain?
No, it says that you can't build. It has to be suitable for the purpose in which it's intended. So that's how it gets evaluated.
So it's basically up then to St. Albert to decide what kind of facility is suitable to be built within the floodplain. And we're saying that in our estimation, then it's only constructed wetlands.
That was what we proposed, yes.
Careful.
Public.
Yeah.
Getting close.
Yeah, you're getting,
Public hearing?
Everybody nervous here, Wet.
it's very hard, I understand, yeah, so it's, but it is a good question to ask at the public hearing.
Okay.
Again.
Again.
I'll ask it.
But I think broadly, without referring to any specifics, right? Nothing in a floodplain is the ideal. Don't get me wrong. And then it's what level of risk can you accept. And I think you look at the various facilities that were presented, the lowest level of risk would be a constructed wet. I want to make sure that I didn't, there's anyone that's so Regan, that's nature.
I think that's fair.
Mike, any questions?
You know, no, I don't, because I don't want to cross the line. I think we walk,
Ask them.
I think we walk close. Yes, I'll ask any of my questions and then I think we're walking too close.
Yeah, this is more engineering and just getting this background.
Clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. And this,
It comes back on August 15th.
Pardon?
Comes back on August 15th.
so can we read it again when you get that package? Is there a motion?
There's a motion.
No, there's no
This is
motion.
information.
Information.
You must get it to pass.
I don't, there's nothing.
There's nothing. I see it. This room.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you can.
Recommendation.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, sure. If you put it up. You ready? That the agenda report dated July 11, 2023, entitled Stormwater Management Facilities Within Floodplains just be received for information.
Okay, call for the vote. And thanks for that, guys, putting that together after that confusing first attempt at the public hearing. All right, and Councilor Mansky, did she vote on that one?
I'll say yes.
Okay. So that passes unanimously, was not Councilor Jolly absent. All right. Okay, who wants to make a motion to go on camera?
Oh, sorry.
Let the council move in camera to discuss land matter pursuant to sections 24(1)(a) and sections 25(1)(c) of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
You just.
Pardon?
You want to call for the vote?
All in favor?
All in favor? That's unanimous.
Is anybody joining online?
Councilor Gramowski's online.
And then Regan's still there.
Yeah, Regan stays.
Are we setting up breakout rooms?
So who do you want for that?